We are live.
We are, I hope.
Okay, then I want you to welcome you all to this yearly live stream at Linnaeus University and in the course Applied IoT. This year we have taken things a little bit further than we usually do. We've included more people, and we are probably on the top of the number of activities that we usually do. So we are now in our office, and maybe we can have a quick look around here. This will be the streaming room for the main event. You will meet Ted several times. So yeah, you can say who you are.
Yeah, who I am. Yeah, you said my name. I'm Ted. I'm working as a communication officer at the Linnaeus University, but I'm mostly working with web and search engine optimization, and a little bit of this like compare role also in front of camera. So I will show you the campus in Kalmar, not in detail, but more than just office, I think. So yeah.
Yeah. And then we have Andreas and Mustafa and Christel. And yeah, you will all meet all the people a little bit more thorough. The plan now is to have a very quick tour of how we usually do when we go down and drink coffee. So that's not very advanced. We are now in the Hus Magna in the Linnaeus University. And we can have a quick peek in here and then just call out everyone and say that, oh, it's coffee time. So let's drink a cup of coffee.
Okay.
Should we?
Yes.
Yeah. And while we walk down this corridor lane, we'll see that we in here have, for instance, Johan. Hello. Yeah. And if you look just beside Johan here, you can see that we have the castle in the. We have. So that's the view we have from our office spaces. And we usually put a lot of time in doing puzzling. And this is, I'm not sure the number of puzzles we have done this year, but it's quite a significant amount at least. That's what we usually do. Instead of just drinking coffee, we puzzle and coffee. You can see that we do have Daniel here. Hi. You will meet both Daniel and Tobias.
Hello.
In just a couple of, well,
yeah,
10 o'clock.
1 hour.
Yeah. Yes, for some 3D printing stuff, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Exactly.
Okay.
See you
Let's
then.
get some coffee.
Yeah. And then now we are walking down to the coffee room. And this is about the exercise you usually get as a teacher here. You work in the office, and then we are probably, it's quite good that we have at least one stair down to the coffee room. Otherwise, we would probably die of young age. So what's the most interesting part of the 3D printing workshop later on, Daniel, Tobias?
Okay, so it's going to be, I think the most interesting stuff is that we're going to print stuff.
Okay.
But
yeah.
we're also going to design stuff to print. And finally, we're going to print the stuff that we design.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about how a printer works and all that.
Slicing, I think, is really interesting, actually.
Yeah.
Slicing the model.
Slicing, that sounds very exciting.
Yes.
It's a bit dangerous.
It's a bit dangerous.
Yeah. Slice and dice. Since you cut things up. Kaffe.
And we like it strong, so. Yeah.
Okay, and then what's up?
Yeah, what's up after that is that we start in the coffee room. So hopefully we'll not forget anyone, but we will also, everyone will get introduced. So you will have an idea of who you're going to meet today. we are then going for the 3D printing campus tour at 9:30, 9:40. So in about 30, 40 minutes, you will also get a tour of the campus. So you can see the spaces around our office. After that, at 10 o'clock, we have the 3D printing workshop. And let's move away from the coffee machine. It will be a little bit... let's sit down, shall we?
Have you noticed our new coffee makers?
Yeah, I don't like them.
Oh,
Why
I
not?
like them so
If
much
you compare
better.
to the old ones,
I
are they
like them
better
so
or
much
worse?
better.
Yeah, I've heard people saying that, but I was so used to the Café Lungo in the old machine.
Okay.
And I can't find the equivalent here. So
After COVID, I always bring this thermos with my own coffee.
Yeah.
The strongest one from home.
Yeah.
Because after like 1 year of everyday homemade coffee, I'm used to that coffee machine again.
no, I agree. I'm not used to it, but you get what you get.
It's
So-
still coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee, so.
And I'm also born in Småland, which means that I'm pretty cheap. So if it's coffee is free, well, the bar is quite good. So
There's already a question.
there's already a question.
Yeah.
Okay.
So people, I'm not sure, I guess you hear me not so well, but the question itself is, when will we have an exciting opportunity to hear about AI and the university's role in digital interview with our Vice Chancellor, Peter Aronson?
Yeah. So let's iterate back to the plan for today, and that will be answered when I go through the plan for today. So
People
good
are way
question.
too excited. They want to know everything.
Yeah. So we will put all the time schedules will be banners. So as soon as you remain, maybe we should turn this around and you get a view of Romain.
Yeah, that's hi. I'll be behind the camera most of the time. So yeah, that's my face. Hi.
Yeah. We will put everything in banners. So if you just follow the stream, but the general timeline, 10 to 12, 3D printing workshop. For those that are watching this live stream and are participants of the course, then you should watch that one because that will be a quiz linked with that one. Everything else is sort of optional in the way that, well, it should be interesting for you to actually be here. At 12 o'clock, then we will be at a camping site in Öland, Granuddens camping. We will install a bath sensor, a bath temperature sensor. Well, we do know, I mean, if it's cold or hot in the water, and that is super good information. That will be installed. It will be a LoRaWAN sensor, and we have the people from Uptilt here. So maybe Anton, you could introduce your team.
Hello, we're from Uptilt, all students here at LNU, and we will install the sensor and build a complementary app. So we have Olof here as well, and Oscar is up at the lab right now.
So are you going to calibrate the bath sensor by taking a bath and see that it's
Of course,
accurate?
that's
Great,
a
great.
crucial
The,
point at the bath.
Dip your toe test.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, they put toe. Nice.
And so that will happen at 12 o'clock. So there might be someone that takes a bath, and we will also see an installation. And we might also speak with the camping host.
Yeah.
It was a special person. Yeah. And then at 1 o'clock, this is still on Öland, so not very far from the camping site. We will go on board a ferry that is our sort of tourist ferry that goes between Kalmar and Öland. It goes every half an hour during the summer. Well, I'm not exactly sure about the schedule, but I think it's more or less that. And we are doing a project at the moment, an IoT project. So we have installed, I would say, I'm not exactly sure about the number. How many sensors?
Probably like 12.
12 sensors,
13
yeah,
sensors.
13, yeah. So we're going down to that small ferry. So between 1 and 1:30, we're going to have a chat with the captain. We might actually see how those things work. So if you're interested in maritime and how does a ship work? You might actually get those questions answered also. But we're going to focus on the IoT parts.
But it's a real small ferry.
It's
It's a bicycle ferry also, right?
yes,
Because you're not allowed to bicycle on the bridge.
exactly. You were.
You were before.
Yeah, many years ago. So that will happen at 1 o'clock and onwards. And then I would say the next thing that will happen is that just before 2 o'clock, we will arrive in Kalmar because we have actually taken the ferry over from Öland. So there might be some nice pictures from seaside view. Then we will meet up with municipality, Kalmar municipality, and that is obviously one person working at the municipality. So we will be meeting up with them, and we will talk with them about the smart city in Kalmar. What needs to be mentioned is that DESI project, we will also meet with Kalmar Energi. We will meet with a company called Dialect. They are also included in the project. There is actually one guy visiting us from KTH in Stockholm that is on vacation here, and he was super interested. So he's a professor from KTH, and he wanted to also join in. So we actually might be quite a number of people on the DESI ferry in Färjestaden. So that will be a nice talk. And then after the smart city talk, it will be a walk and talk. Actually, we'll see a little bit of Kalmar during the way. Then we will meet with, that was the question, we will meet with Peter Aronsson, which is Linnaeus Vice Chancellor. And the plan is, actually he chose the subject, so we actually didn't steer him in that direction. He wanted to speak about AI in education. So we're going to have a chat with Peter about that. And I actually thought that maybe it would be fun to speak about BTH. Just
But you have to touch base BTH also, I guess.
Maybe, yeah. I think a lot of things.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, a lot of people are interested in that. So maybe we shouldn't talk too much about that now. We don't know very much. But there is a talk about a merger. At least we have seen it in the news with Karlskrona. And I think a lot of people working here are interested. So, yeah.
We learn things in the news.
Yeah, we learn things in the news. Anyhow, that will be hopefully an interesting, it will be an interesting discussion. So Peter is a history professor, which also gives a very nice perspective of things. Then we are into technology and he's into history, and that mix of perspectives is always nice. After that, and I'm taking everything from my head, but after that we will meet up with like projects in the lab. So we have some, as we call them, fillers. So these might actually happen sometime during the afternoon. But we will obviously look into how to make the Badkal app. So there will be some hands-on coding, hands-on show and tell, at least from how you actually deploy this kind of application. So if you're interested in that part, that's during the afternoon. We will do a pod recording. So me and Johan and Anders Bjarby will show up, and we will also do a pod recording in the pod studio. We will also look at the PCB printer, which we might not have time to include in the 3D printing workshop. We will also do a soldering workshop that's on demand. David, you said yesterday, let's do a soldering workshop.
Yeah, was actually one of the TAs. So Hamed, probably most of you know Hamed by now. He suggested maybe we can have a 3D, not 3D printing workshop, but a soldering workshop, and that's what we're gonna do. So we have we have a soldering station, and now we also have a desoldering station with like suction. So that's what we're gonna show. So we're gonna show how we like from a simple circuit how to get an actual PCB, working PCB.
Yeah. And on top of that, let's see, we also, so I don't forget anything, we will put banners out, and we have actually written a lot of things that we won't fit. But I'm talking about fillers now. We also have some unboxing to do, so that we need to mention. We have worked, more or less every student in this course have bought stuff from ElectroKit. And ElectroKit, they sent us a box of things that we actually don't know what's in the box. So that we will obviously open. It might actually be in the post room.
Maybe, yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Let's go and see. And then we also bought ourselves a box of fun stuff. So there is a small version of a robot dog that isn't assembled. It's just we have just looked at the box. So mini variant of the Spot robot. I think we probably shouldn't be. We should probably be realistic. It's probably just a toy, but it might be fun to build. And we also are going to demonstrate the pilot cases. We do a lot of work together with companies, and last year we did 15 different companies in the lab. So Neda, Arslan, you will meet them later on as well. Well, we could introduce them now. So. Yeah.
Hey, I'm sure everyone already knows me because I am the teacher of the lecture that they had. So today, me and Arsalan, we are going to talk about the pilot cases that.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm Arslan, and I'm postdoctor here.
So we will get to know what pilot cases are done today.
Yeah, so we have the pilot cases that will be a demonstration. We talk about them and all the things that we have done. All these things will happen in, let's say, the mid-time afternoon. So just keep yourself busy watching the stream. We will put banners out on like in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. This will happen.
Some people are asking, how about a Terminator to build?
Yeah, we can build things on demand. So if you have any ideas of what we can do whatever.
Let's hack a Skynet in 2 hours.
Yeah. And then we also have a lot of stuff in the lab that we are going to showcase. We have boxes of sensors, new breadboards, whatever, which we haven't even opened yet. So there is a big box from Elfa. I shouldn't probably make an ad for any company, but already said. But that we bought just yesterday with a lot of interesting stuff. So we might actually explore a little bit and do some workshopping in the lab, just exploration and fun. And obviously the 3D printing workshop, it won't actually end at 12 because 3D printing, as you know, takes some time. So we will most likely iterate back on what has been made, and we could keep the 3D printing discussion going more or less all day if we want to. And then the next time after that will be at 5 o'clock. And then you should definitely tune in, because at 5 o'clock, we will meet the people from our School of Business here at Linnaeus. It's called School of Business. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
And they have a business lab. So yes, they also have a lab. They are also included in a lot of the activities that we do in the IoT lab, because whatever you do in IoT, well, a company won't do anything if it's not any terms of actually making a business out of it. So they are going to have 1.5 hour workshop when they talk about how do you get from your idea to like something that is doable. How do you think about creating something from an idea? So they're going to have I think, a very interesting discussion. This will be Kattis and John, and I know them well, so I'm actually intrigued by just that part, because that will be fun. So that will be in the late afternoon at 5 o'clock, and then after that we will meet up. I would say next time for the live stream will probably be at 7 o'clock. Then we have a presentation down at the very nearest pub we do have. It's just in the same building actually. So we will be at Segel. If you happen to be in Kalmar, it's actually a good thing if you want to drop in. You can actually go and watch that live here. There is also a special offer for those that are joining in. I think there will be some kind of beverage, might be alcohol in it, and some kind of food for a reasonable price. So if you are here in Kalmar, well, please drop in at the evening and meet us. That will be a presentation, and it will be about generative AI. And we are planning that during the day. Yeah.
Can you repeat the time?
At 7:19.
We start at 19.
We start at
we'll be
19.
there half an hour.
Yeah. And during like all this, like the afternoon, what will happen is that is also a tradition. We will take a bath at Öland, yes, but we will also take a swim here at campus in Kalmar.
Right there.
And we did install a sensor down at that very spot 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 years ago.
First.
We know it doesn't work, so maybe time for an inspection. And someone, which will be Tobias, will probably swim around in the mud.
It's 12 degrees in the water right now, so he's going to be happy.
Someone forgot to mention that before he said yes.
Yeah. So all those things will happen during this afternoon. So yeah, and as I said, I mean, it will be a little bit flex in the schedule. If you as watching this stream want something to happen, if you have any questions, well, just ask. We will most likely just accommodate that.
We'll monitor the chat and everything. So.
Yeah. And according to, the chat, that's one thing. You are able to use the YouTube chat, obviously. We will see all those comments. But I would actually emphasize that you that are watching this and are a part of the live stream, the IoT course, utilize the Discord server. And there is a channel called Live Lecture Questions. Just use that as a general feed for everything. We will monitor that at all times. So
people are asking if it's going to be recorded.
It is already recorded. So the thing here is that as we do stream this directly to YouTube, it will actually stay on YouTube. So whatever you see now, well, you could actually press the pause button and then see us talking, just a few minutes ago if you just drag the slider back. So yes, it will be recorded, and it is already recorded, so to say. So whatever we say and whatever happens, it will be forever.
Yeah. So no pressure, but there's already 40 people tuned in.
40 people, yeah. Watching people drinking coffee, and
yes.
that's
talking about the sensors.
Yeah.
One guy said worth putting a sensor both first in 20 centimeter,
yeah,
and then about 150 centimeters, because it depends on where you
the depth you get
the depth of the water, right?
Yeah,
it's definitely colder.
Yes,
the more deeper you go.
That would actually be interesting. So are we able to do that before we go to? Yeah,
we don't have the so we could use one of the module. There are some LoRaWAN sensors that a Swedish company sells that can have it's a modular sensor, so you can basically put in temperature sensors. If you're using one wire, you could use 2, 3, 4, any number of them. You could also put Hall effect sensor. So we could use one of those probably, but we don't have the Dallas sensors that are made to be in water. So no.
I think we might have a couple of them. If I do remember. Yeah, we'll have a look around. Yeah.
But also the Baltic Sea is fluctuating quite a lot in the depth. So you need a floating what's it called, platform.
Yeah.
To be able to do that. If it's a static platform, it will be above water.
Yeah, that's
sometimes.
true. But that's what's going to happen today, more or less. And maybe we should have like, I mean, those of you that are watching in, like what you see here is more or less the full team with some additions of people working just very close to midsummer. Yeah, so that's
Timestamps.
timestamps. Yeah, exactly. We got some questions that obviously we will be putting timestamps on the live stream, and that we will do afterwards. So if there is anything that, oh, I'm interested in that part, but I cannot watch it live, it will be easy to find with timestamps that we put on the YouTube video. But obviously that won't happen until after this day is over. But yes, there will be timestamps. Yes.
One comment was for Tobias' health also.
Yeah.
It was one writing you should wear a heart rate monitor when it's so cold. But I assure you, it's not that cold.
Oh, I have my.
It doesn't feel like
my
12
watch
degrees, I would say.
also. It would be 19 or 20
Yeah,
even
sure.
now, right? Yeah.
So
I
no
will
worries.
be fine. Thank you for
concern.
the concern.
Okay, but should we go and check the post room and then we hand over to the campus store? That could be a good way.
So
And then we start workday.
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then now we are into the administration. Open the door. And now we're actually down in the corridor where we have the Maritime Academy. So we can see a lot of maritime stuff here. I don't know the English names, and I actually don't know it in Swedish either, so I might not.
there's stuff.
Yeah. And let's see if there is anything. Yes. And this is how it usually looks when you get the package. Every once in a week, we actually might get something from some kind of electronic store, and then we walk down here, and we can see here now it's actually from ElectroKit. So this will be interesting. Let's keep that on hold, and we'll open it up in a bit. So now over to Ted. And to mention, Ted, you will also be the one that is sort of moderating the day. That's at least the plan.
Sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
It will not be a normal moderator, I guess, because we have a lot of other people also. But yeah, pretty much jumping over from one thing to another, I guess, just to keep you guys updated and coming along. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
See you in a bit then.
See you in a bit.
Half an hour or so.
Go work now.
Okay, let's start the campus tour of the new campus in Kalmar. We are not allowed to call this a campus in Swedish, but we call it a campus site or campus area or whatever.
University.
University area. The City Integrated University in Kalmar is also a name for it in English. If you Google campus in Swedish at least, what is a campus? You get the answer. It's only one real campus in Sweden, and that's it.
Yep.
That's
in Växjö.
That's in Växjö campus.
Yeah, our other campus.
And a real campus is where you have everything located in the same area, the same place. I studied in Växjö myself, and the only thing that misses in the campus area is the Systembolaget, where you can buy alcohol in Sweden, in Växjö. But now we are in Kalmar, so let's focus more on Kalmar today. We will start in House Magna, where we are at now, but we will go outside. Now we are at the Maritime Academy area, their offices and their spaces. So we will start in House Magna, and I will bring my work associate Christel with me. You can introduce yourself real quick.
Hi, I'm Christel. I work as an event producer here at Linnaeus University, and I'm just walking along Ted today to have a chat with him while he walks around.
So we will have a dialogue
Yeah.
with ourselves and you guys a little bit.
You'll follow.
And Romain will follow us, and we will talk about how it is to work here and maybe study a little bit, and just how it is to in the campus tour.
Yeah.
So on Discord, don't hesitate to ping me, because I'm gonna handle many things at the same time. So if I miss your questions, just ping me. I will not be offended.
Yeah.
And the first question was, what program are we using? We are using StreamYard to live stream on YouTube right now.
Yep. Perfect. So let's go down. Let's head down. Can go this way. So let's go back into the coffee room to go downstairs. Now we are in House Magna. This is like more personal staff area.
The coffee room.
Yeah, the coffee room. It's in floor 3, and mostly all the house building at campus are open, very open, I would say. Where we at? I need
I think we need to go this way.
Yeah, this way.
And this is
See, I'm
actually an old house. They put this here in 2003.
Yeah, 2003 or 4.
Let's go this way.
Yeah, let's go this way.
So compared to all the other houses that they built the last couple of years.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So all the rest of the buildings here at the university in Kalmar are new ones. So this is the oldest one, as Crystal said, from 2004. Before that, we were stationed at many different locations. Normally, we would say it's like 16 or 17 different addresses that we had before we moved here.
So when I started working here and I was teaching, I had a class at one house, and then someone told me you have to go to the School of Economics, and I didn't realize that I had to ride my bike for 10 minutes, so I was very late to that class. But now we're located in one place, which is nice.
So before we did a merge with Växjö and Kalmar, become Linnaeus University. The old vice chancellor of the what do you call it? Högskolan in Kalmar.
The University College of Kalmar.
In Kalmar, yeah. She was starting with this thought, like putting everything together in Kalmar in one place, because it was a struggle with all the meetings, we're not working together, and everything else.
And teachers who were late.
Yeah. So she were the first person, I would say, to. Romain is almost falling down.
In the flower pot.
You can keep it cool now, Romain. So we'll be here for a few minutes.
Excellent.
Yeah. So Agneta Blad, the old vice chancellor, were the first person to address this thing, to put everything together in one place, and she did with the municipality of Kalmar, and the municipality of Kalmar were like, oh no, it will never happen. And then they come back to us and they said, we have to be a university in Kalmar. We have to put a Kalmar on the map to become a real university. And we said back to them, like, no, it will never happen. Now we're having both things here. So if we turn the camera around in this area instead, you see the whole university area in Kalmar. So this is the main entrance, and the main building is the yellow one. That's the university library. Crystal, you're you've been working at another university.
Yes, I'm
also,
a
right?
research librarian from the beginning. Now I'm doing something completely else. And something else that happened now, you were watching, was that if some of you saw the lady in black who actually rode her bike here next to us, she was one of the people who actually worked a lot. That's Helena, with the university into one location. And look at the beautiful, you have to be sorry for me and Ted with the view, having to work here.
Yeah. We will go upstairs also to see the view on the 9th floor of that building over there, real quick though. But we will take a quick campus tour. So you've seen House Magna a little bit, where the Faculty of Technology mostly are, and the restaurant Segel. We will go over to the other houses also. We have like total 6 houses. So we will start at this area around here connected with House Magna. So let's go to next house, where we will be at 5 later today. That's the School of Business and Economics with the business lab. They are stationed in House Forma. That's the house I would say here. Do you remember how House Forma looked before?
Yes, not as nice as now. Very old and raggedy. And now it looks really nice, just like the rest of the houses here.
The old House Magna were staff members working in biology and so on, Faculty of Health and Life Science.
I can open the door.
So this house is a new house, but it's total renovated. So this house were here actually before, but it's totally renovated. So it looks brand new as the other buildings. In here you see the business lab also. Now you don't see it, but behind the wall it's a business lab. It's in there, right?
Here.
So we will be there later today.
At 5, we will meet Kattis and John.
One nice thing with this house is the art. We have art lost in crystal maze. If you film upwards here, Romain, that's a gift from what do you call it in English? The donation funding from Kalmar. A big thing in the academic world, not in my world, but in academic world is art. So at the university we have a lot of art. We are doing this kind of tours, just focusing on art. We are doing this tour focusing on the campus tour now. So,
and I think compared to other universities, just this university area of Kalmar, we do have a lot of art, more than average, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one big focus on the university area and buildings in Kalmar are these areas, the open areas, I would say, the student areas where we can get some coffee, sit down and study. We have a lot of student pantries also, where you can bring your food and eat like we do on a staff member room, and that's a student member room then. But in our older buildings where we were stationed before we moved here, I think we had like 65,000 square meters, plus minus in total. We actually moved down a little bit, so we go down to 45,000 square meters. And the biggest difference is we put more focus on the student areas, more open areas, and put less focus on the staff members, because before we had like one person had like 50 square meters by himself. Now we moved that down a little bit.
Here comes the Linnaeus Union.
Yeah.
Walk past so we can see you. Very important people. We're live streaming for.
Come.
Yes.
We have a live streaming today.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
We have a live streaming with Faculty of Technology today.
Yeah.
The IoT live streaming. But can you mention one thing, the most important thing with the student union then?
Yeah. So the student union are working for students' rights, and we are enabling a better student life in both Växjö and Kalmar. And we're also working better for the education to have the best best quality you can ever imagine. So we're doing a really great job, I think.
And now
Yeah.
and now you're having a real student pub in Kalmar, right?
Yeah, that's right. We are working on on starting a student pub in Kalmar, and it's kind of like, it's almost there. They have had like some nights where a few people have been let in, and we think they will open for real during the fall.
And you have like the best location in town.
Yeah,
honestly.
we sure have. It's just by the
used to be
sea.
a very expensive restaurant there. So.
Yeah.
And you just walked in here. We did not plan this, so I just saw you and I'm
going to be a lot of this today.
Good.
I love your bag. Do you love your bag?
Yes, we love it.
I have the old bag.
You have the old
and
bag.
You have the new bag.
The new one.
You can buy. We have a shop in. We will take a closer look in that. But this is. I think it's nice, but it's too yellow for me. I think.
I mean, if you're lost, someone's going to find you.
Yeah,
it's a good color.
Okay. Good. Thanks for your time.
No worries. See you around.
Let's go over to the next building then. The student union, really important guys for us. Also here is a student union. They have their own offices and own spaces. This is for the business School of Economics and Business. So this is House Forma. In shortage, if you film that sign over there, FO. If you want to find your way in Kalmar, the shortage for the buildings are the two first letters, of course. Now we are at first floor, so the number 1 is for first floor, of course, and then we go up. But let's go over to the next building. The next building is House Radix. And what are the most important area in House Radix?
It's teaching. This is the Faculty of Social Sciences. So a lot of teacher educations. We have a beautiful drama and music area. Also, if you study sociology.
You missed the whole faculty.
I missed the whole faculty, and that's the
whole...
Faculty of Art and Humanities.
Yeah, it's two faculties.
Two faculties in this room, in this house.
But we are, of course, going down to the most popular area in House Radix, that we call, in our like internal terms, the pit, because it's underneath sea level, below sea level. This is a really popular student area. Now they are on summer holiday, obviously.
And the trees are actually real. They are.
Yeah. One big focus that we talked about was like the student areas. Focus on the student area because we want the student to have a nice student areas where they can study. This is a really nice one with live trees and full. A normal day here during lunchtime, at least it's full here. Yeah. But now there are 0 people there, just some coffee guys.
We can also open up the doors if you want to be outside, and you have to show the boat. This is a gift from a very famous Swedish artist called Bertil Wallin. Yep. So beautiful.
Okay, that was House Magna, House Forma, and House Radix. That's the half of the university, I would say. Romain said we want to show the
usually it's pack of students here.
Amphitheater outside. We talked about the old, the last vice chancellor here at Linnaeus University, or the University in Kalmar, Agneta Blad. She actually got her own place here. So that's Agneta Blad's place. But this is really nice outside area, I would say. But now we are heading over to next house, and we're going underneath in the basement. So not outside. All the buildings at the university in Kalmar are connected to each other somehow. So you can go inside if you want to, or outside. Which house do you work in, Christoph?
I work in the house Kulmen, which is the highest house, but since we're having an activity-based office space, I sit a lot at the library. Being a librarian by heart, it's hard to get out of there. I love the yellow house. We're going to go there later. So I move around a lot, Ted. Where do you prefer to sit?
It is very yellow. Even the doors.
Where do you prefer to sit, Ted?
I also work in the same house at Kulmen at floor 6. We work at the same department, obviously. But I'm here most of my time. I'm not sitting at home in different house office.
Yep.
I have my computer, and that's
I left
it.
mine up at Frederick's office.
But I'm sitting in different
connections.
Yeah, so I kind of anticipated this, so we will probably soon be back.
Let's move a little bit quicker than Romain, because we are soon getting better transition.
So sorry guys if you missed part of it, but being underground means, internet connection is not great. But I think Crystal's office is going to be great.
Yeah, it's better up there. The higher you get.
But we are still live and back, right?
Yeah, we are live.
Then we can stay here. Just now we are like soon up again. But this is a bicycle garage in University of Kalmar. It's for everyone. It's for not only students and staff members, but it's to keep. We have like a lot of students here. So if everyone would park the bicycle somewhere, it would be chaos.
Like in Växjö.
Like in Växjö, yeah. But a big bicycle garage, and we have shower rooms and everything for staff members also and students.
Since it never rains in Kalmar, rarely, but sometimes it does, so it's nice to go get your dry and clean bike from the garage.
Yeah. So now we're coming up to the guest harbor again in Kalmar. So we've done 3 houses, and we have 3 houses left in this area. We will start in our building, the house Kullman. It's 9 floors high. It's more or less staff member building, I would say. It's the IT department, communication department, HR department, and so on. But the first 2 or 3 floors is open, again with student areas or exam halls. So if you guys have at the university, it will probably be in this building sometime at least. I think we will go up to and show off the biggest lecture hall in Kalmar. It's 1 floor up. It's called Sienna, and mainly the lecture halls, there are more than 50 people sitting down, have a name on it. So this is sitting down. So I will see if we'll open up the door. This feels like a movie theater almost. So this is the biggest one in Kalmar, 250 people. We have from 2 persons up to 250 people. So this is a lecture hall in House Kullman. Then now we are at 2nd floor in House Kullman.
Do you have
Are
any
you okay,
questions for
Roman?
me?
I'm just checking the
Yeah.
chat
Yeah.
at the same time, which
Let's
is
see.
We
I
can
would need a
take
third arm.
We can take a pause real quick here. How long have you been working at Linnaeus University?
I've been here since 2018, and I've been at what I'm doing now since 2019. And you?
2016 actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's the best thing of being at the new university area, do you think, Ted?
The best thing for me, I would say, is the logistic part, because I take the commute train. I'm living 8 kilometers from here, so I take the commute train 3 minutes, and then I'm here because it's so close to the central station in Kalmar.
Yeah, we're actually in the middle of town, which is wonderful.
When they choose the location of the university in Kalmar, it were three things that would have to fill up. It was close to the central station and communication, close to the city, and next to the sea. Those 3 things that should the university be stationed.
Yeah.
And we have those 3 things just next to us.
Yeah.
Okay. No question right
A
now.
lot of good comments about the campus.
A lot of good
Sorry,
comments.
the campus area, if I can't use the term campus.
It's okay.
Okay, let's go to next house, House Vita. House Vita is also connected to House Kullman. And House Vita is which faculty?
The Faculty of Health, Life Science. Yeah, Health and Life Science.
A lot of nursing programs,
Biology.
and
We have a big fish research here,
Yeah.
and also research about the Baltic Sea, and also the optometry program clinic, which is I think
it's
we're
closed
not-
right now.
Yeah.
But the optometry program clinic is in here. If you're located in Kalmar or near Kalmar at least, you can get a free
Eye exam here.
free eye
That's
exam here.
actually a real eye exam, yeah. And then they have the shop that you can you choose your glasses and stuff. So, and this is one of the best and biggest in Sweden, and we're actually starting up a program in Gothenburg, but managed from Linnaeus University. So, this is something that we're very proud of.
Yeah. So real popular education in Kalmar, and it's also, I think it's located in 2 other places in Sweden, I think.
Yeah.
Optometric program.
Yeah, Stockholm.
Yeah.
Karolinska Institutet.
And also in House Magna, where we started, we had a maritime academy program. It's also those programs are only located in 2 places in Sweden, also
And
here
that's-
and Gothenburg.
And that's actually our oldest program. That education started in 1842.
Yeah.
So we have been here a lot longer than 2010 when we were Linnaeus University.
Yeah.
So,
I talked about the art before. You have art on the floor here, Romain. You see the footprints?
This is not someone just out of the shower.
No.
do
Hopefully
you
not.
know the name, Ted?
No, I don't.
The name of this art is I'm walking towards you naked. If I translate.
You're walking towards
Jag kommer
me
till
naked.
dig naken in Swedish.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now we are in House Vita then. The Faculty of Health and Life Science. This building is lab, a lot of labs with the biology and chemistry labs.
Chemistry, yeah.
A lot of them actually. We will go to the main entrance in House Vita. We got from House Kuhlman, and as I said before, they are all connected. Earlier, we also said the student areas and the open areas are important here. With the walls in here, you can see they are following you inside from outside. We want to keep that outdoor feeling, at least in the first floor. These ones are not living trees that we had in the other building.
We have some other living green over here.
But we have another wall over here. Exactly, there are living trees, living green.
Isn't this the one that they are water outside?
I think so.
Yeah, like water from the sea outside.
Yep.
Here.
So the main entrance in House Vita then. Let's head over to the last building, the main entrance of University in Kalmar, House Stella. And then I ask you again, Crystal, what is based in House Stella?
That's the university library. Okay, let's go here. House Stella, the big yellow house, which is the significant building, I have to say, of our university area. You see it wherever you are. So it's the university library. There's also where the student union has their office. There is the info center where you can come, and we're going to go in there now. The shop that Ted was talking about before, where you could buy the yellow backpack. You can do it in here. There is also the studio where I work a lot when we're live streaming things, and where you will, if you are still with us this afternoon, that's where you will follow Fredrik and Johan and Anders to the pod studio.
Hello.
Yep.
If you miss it, it's recorded.
Yeah,
anyway,
it
so
is.
come back.
Yeah, but mainly the university library. There is also, you will see that when we enter this house, a big event area when we come in, and a coffee shop that's open sometimes.
It's open now.
I don't know, I think it's closed.
Jag såg dig på cykel i morse. Du kom som en rysk rocket.
I was late. You're part of the live stream here. Okay.
I've been thinking a few weeks now on upgrading my backpack to the new one, so we can take a look at the shop, and I can get the new yellow one then.
And here you will meet Emma, who is wonderful, and Yvonne, who is equally wonderful. Those are the info center people, and we are totally lost without them. Whatever question you have, you ask them, and you will have an answer. And if they don't know the answer, they will find someone who has the answer.
That's the true power.
I want to upgrade to the yellow backpack. Do you have it in stock?
Yes, of course.
Perfect.
Good day to upgrade.
I think we have time for it. This is the merch shop. Then you have some shirts and other things you can buy as a student if you need a what do you call it in English? I don't know the word in English.
Case.
Computer case.
Or a tattoo. Of course you need a tattoo. Now when you walk around with short sleeve during the summer, you can make sure you belong to Linnaeus University. There you are.
Perfect. And then you put it up on the communication department.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. That's nothing. You cannot do that.
That's why I didn't
staff thing.
say the number. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So how's Stella then? As we talked about the university library, this is probably the building. I think we will stay on the first floor. But this is probably the building there are most people around during a normal day. I would say like 1,500 plus minus students and staff members are moving outside and inside this house.
And it's so smart because they placed sockets. This is a lot of days. This is my office, honestly. I sit here and I work. I plug in my computer. I do like this. I have my coffee. I see all the students and I'm part of just the vibrant life of the university area in Kalmar.
Let's have a quick look on our Lego model of the whole university. So you get now you've seen it in detail, I would say, but here you get an overview. We started in House Magna. This is House Magna over here. This live stream and the IoT, what do you call it? The IoT lab is up in House Magna 4th floor over here. And then we took a quick tour in House Forma, Radix, House Kulmen and Vita, and then House Stella also. We don't have time now to go up to the 9th floor, but I can talk to the guys upstairs. Maybe we can take a quick view from the Sea Maritime Academy Tower that's up here. That's really good.
We managed to do that the last few years, so probably.
But we didn't have time either to walk up on the roof, which is beautiful. So when you come
maybe
here,
later.
Yeah, maybe later. You will see some shots from there.
Yep.
So let's head back to the IoT lab then.
Yes.
We can go this way.
And I think these are not available.
Oh,
this one is. Well, no more sound, guys, for a minute. So for the people who are interested in how we do this live stream, I saw a question on Discord. Yeah, I am filming and also adding some nameplates and stuff, but they're prepared before. But we also have. Oh, I became a non-cameraman. Don't jump in there.
No, don't jump in.
So I think Johan Leitet is behind his computer right now, helping out with changing all the subtitles, which is really helpful.
Now I'm back.
Johan,
but
sorry for putting you as Johan, but yeah. So thanks a lot, people behind all the screen. You're gonna see them later.
We can't hear you, John, if you're saying something, but I can see you at least. So if you want to say something, you get 10 seconds now, and then we're back. Okay?
Okay, so yeah, I'm kind of producing using a software called StreamYard, and Romain is the main person to handle.
Okay, that was Johan's
10 seconds is
time. 10 seconds to shine then.
Sorry, Johan.
Thank you, Johan.
You're being replaced.
So this was the quick tour of the university in Kalmar. Do you have something last thing to add about University in Kalmar, Crystal?
of course we do. It's the best university in the country. No, but this is a nice place. A lot of good people around here. So hope you stay with us all
Switch
day.
to the view of the boats.
It's going to be a lot of interesting things happening today. And also, if I'm just going to stress that again, if you're in Kalmar, please come to Segel, which is the restaurant right here, at 7 o'clock tonight, because the lecture that Fredrik and Johan are holding is going to be very interesting. Ted, do you have something to add?
Not right now at the moment. You will later be on if you can video the island over there. You see the island and the bridge just slightly up there. But the ferry will go later to that part and over the sea. There also be some nice views over there. But I would say we have at Linnaeus University we have two unique university areas in campus areas in Sweden, I would say. Is this staircase okay? And then we go up. I think you.
No sound.
And then we start with the 3D printing workshop.
So I'm just gonna stand here and dance. Flossa lite, tycker jag. Det är synd att bara du kan flossa. Fan, tutorial. Dance class. Absolutely.
Way over.
No, we are like that.
Okay.
So,
We all have you.
The staircase doesn't get great connection. Oh, that's more
I know,
times.
this is all.
One more.
This one.
Okay, but I was talking about the two unique things about Växjö and Kalmar. You know, Växjö, as we started with, has the only real campus in Sweden. And this is also unique because everything is located in the same area and so close to the city. We have easy access to some companies and also to each other.
Yeah,
this way.
Oh yeah, by the post room.
Yeah. It's a bit confusing here.
So that was our exercise for today then.
For you, yeah.
For you.
You've been good running after us.
But normally I'm, as I said before, I'm working at the 6th floor of Haus Gullman, up and way, you know, three times up and down there per day. I get my exercise for real.
So, thank you for joining us.
And
this
if you have
very
some
quick tour.
Yeah, and if you have some questions for the
Here.
university areas in Kalmar or anything else, just let us know. There will be a lot of focus on the IoT lab and other things today, but if you have something else for us, just ask your questions in the live stream, in live chat.
So either on Discord or here on YouTube.
Yep.
So
then we're back at the IoT lab, and we will start with a 3D printing workshop, right?
I think so. With Daniel, I think.
With Daniel, right?
Who's going to outdoors.
So I will hand over to Daniel then. Then we're back at the IoT lab.
Good work.
Hello.
Yeah, you've seen a lot now. So
good
job.
Yeah, pretty much everything. not everything.
So back to the lab.
Welcome to the lab.
Hey,
and
what goes around comes around.
Printing workshop. So I'm Daniel, and this is Tobias.
Hey, how are you?
We are fine.
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to talk about 3D printers, and we have two 3D printers here, and these are both Prusa printers. We're not going to be branding or talking about brands, but these are really good printers. So
we've been doing this the whole day so far. Not being sponsored, but
we are sponsored by Prusa. So Tobias.
Yeah.
So 3D printers became a cheap thing that you can, buy and have at home a couple of years ago. Not that far ago.
Yeah, 5 years maybe it started to become more viable for a private person to have 3D printer at home.
So why should we have a 3D
why?
printer?
Well, we want to print stuff, of course. And that stuff could be boxes for our IoT projects. And maybe that's kind of like why you are here right now. So it could be a box, and you could put some microcontroller or even a mini computer inside of it, and you could put peripherals in it and antennas and stuff like that. And instead of having a mess of cables and stuff like this, you have a nice box that looks a little bit professional, and it protects the item well, and maybe you can have attachments so you can put it on things. So that's one use case.
Yeah.
Do you have something else?
Yeah, sure. So I want to talk about solving everyday problems. So this is a design by you, Tobias. And
Yes.
So you had a problem with your laptop that you wanted to be able to use the laptop as a second monitor, and you wanted the monitor to be a bit higher up. So you solved that physical problem by 3D designing and then printing. So this is a laptop stand, and the laptop sits here, and you can fold up your.
And you can
screen.
use it for books and magazines and stuff like that also.
So we also have this case. So this is a building. It's actually a prototype for a building.
Yeah.
So in the environmental department, we're planning a research project where they're gonna talk about recycling of stuff. So in order to be able to plan this project and in order to be able to showcase this before they I printed this house for them, so they can talk about it, they can place it, they can look at it from different angles.
So it's a model.
It's a model
of
yes.
something that will be bigger in reality.
Yeah. We also have a number of cases where we have
toys and things, thingamajigs.
That's for an other Tobias.
Yes.
In the
Yeah, actually, it is.
You did print it for
Yeah, I did print it for him, but he has
said that-
not
I said
collected
that
it.
randomly, but
Yeah. So you can print a lot of different things, of course, and well, toys and models of kind of like movie things is quite popular. So this is yeah, you can find lots of different types of models online for things from movies,
So
series and stuff like that.
one of the questions would be, how much is it for a pretty good 3D printer in terms of money?
I would say like €1,000 maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. So I
Then
think
you
that
have-
this one as a kit is €1,000.
Yeah.
Right?
So 11,
This one is
12,000
actually
crowns.
quite cheap. So
Yeah.
it's like €400 or
Yeah.
so. But this is a really good printer, but it doesn't have that big volume.
Yeah. And if you want to step up a little bit, we also have this one, and it's not a Prusa, and it's well, maybe €2,000 instead, but it has a lot more features, and yeah, I would say that it's probably around I would say that I would spend my money on this actually at this point at least. But yeah, it's what you need and what you can afford, of course.
So we are gonna actually we're gonna start printing now. We're gonna start the print, and we're gonna talk about the different parts of the printer. So this is called a filament. So this is plastic. It is a string of plastics. It's 1.75 millimeters.
Yeah.
Wide. It's on a roll. So you buy these in half a kilos, 2 kilos rolls.
Yeah.
And then these are put on the printer like this, and then this is fed into the printer. So we're actually gonna do that.
Yeah. So, but what is this? What is this thing?
So this is the extruder.
What does that do?
So it takes the plastic, and then it has a motor here. So and then it drags the plastic into what's called the hot end. So this part here, which is heated to between 170 to 300 degrees Celsius or something like that. So the plastic goes in here, and then it comes out through a nozzle here. So this pointy end of it is a nozzle. And of course, it's called a nozzle, and
It has a little hole in it.
a very small hole.
Yeah.
So normal, if you buy a hobby printer, normally it's fitted with 0.4 millimeter hole. So that small hole, and then the plastic comes out and is deposited on this print surface here. So here we have a model of a green dragon.
And this one model is pretty cool because it's very flexible.
And it was printed like this,
Yeah.
right? So it was never assembled. It was printed in one piece. So you can have movable parts that are printed together at the same time, and then they can move. So we have another example of movable parts, like this one is also printed. I don't know how this is gonna be. It's gonna be this way. So it's just printed in one piece, and then you can fold it out. And, so you can do pretty cool stuff. Okay.
That's a little bit unique also for this 3D printing technology. It's another way of manufacturing things, actually. All right, so what do we need to do now?
We're going to load this filament string, this plastic, into the printer. And we want to be able to first preheat it to the type of plastic. So this is polylactic acid, or PLA plastic. Now we're just going to wait for the printer to reach its temperature. So you can see that on the left part of the screen, it says 59 degrees or so. And it's going to heat up to 215 degrees Celsius. And at that point, the plastic becomes molten and can pour down through the little nozzle.
So, other parts of the printer. What's this called? It can move?
Yeah, so this is the heated plate. on the print surface. And on this printer, we have a magnetic heat bed or print surface. So this is steel and it's flexible, and that is really good because you can take it away, and then you can, when the print sits on it, you can remove the print easily by just twitching this a little bit. And then it's magnetic, so it seals very tight. And do we have some? Yeah, we have some.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So how does it work, the printer then? So it can move this.
Yeah.
And this
Back
means
and
it
forth.
can print stuff like this, and this can move like this. So it can draw something kind of like on this surface. And finally, we can move everything this way also. So we have all the axes, X, Y, and Z. And this means we can deposit a little bit of plastic, move upwards, deposit some more plastic, deposit, move. And we do that until the model is finished.
Yeah.
That's basically how they work.
So essentially, it's like pouring out toothpaste and then pouring out a new layer of toothpaste on top of that. So the plastic comes out really, really hot, and then it needs to cool down. Therefore, we also have these fans that are blowing on the plastic that was poured out, so that it cools down and hardens.
Yeah. Should we try now?
Yeah. So now it is
hot enough.
How to load filament. Press the knob and insert filament. No.
Here we go. Hopefully something will come out in the other end.
So now the printer is dragging or pulling the filament down, and we can see that a small string of filament is coming out.
Actually, this string is pretty wide on this because we have a 1 millimeter nozzle.
Yeah.
So there's
a lot of plastic, and you can see this. Yeah,
comes out.
This model we printed yesterday as a showcase, and it's pretty rough. And that's because this printer is, you have these layers, and this is because they has deposited this and moved up pretty far, and then deposited another layer.
We have a question
Yes.
regarding, does the plastic produce dangerous vapors when melted?
Yes. And no. Depends on the type of plastic you have. So this plastic, I mean, there is an ongoing discussion on this, I would say, but there are plastics that are very toxic, where you want to have these carbon filters, and you don't want to be in the same room as the printer. And then there are plastics that I would say is safe.
Still good to be into a room that is ventilated.
Yes. Okay, now that we have the plastic inserted into the printer, now we can let the printer start a print. So
we will clean the surface first.
Yeah, that is a good idea.
Because now we have touched it, and we are a little bit oily on our fingers, and getting things to stuck on this adhesion layer is very, very important. So if the model for some reason detaches, it will kind of like start wobbling around maybe, or even fall off. Then if you continue printing, you will have a big mess of spaghetti, because there will be no layers for the next layer to attach to.
So we're going to put some alcohol on this one. And this is called IPA alcohol. And talking about toxic, you can get pretty wasted by this, just from the vapors. So fortunately, we are not that many people here. You can show that. All right. Okay, so we can start a print. And the actual model that we're printing is stored on an SD card here. That was inserted into this one. And print from SD card, and then we just select the model. And now, we got it. Now the printer is starting.
The first thing that must happen is that it must know where 0, 0, 0 is. So it will go to the edges of everything and check that.
And now the printer is starting to build a model of the print surface. So it measures the height of the print surface at, I think, 9 different positions and then creates sort of a 3D model inside itself of it. And now it starts to clean up the nozzle by depositing some plastic, and finally it starts to print. And you can see that it lays out an outline of the 3D model first, and then starts with the actual 3D model inside that. So the outline perimeter, what is that called?
Yeah, it's a brim, I think,
That's what I was going to ask if you're using a brim or not.
Yeah. So this is also to deposit a bit of plastic outside of it, or make sure that we can see that it has good bed adhesion. So I always try to stay for the first layer of at least the first layer of the print to monitor that the plastic is correctly laid out on the printer and has a good adhesion.
Good. So now that is removed. So actually, you're not able to. I checked it. You're not able to reset the password without having access to my email account. So you need to start to.
Cool.
Do that as well. But not a good safety.
So what do you say that this is a good first layer? To be honest?
I will check. Yeah, I think we are golden actually. A nozzle like this, that is this big, is often moving around the plastic a little bit, so it pushes out a lot of plastic. And we can see that having kind of like this finer looking model, it's a lot smaller details that can be printed on a printer like this. I think this one is printed on the other one there. But I think this will work. And it will soon be ready with the first layer here. And now it started actually the second layer.
Cool. So how long will it take to print this model?
Well, this is pretty coarse and pretty fast printing, so I think it will be ready in like 1 hour and 50 minutes or something like that. Yeah, 1:43 it says for me.
So there are a number of different properties that decides how long a print takes, because prints can take really long time. So I've been printing stuff that take more than 24 hours to print. So you wait a lot when you have a printer. So therefore, sometimes if you're doing prototyping and the quality of the print doesn't really matter, then you can have these really big nozzles with 1 millimeter nozzle like here. Other cases when you have these really small nozzles with 0.4 millimeters, the print will take a lot of time. But there are other properties also, how fast the print head moves, and what else? Yeah, how many layers we have and how thick each layer is.
Yeah.
So every time this printer moves up a layer, it is like, how big was each layer height-wise?
For this one, I think it's 0.75 millimeters, so
Okay.
almost a millimeter.
So we can see and we can see and feel the layers and hear the layers. I hope that you can hear them.
And I think it's probably 0.2 millimeters on this one.
On this one, it's really smooth, and it can be. I mean, it can be even better. I think some parts of this one is really smooth, and other parts are more. So these angled surfaces on this one, you can see the lines on this one, but on this one you can see the angled surfaces. So this should actually be flat.
Yeah.
It's very rough here with this huge. So you decide when you slice them.
No anti-aliasing on this one.
Yeah.
You can decide on how rough you want it. So you decide by rough and fast, or slow and fine.
Yeah. That's basically the equation you need to balance.
So if I'm prototyping stuff, which I'm usually doing, then I want to be able to print it fast to be able to get feedback. So I think of it almost as programming. So you're writing a program when you're designing something, and then you want to try it. You want to run the program or test the program, and then you're printing in order to test it.
So you have questions?
Great.
Can you leave the printer unattended while printing?
So usually for these kind of printers, they are pretty safe to do that. We still say that please print here, but check the printer once in a while. There are a lot of stuff that can happen. So, for instance, the thread or the filament can get stuck.
Yeah.
We can have the printer does not really know where it is. It is so it can get confused, and it can shit can happen. And sometimes you get down to the printer and it has a huge blob of plastic growing around the hot end.
Yeah.
So I've had these horrible blobs that just growing. They can look pretty cool, but it's not fun to clean up that mess. So there is also, they're 215 degrees. I would say that is a fire hazard, especially if the sensors of the printer fall out.
Yeah.
So that the printer no longer can control the temperature, and if it doesn't have the safety measures, it can just try to increase the temperature until the stuff is burning. Plastic itself, this one is not really super flammable, but there are plastics that are.
Yeah, ABS for
ABS.
You have another question regarding energy consumption, since it's a warming device.
Yeah.
Alexander says that. Is it like something to consider when 3D printing, like the energy consumption of 3D printers?
So during COVID, when we were printing these masks, and I had 5 printers running all 24 hours a day, I could see that on the electric bill. Yeah. Yes. So, but I don't know the wattage, like 100 watt or something like that.
Yeah, I think it's probably depending, of course. It's mainly this part that draws current energy because it's pretty open, and it's 60 degrees now. So, and it will be on for 2 hours. So it's not super much, but if you have an enclosed printer, that will keep the heat a little bit better. So you will need less energy, of course. Yeah. But yeah, it's definitely something to think about. And if you have a farm of printers, it accumulates, of course.
Yeah.
But for hobby use, I would say that it's.
So it's not Bitcoin mining, but it's still drawing
It's
quite a
not
lot.
Bitcoin mining. It's still energy consumed. Yeah. So you were talking about the heat plate being heated. Why? Is it heated?
Depending on the type of plastic, we want the plastic to stick to the heat pad. And different types of plastic have different properties. And PLA typically wants this bed to be a little bit warm, so it sticks better. So it does not wobble off or come loose or something like that. Because that's probably the most common thing that happens, that goes wrong. That this, for some reason, gets detached to the plate, and then the whole print will probably fail.
So when we're talking about the different parts of the printer, I also want to move over to this printer because it's a little bit different. We're going to print on this printer the thing that we designed.
Yes.
So this printer looks a bit different.
Especially this kind of like extruded thing, right?
Yeah. So the extruder here, I would say that the actual nozzle and heat is pretty much the same, but up here the design is a little bit different because it's in order to make this printer really cheap. They've saved one
piece of hardware.
One arm sort of, so it's just hanging here. But it also has the filament going through a tube here, and this is called PTFE tube. And the motor, or the extruder motor, sits on the backside here. And there are gears that are dragging on the, we can actually see the gears here, that are pulling the filament. So this kind of extruder is called a Bowden extruder, because the motor that extrudes the plastic or drags the plastic into the hot end sits away from the actual print head. Compared to this one where we have the extruder motor on the print head. So having the extruder motor on the print head adds extra weight. So if you want something to move really fast, you want it to be lightweight, especially because of the acceleration, right? So when you're moving the print head and then it's going to stop and move in another direction, you want it to be as light as possible. So this printer is actually pretty good at that because we have removed that motor from the print head. However, since this plastic is going through the tube, I'm gonna put some plastic here. Since the plastic is going through the tube, it is pulled to the. If you pull on plastic, it's sort of like pulling on a spring, right? So because the plastic is slightly springy, flexible, right? So when you drag the plastic backwards, it's going to take a bit of time. When you pull it, push it, it's going to take a little bit of time. Yeah. So when we're talking about that part, it's actually when it's pushing plastic, it's easy to understand. It's almost like, you know, pushing out the toothpaste. But when it's going to stop pushing plastic, it needs to pull back the plastic a little bit out of the hot end in order to reduce the pressure and stop plastic from pouring out. So when it does that, the plastic needs to be cooled down really, really fast. So if you look at this hot end, you can see that the hot end part of it here, gets really warm, and then we have a cooler over here. So
and then we have a fan blowing on this actually.
Yeah. So it's really, really hot, and then it gets really, really cool really fast, so that the plastic hardens, and that should happen, you know, very close to the hot end as possible.
As controlled as possible.
As controlled as possible, yes. So some issues, if this is not controlled, is like the plastic gets stuck.
Yeah.
If you get molten plastic up through this Bowden tube, for instance, then it's going to clog and stop and destroy the print.
Cool.
Yes, so we can see on this printer, for instance, there is a cooling fan over here.
Yeah.
And on this printer, there is a cooling fan.
Cooling fan is here.
On the side of it also. And then finally, yeah, we have the cooling fans off the plastic. We've already talked about that. So I think.
Do we know everything about the hardware of 3D printers now?
There is a couple of questions. Can you adjust the nozzle thickness during different layers of a print?
Sort of. Not.
The height you can adjust.
Yes, the height you
but not the width.
You can almost. So think of the toothpaste again. So if you hold the toothpaste nozzle really close to a surface, and then you push a lot of it, it will, you know, press out on the side, right? So you can actually print wider than the nozzle size. But I mean, it's only to an extent, because if you print something out wider, it's going to, you know, go up.
Yeah, and get
on the sides. Yes.
Can measure power consumption of if we start a new print.
Yeah.
So do
you have one of those?
Yeah.
So put one of these on this one.
Can we switch to this one here?
So I think we're going to move now to.
Yeah, we can move to the modeling part.
Okay. So there will be a bit of switch of cameras here and there. So we're going to move to the print. So if you don't hear us, it might be because of this.
Yep. Okay. Let's do a little bit of design.
Yeah. I guess you can switch to there, and I am going to be away.
Awesome. This one.
Det blir bra TV. Men kan vi justera den kameran eller ska vi bara
I think we can keep
the David.
The David, we can keep him. But I want to add the 360.
Oh, cool.
Maybe we remove that for once, because we're going to talk about what we're going to design first.
What are you going to teach me to design?
So we're going to start with this part. So this is
what is it?
Yeah, it is a mini computer. I mean, this is a Raspberry Pi. This is a Raspberry Pi.
På den vi
Är det den man ska printa på sen?
W. I mean, it's like the ordinary Raspberry Pi cards, but this is really small size, really
it's like
processor, something like that. But it has these GPIO, and to the GPIO I have attached a sensor So I have attached MPU 6050 gyroscope and accelerometer meter.
cool.
And we've actually soldered it directly into the on the board. So this is usually not what you do when you're prototyping, right? So you will first prototype on one of these. You've seen them before in the course, I assume. Breadboards. But I wanted to be able to move this around really fast, so I decided to solder it directly.
All right, cool.
So one of these Raspberry Pis is like 10 euros or something like that. The sensor is like 5 euros.
All right.
Or something. So it's really cheap stuff. So actually don't know if it works yet. I've soldered one sensor before and didn't work.
Soldering,
but what I need now is that I need a case for this one.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to hold it with my hands.
All right.
And I don't want to disturb the sensor. So I want Tobias actually to design a small case for this one. And we're going to try to do that as simple as possible. So what we need is that we need a supply current to the board. So it should be fit inside the case, and then it needs
I think so. But I don't know when.
Cable
Do the
attached
unboxing.
to it. And I think this one is the current one.
I know
So you need to have a hole.
All right,
so
right.
that it can have.
Yeah, that's
My idea for this one is that I just want to make later on. I want to make some kind of a little bit model plane or something like that, so that you can play around with this, and then you can fetch the accelerometer data and
All right,
display
cool.
it on the screen, something like that. So in order to do that, we're gonna use a tool called Fusion 360. Add that to the screen. I think we can remove this one. So Fusion 360 is a 3D modeling tool, and a 3D modeling tool. What have you been using Fusion 360 for, Tobias?
Well, yeah, making like these computer-aided design drawings, right? So you have an idea or a problem of something that you need to do, and you need to create some type of three-dimensional representation of it in order for it to later on then be printed. And in this case, we have a PCB. It needs to be attached to something, and later on you would like to attach that maybe to further things. So maybe we should start by just kind of like
designing the actual Raspberry Pi.
Yeah.
So I think that is a good idea. So I've been using Fusion 360 for a couple of years. I started out with another editor called Tinkercad. So I've never, been modeling much 3D. So Tinkercad was something that was super easy. I could start and designing the same day. But after a while, I ran into the limits of Tinkercad, which is that when you're designing something from the beginning, like drawing something, and then you want to change that thing that you're designing, that was really hard to do when this design became more complex. So then I moved into Fusion 360. And Fusion 360 takes a while to learn and get accustomed to, but there are really, really good online tutorials and courses, so where you can learn this.
Let's get a little bit started. So what we should make a 3D representation of this little chip, at least kind of like the plate thing. And the plate has a couple of holes in it, and those will probably be good for making an attachment later on, right?
So, but I would suggest you start with making one of these. Create a sketch for it.
Right. What do we use a sketch for?
So we want to be able to draw like a blueprint of this thing from one side of it. So you actually create a component first.
All right.
So because we want to design this board as one component, and then we want to design the case as a second component.
All right. So a new component. Then.
Yeah, because the case is going to be printed, but the board we already have, so we don't want to.
Let's give it a name.
Yes.
Oh wow, new keyboard.
The board. Okay, so in this board we can create a blueprint, and this is called a sketch.
create, and I now create sketches there.
And now you can select one of the surfaces to create the sketch on. So you can create it from the top or from the side or from the front. And up in the top right corner, you can see a little cube where you can see the orientation of this. So
I select this plane.
Yeah. Now you've selected the top plane, so we're drawing top down, so to speak. Oops. And I suggest that you just create a rectangle. You don't care about the size of the rectangle, and then we're going to measure the size of the board, and then we're going to adjust that. So now you can see that when Tobias is dragging it out, it is showing two measurements, a width of 70 something and a height of 30 something. So I would just put it out there, and then we're going to put dimensions on this.
Yeah, we got some questions. So
awesome.
Let's keep the questions flowing.
Okay, cool.
Maybe you have already covered some of these. Does the plastic produce dangerous vapors?
That we've already covered.
That you already covered. And have you already covered all the questions, perhaps?
No, I'm going to check out here. So
if the nozzle or hot end is clogged, is the print destroyed, or can you continue to print?
Okay, so if the nozzle is clogged, pretty much every time I've started a new print.
Yeah,
you can save prints by starting a new print on the same layer height and stuff like that, but that is really risky and messy.
Special cases.
So I would say that if you're printing like 23 hours and then it clogs just in the end of it, and you want to save that print for some reason.
Yeah, could maybe be done. I would say I would probably remove the print as it is and then try to just print the top part of it.
And then glue it
on top. But it's.
I would start a new print, whatever, how long it took to print. Okay, so now we want some measurements on the board.
Yeah.
So let's just measure the width and height of the board.
All right. So let's take the width first.
Yeah, and let's measure where nothing sticks out. So there are some components on the board, and maybe we can do it like this.
I will try to kind of like measure it here.
Yeah.
Can we see?
Oh, it's having a bit of trouble focusing, but still. Okay, so we're measuring some.
Measure twice, model once.
Also, that looks like 40. No, 30.
30, let's see, 35? 34?
30?
30.4.
Okay.
Let's say,
nice.
Yeah.
Okay, 30 mil. Okay. So then you can press D for dimensions, I think.
D for dimensions.
And then you select the dimension you want to.
So this one. No, it was not that one.
Scale. I mean, yes.
Oh, thinking. D
for dimension, and then now you selected two of these. So just select one, and then one of it. Good. And then you drag it out.
Oh, it was almost.
It was almost, yeah.
30.4, right?
Cool. And then we measure the width of it.
Yeah, some other dimension.
Mm-hmm.
And let's try. That was a little bit trickier because it had lots of different components on it. So it's like 64.8.
Okay. So I select this one, and then we can input the
64.8.
Nice. So we could, if we look at the board, it has rounded edges and stuff like that. Usually I don't care about such things.
Yeah.
I would just care about the most important thing is actually the mounting hole. So if you hold up the board to the camera,
that camera.
Yeah, I think that you can see there are mounting holes in the corners. And I would suggest to measure the diameter of these holes.
Wow, how do we do that?
So you can use this part of the measurement tool. Stick it in. It's actually not that.
Right. So we got something like 2.1
2.4. Yeah.
I think that's, yeah. Let's say 2.4.
So then I put it in a hole, and then I just select it up here.
All right.
And then you would press D again.
D again.
Select the circle.
So it's this one, right?
So actually, you select the outer perimeter.
All right.
No. There. Okay.
What did we say? We said 2.4, right?
2.4.
2.4. So now we have a little bit of a thing there.
Then we need that positioned correctly. So we want to know the center of the hole to the edge.
Wow.
Or the outer rim of the hole to the edge, which is easier to measure.
Yeah. Let's try that.
So since I'm still in measuring mode, I can click on the center here and then click on this one and then put out the measurement that Tobias is measuring.
So I would say like 2.02 or something like that. Yeah. Weird measurement. But
okay, cool. And then the other distance from the short end.
Yeah, it's the same.
Okay. So if it's the same, then I can, instead of, writing the same number over and over again, I can just click on another number that I've already inputted. And we can see that it gets named D6, which is the 6th dimension we've inputted. So we can now, we have a number of different options, but we want to have 3 more holes of this.
Yeah.
So we could either, put another hole over here, put the dimension of that hole, and then as you've seen before, you can click on this one and, see that it gets the same thing. We can mount these and select these and, do the same thing 4 times or so. There is another way of doing this. Where you can instead mirror stuff for the center, because this one has the holes. What's it called? Symmetrical, right?
Okay.
So what we could do is that we're going to mirror the 2 holes that I've done now.
All right. Cool.
So what you're going to do is you're going to take a line and you're going to take it from the center of the top center and then to the bottom center. And you can find, if you're not that super fast here now, we can see that it shows up a small triangle and it actually locks to the center.
Yeah.
And the triangle means that we're on the middle of an edge. So Fusion 360 has a lot of different things that you can learn about how to, speed up the process. Right now, we just think about it as the center. You don't need to remember all parts of these things because it's details of Fusion 360 and not the content of the. This line is actually now dividing this, but I want to show that this line is just just for me being able to.
So this shouldn't really be 2 parts.
It's not 2 parts. So you're gonna select the line and press X, and now the line is gonna become dotted, and that shows that this line is just for show.
So it's a construction line type.
It's called construction line. Fine.
Cool.
Now you can.
Let's go for mirror.
Go from mirror and then select the 2.
So I want to mirror
circles.
This one.
Awesome.
And I want to
and second one. And then you select mirror line and you select that one.
I want this one.
And then you press OK.
And we get these 2 and we should be able to do that.
Awesome.
Cool. Are we done?
So I think that we can now extrude sort of the board part of this.
Yeah. Cool.
So measure the thickness of the board. And in this case, I would actually measure it. It's 1 millimeter or something like that.
1.4.
Okay, cool.
A lot of 0.4. So what do you do now?
Now you can press finish sketch because we're done with this drawing.
And now we're back kind of like into the 3D view, but I have my little blueprint there.
Yeah, but this is not a model. It's not a 3D model. It's only 2D.
Yeah.
Right? So we want to extrude it into 3D.
Like this.
It's very thin, right? So you can press Q.
Or I could put
Yeah, you can click
extrude.
It's not Q, it's E, right?
I don't know.
And
2.4, right? 2.4.
And now we have a 3D model instead.
Wow.
Oh, and it looks awesome to me.
Yeah.
Well done. Well
Well
done. Okay. So we do have a number of things that that are important, and I think the most important stuff is to be able to attach the cable.
Yeah.
So we want to measure where the cable attaches because we want to be able to put sort of a representation of the cable on this one. Because in a case, we want to have a hole for the cable. The second thing, if we hold this up to the camera again, it's not going to get in focus. It has stuff attached to it, so it has a wider width.
Yeah.
In some parts. I would say that it can be, you don't need to be super careful when you measure for that.
Yeah, and kind of like this is a little bit wobbly also, so
Yeah.
it's not exact, right? And it's a little bit wonky also.
Yeah, depends on how tight you want the case to fit on the board. Today we're going to settle for not so. It doesn't really matter. It's just for show. But what I want is you measuring. So we're going to put the cable thing.
And it was in one of these, right?
Yeah, so it was this one.
This one, all right, cool.
So I would suggest put the cable in, and then we, just measure the distance to this component. And since the cable itself has a width, then I would suggest we choose the measurement from the cable width.
All right.
So the hole is going to be bigger than the actual USB
yeah.
port.
All right, cool. So how do we do this now?
So you're going to create a new sketch on top of the board. So we're going to select the top surface of the board, and you're going to create a sketch on that one. So you create sketch, and then you select the top.
Yeah, I think I already did.
Yeah, cool.
Cool. So
we need measurements of the position of this one and sort of widen it so it includes the width.
Should we kind of like go from the edge to the kind of type center, or yeah, okay.
So I'm gonna just make something that is a representation of this, and then now the measure from the left edge to the
from this
from the USB left edge. That is probably easiest.
To what?
To the edge of this one.
But that will be
uncertain.
Uncertain.
Yeah. I mean, measuring is an art in itself, right?
Let's say like 29.5.
So we input the dimension, and Tobias was measuring from the left side of the USB to the right side of the board, and you said 29?
29.5.
And now we can either select the width of the USB stuff, or
that's
select the
way
other
easier to measure.
Way easier, right?
So it's like 11.
If it's 11.4, we've already got that measurement. 11.9.
Yeah, I would say, yeah.
And then I would extrude, a bit of height. So let's measure the height, and
height-wise, it's like 7.5.
Okay, so we can was it E we pressed? Extrude, right? Actually, I'm gonna extrude both of these. And you said
7.5.
7.5. It's not actually quite proof because it goes down a little bit, right?
Yeah.
So we might want to have another measurement of this, so that how high it goes from, because we have the top of the board, and then how high it goes from there.
You mean kind of like this?
Yes. Super easy, right?
Let's give it kind of like at least a shot. It's like Yeah, 5 millimeters.
So it goes up 5 millimeters.
Yeah.
And then we're going to select join here. And then it goes down 2.5 millimeters, right? Now it became the other way around. 2.5. 0.5. 5. That's 5 meters. So something like that.
Yeah.
Cool. So what I did now is that I extruded in 2 directions,
All right.
2 sides, inputted the 5 millimeter and 2.5 millimeter, and then I asked to join. We can have other things here. We can cut so it removes material from.
All right.
Or we can join, or we can create another component, a separate components and stuff like that. But I think for this case, this looks pretty okay. It's a good representation of the board end. So we might want to add more stuff. And the things that I want to add is, because the board or the SD card is out here a little bit, and then we have other components that are sticking out, and then we have this third thing that are sticking out. I think that we can be pretty quick, but I just want to show that on the bottom of Fusion 360 screen, there are a number of steps that we've already done. So we have a drawing, and we have so now you're going back in time when you're dragging like that, right? But you can just click on the last sketch that we did. So double click on that one, I think. Nice. So now we're back in that sketch, and now we can adjust that sketch, and then we can do it again or continue working with this. So my suggestion is that we, without measuring, we just add something that sticks out a little bit between the holes on one side, and something that sticks out like 1 millimeter on the holes on the other side.
So I do this one, and it's like, yeah, it's a little bit on the top here, right?
Yeah. Something like that. Cool.
And this one is pretty centered, it seems.
So we get a question. Is there any easy way to import the schematics file and get the measurements directly instead of having to measure for each print? So yes, so there are models for these that you can that you can download and put into this. Okay, so we can see, I want to show one last detail here. Some of the lines that we inputted, the ones that we measured, are black. And some of the lines are blue. And these are not really, don't really have a dimension yet.
Yeah, okay.
Or, you know, an exact position in this. So they have, the black lines have constraints on them, the blue lines don't. And this is quite important when you're learning Fusion 360. Today, we just noticed that
I can't move this.
You can't move black lines. Yeah,
but I can move this one.
Yes, you can move blue lines. But my suggestion now is that we do a second extrusion of these two things. So you can actually press E directly here in, and then you select these two surfaces that you want to, or the surfaces that you want to extrude. I suggest just select everything that you want to, like that, and then extrude 1 millimeter or something like that.
1 millimeter?
1.5.
1.5.
The eyes don't lie. And yeah, did that.
Didn't work.
It actually did work, but we have a second extrusion, but we have dragged down the history meter. So now we have a representation of that side. I just want you to turn around the board, create a sketch on that side of the board, on the other side of the board. And then we do a blob that represents the cables and the component on.
All right.
That one.
So that one. All right. So create sketch. I want it on this surface. And where should I put it?
So this is on the same side as the smaller board that is sticking out. So you're on the correct side of it. Of the board.
What happened?
And I'm gonna measure the height of this for you. So I think that more or less you can have something that I'm actually moving the thing that we're squeezing it, but I want it.
It could be kind of like the hole. Could you just do it like this, right?
Yeah, I think that is fine. And it's 12 millimeters in height. It's approximately 2 centimeters.
So it's like sits on the middle there
yeah.
a little bit. So let's just do something like this one.
Cool.
And E for extrude.
Yeah, and then 11 millimeters.
Let's do 12.
Cool. Yeah, so some extra height. So now we have a representation of the sensor and the microcontroller.
All right. Cool.
Awesome. So now we want to have a case for this one. So this is not going to be printed. This is just to be able to see how the case fits on this one, right?
All right.
So the ideal thing would be to, just as you asked here before, to download a model of it and then input it here. So you create a second component.
Create new component.
And now I think you want this to be not a subpart of that. So I want actually to create it like this instead. So you create new component here.
All right.
And then we call that case.
Case.
Awesome. And now we can see that the board was grayed out because we're editing a new component. And we can create a new sketch. Nice.
That seems better.
So you create a new sketch.
New sketch.
And you can select the top as before.
Top.
And the most important thing right now is that we are we're going to be able to reference the board when we're doing this. So I want you to project the board.
All right.
And so you can press P
or
select project include. So you can choose project. And I think that the mounting holes are the most important thing, right? So project this. You can select more of the model, so you can select more than one geometry. So perhaps you're selecting every outline or something like that.
Should I go like this or should I go like that?
Do it as fast as possible. So just click here and then project this component, this part of it, and this part of it, and this part of it, and then you just okay. Awesome.
Cool.
So now select everything and press X. Which everything will become dotted. It's construction lines. And now it's not going to be, something that is printed or so. It's just reference lines.
All right.
So now I would suggest create a rectangle that is bigger than this one. And then we can discuss how
a lot bigger.
So I want it outside of everything except the cable.
So then I messed up a little bit.
Yeah, but you can drag. So press S and then drag it outside of the SD card. Something like that.
Yeah.
And then we can, with the help of measurements, we can press D and then we say that now either we say that these are the inner edges of the case, or we say that this is the outer edges of the case.
All right.
Normally, when I build something, I build it from one side and then in layers, so to speak, to the other side. So I would say that we want to have an outer measurement of this one.
Yeah, makes sense.
So let's say that if we want to have outside the case, we have like 3 millimeters until it gets to the board. Now, inside of the case, from the board to the inner wall of the case, we have 3 millimeters, and then we have 1 millimeter of case.
All right,
like
so 4 millimeters.
So 4 millimeters. All
right. So I should select this one and that one.
Yeah.
And this should be 4 millimeters. Then.
So there are ways of doing this a bit better. So if you create, I think it's modify. Click modify and then change parameters. And on the case now, we want to have a parameter which we call, and in the sketch, okay, user parameters it's called. Awesome. And let's call this margin.
Margin.
Yeah. And then we say that it's 3 millimeters. Then we can have another user parameter called like case thickness.
Right.
Or case. I'm not sure.
Wall
thickness. Let me say 1 millimeter. Awesome. And then we can just press OK here. So now we have these two measurement values. It's like variables in programming, right? And then you double click on this one to change it. And then you say that this is the margin. Plus. You can have expressions here.
All right.
Wall thickness.
Wall thickness.
Cool, nice. So let's do that for the other edges.
This one and this one.
Mm-hmm.
And I can just press this.
Yes, you click on that already.
Cool.
So if you change it in one place, it changes everywhere. And then finally, you need to place it first. Awesome.
Here we go.
So the bottom, now we're in the bottom of this one. We can extrude that first. And then we're going to talk about the, creating walls on top of that one. So we extrude 1 millimeter now.
All right.
So finish this, press extrude. You can skip, you can write wall thickness.
Wall thickness.
And then just press OK. Great. So now we have the bottom part of this. And then we create a sketch on top.
What if I wanted to look at this one also?
It's actually visible, but it's just grayed out.
All right.
So let's create a new sketch on the inside or on the bottom of the case.
So here.
I think that is the on the top, because we're going to build it from below and then build it up.
All right. New sketch.
Yes. On this one. And in this case, we actually want to project the holes again, or specifically the holes.
All right.
So I think that if you show the sketches here, you can show the previous sketch we did. And now you press P for projection.
P.
And then you select the holes, 4 holes. And it's also going to be important with the cable sticking out. So project that on also. Because we want to have a hole for that one, so it's not going to be a wall there. I think like that.
Should I do this whole one? Or?
No,
it's fine.
It's good enough.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Great. So now we have projected things. These are not easily shown, perhaps, but
yeah, it's not that easy to see actually on the monitor. Either.
Yeah. So now we can draw lines for the outer walls. And either
line.
Yeah, I would say I would draw a line now.
And for this?
So no, you don't need to draw the outer walls. You only draw the inner walls. Sorry.
Right. So just
actually,
roughly.
you don't need to be that careful. You just draw it, and then we're going to put measurements in.
Okay. So I do something like this.
Yes, and back. No, not all the way. Just only to the edge of the projected line there.
So I should go do a thickness or what?
We don't care about the thickness right now. We're going to put. So you draw the rest of the walls.
So from here.
Yes. And then we can input the dimensions afterwards with the wall thickness. So now, if you hold over so we can press S here. If you hold over the outer edge, this is the wall, right?
This one?
Like this. This area. So
yeah,
it's the walls, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The only thing now is that it's thicker in one place and thinner in other places.
Yeah.
So let's press D. And then measure these distances. And we put those to wall thickness.
I do this for wall thickness.
Awesome.
So many dimensions.
It is. I mean, you can still click on one of the dimensions where you inputted it. So, okay,
cool.
So I think another thing that we want to do is that we want to extrude something that we can screw the board onto, right?
How do you mean?
So I want to, on the where it's going to be the holes.
Yeah.
I want you to extrude a volume where we can put a hole in.
All right.
So we're gonna, in order to be able to mount this board.
Yeah.
on
Okay.
it. So either we do that or we do plastic columns.
Yeah.
That we just put this on.
Yeah.
So I think that could also be done.
Yeah. Let's do columns.
Let's do columns. So then you just select with E. And then you select the 4 holes, so to speak.
I need to have shift. Yeah.
No, you should not be needing to hold shift. So just the holes now. And then you can extrude this like, I'm just going to put in a number now, like 15 millimeters.
All right.
So this is, I mean, you can have thicker columns that has a height where the board is going to sit on top of.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you have these thinner columns that are actually going into the holes.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. I think this is enough for this prototype board
Yeah.
right now, because we don't want to be.
You guys following the chat at the same time, right?
Yes.
Yeah. On Discord as well.
Not on Discord,
Yeah.
only in.
Okay, you might have a couple of comments and questions on Discord. I don't know if you have access
All right.
to this here. But people
Yeah.
might
Okay.
be,
We will take a look there.
Yeah.
But let's just do okay here.
Yes.
Working. All right.
Awesome. And then you can also extrude the walls.
What happened to my walls?
So now we have deselected the sketch. So it's sketch number 3, and it's not visible anymore because
All right.
it thinks that we're done with it. So I think that you make the easiest way of doing this is to double click the sketch down on the bottom of the
As we are here, right?
Yes, you're in this. Yes, that one. And now you can select the wall part, or just press E first.
Right, and 15?
Yeah, sure.
Did we use 15 for the others?
Yeah.
Whoops.
And here, I think that this can more or less be enough for the case.
Yeah.
For this one, because if we're printing this, we should be able to put this on. Something that we've not talked about is to design for 3D printing. But let's look into Discord and see if we have any questions from that one.
Where do you have this?
And then where are questions being put?
Live lecture questions. Could that be it?
Probably.
Workshop chat.
Okay, so we got a number of questions here. Earlier questions. Should we take one of the? We can go from top down with the earlier questions.
Sure,
right?
sure. Where do we start? It's a little bit of a discussion here also, so it's hard to know. Let's go from the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah. What kind of sensor?
So this is an MPU 6050
accelerometer,
and gyroscope.
And gyroscope.
So it knows in which directions the board is held.
Yeah.
And it can feel changes in direction and acceleration, right? So we can get values on how it spins and how it moves.
Yeah. So what microcontroller? Some Raspberry Pi.
Some
version.
Raspberry Pi W edition. So
W something. Yeah, resin printers we have not really covered because they are not really for our use case, and they are very messy. And now we're probably talking a little bit about really poisonous things also. So it's hard to keep in a lab environment with students, right?
Yeah. For these prototype cases, I would suggest one of these FDM printers.
Yeah. And there's a lot of different types of filament. Maybe we will have time to discuss that a little bit later also.
Yeah, we're going to do that when we're slicing.
Cool. So,
it's awesome that we have some experts on printing
nice.
in the chat.
Toxic fumes, I would say that if you drink like beer and alcohol on midsummers, it will probably be more toxic than the printer fumes, at least from PLA.
Anyway, how do you design the screw hole threads if you want to be able to secure the Pi with screws? So actually, we could. I mean, let's do that.
All right.
It can be pretty quick if you want.
You wanna?
Yeah, I
you
wanna.
should show me.
Okay, so go back to the sketch.
Which?
The last sketch we did. So that one.
That one.
And then we create circles. This one, right? Great. And you, exactly. So click, and then you drag it out a little bit.
More?
Let's say 5 millimeters here.
5. 5.
So now we're creating columns instead.
And we want to do 4 of those. Right?
Yeah, we want to do 4 of those.
And maybe it could be an intuitive C for circle. Hello.
Right.
Why won't it scroll? It scrolls and zooms at the same time. 5.
Awesome. So now
finish.
Yeah, you can press E and do a new extrusion of this. And now, since we're gonna already have extruded these other extrusions, we can. They are gonna be Fusion 360 is gonna suggest us to cut these instead. So you just drag it. I think 10 millimeters or something. This is good.
10.
Yes.
It says join.
It says join. Okay.
But we could cut.
We could cut. Join. It's okay. Good. Okay. And now in the bottom part.
Wow, that's a little bit
I think it's because we moved. So in the bottom part, if you hold over the different parts, you can see this was the last one we did, and this was the previous, the walls, and the third one from the end is those ones. So you can click on that one, and then you can delete that one. So now we'll remove those parts, but the extrusion of those other things is only this. So I think that going back now and extruding also the middle part, so we get thick columns that are not hollow, is a good idea, because I want to put a hole in it with threads.
All right.
Just to showcase it, since we got a question on it. So you go back to the, you can actually remove the ones where we extruded this one.
Can I just do this?
Or edit feature and then select the middle ones also. Middle part. Because we've previously selected the outer part of the circles, but not the inner volume. Great. So now we have columns. So now we create, I think maybe we can just put holes on these. So on top, there are these hole symbol above this one. Hole. Click on that one. And maybe we want to have not
tap type.
Yeah, so you can have tapped. But we want be able to place those in the center also. So maybe we need a sketch for placing those.
But we don't have it here? Or won't it be
Yeah,
kind of like from
no,
this part?
yeah, we want to have it on the top part of it. So
All right.
press cancel and create a new sketch, and then create a sketch on top. Yeah, great. And then you press P for project, and then you select the center of these. So you only project the center. And then finish sketch. And then we press hole. Select threaded.
Where do you see threaded?
Hold tap type.
Hold tap type. Clearance, tapped, taper tapped.
Yeah.
Simple. Which one?
Tapped.
Then?
No.
All right.
The previous one.
So
that
tapped.
One. Awesome. And then you select the 4 holes. Wow. You can see that those are really big from the beginning. And now we're going to select M3 screws or M2.5 screws or something like that.
Size.
What was the size of the hole again?
It was like 2 point something, right?
So M2 screws.
M14.
Yeah, you can only see M14 because you need to select the size first.
All right.
So select 2 millimeters.
2 millimeters, M2.
Yeah, that is good.
Cool. But they should not go through, right?
Yeah, they should not be as deep as these holes.
So let's just something.
Yeah, like 5 millimeters or something. This depends. I mean, the depth of the screw hole depends on the screws that you want to insert.
Sure.
So,
but it's better to be a little bit more so that we are.
But it's also
safe.
messy because the printer is going to have these really screw holes. So what we're actually doing now is that we're creating holes, and these holes are threaded. So you can put a screw directly into them.
Okay.
You need to click modeled here. Because now either the holes are not modeled. So if you zoom in now, we can see that the screw taps are actually modeled now. So they're going to be, while if you're not modeled, they're like a texture.
All right.
So when you print it, it's still just a hole.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Okay.
But when it's modeled, you're going to print these.
Right. So done.
Yeah.
Cool. Now we actually have.
And I think this is good enough for slicing. So we want to take this model out of Fusion 360 and put it into a slicer.
You talked a little bit about this modeling for 3D printing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what could that be?
Yeah, so there are a number of things to think of when you're modeling for 3D printing. For instance, you want to make it so that it doesn't fail the print. So the printer itself is pouring out plastic.
Yeah.
And so if you're designing stuff that hangs down from the roof or something like that, then it can't really pour down plastic right in thin air.
So if I would kind of like print this in this direction, it wouldn't work really well.
No, it wouldn't work because the threaded parts or the columns are hanging down from the air, right? So in that case, we would need to have supports that are printed in order to put it out.
But a box is pretty straightforward.
A box is pretty straightforward. There are a lot of things that one can consider, and I think that learning from mistakes is actually pretty a good idea. Then we also have how tight can we fit this inside this one? So now we have a board and we have a case.
Yeah.
So let's put the board in its correct position inside the case and just look how that looks like. So I would suggest to select the unsaved component up there. So now we have both of these and they should be visible at the same time. But we can see that they are at different heights. Just to make stuff less complicated, we can move the board. So you select on the right click on the board component and then you select move copy. And then you move it up. You can move it actually pretty far up so that it's above everything. A bit
more?
Yes. Something like that. Good. Okay. Thank you. And then you just press OK. And now we want to sort of place it inside the board to be able to look at it. And that is called a joint.
All right.
So you press on the top screen, there is this assemble thing.
Assemble.
And then new joint. And now I would select the underside of one of the screw holes, the center of that screw hole, that one. Good. And then I would select the other components that we want to attach it to, the center of that.
Let's zoom in a little bit.
Yeah. And I think that if you select, let's see, yeah, there. So I think you can like press Control or something like that, and then awesome.
Ooh.
And now it places itself there. We can actually have different types of these joints. So you can have joints that can move, and you can have joints that are sliding, and you can have joints that are. But this is good enough. Now we should be able to see the board inside. Does this look correct to you?
Yeah, I think it would be pretty okay. It seems to fit at least.
Yeah. So the sensor is on the bottom part right now, and we don't see the sensor because. But if we
a little bit.
Okay, so does that look like it's actually protruding?
Yeah, that's not good.
That's not good thing. So in order to solve that problem, instead of solving it or realizing the problem after the print, we can now see the problem here, and then we. So the problem right now is the extrusion of the columns, which we selected to 10 millimeters, but this was 12 millimeters down. So let's add it to 13 millimeters.
Can we hide that?
So we hide the board. And then you take the extrusion. Select the case, again, the component of the case. And then you select the extrusion of the columns.
And it was?
Yes, those.
That one.
Edit feature. And to 13 millimeters.
13.
Great. Now, if we put the board on top or show the board again, we should be able to have solved that problem.
Yay.
Awesome. So let's go to slicing.
Let's go to slicing. So how do I get this out of Fusion 360 into...
So you need to export it.
All right.
And we're not going to export the entire thing because we don't want to export the board. We don't want to print the board. We just want to print the case. You right-click on the case one. On the case one component in the component list. Awesome.
And there we
save
have
as mesh. Save as mesh.
Save as mesh.
And there are a number of formats for meshes, OB formats and stuff like that, but it's FreeMF that is selected. STL is quite common also, the OB format and the FreeMF. So FreeMF is the thing that I usually don't change anything here.
What's this?
Yeah, so this is how when you go from a 3D model inside of this tool into a 3D model that is going to be sliced, it's going to create a number of triangles. So, and this is talking about how many triangles we're going to use. So I usually just keep it at medium, so you can see that it's creating fewer triangles now.
Yeah.
So we get a coarser model.
Yeah, we also have a number here, right? 8,900.
Yeah, so the reason to have more triangles is to, for instance, these threads inside the hole, we want those to be really, really fine. The reason to have fewer triangles is that you get a smaller file, and that is also easier to work with.
Yeah, okay.
So a medium is good enough, I would say.
All right.
So I would press OK. And now we just need to give a...
Awesome case.
Sure.
All right. In the
yes,
cloud. No, save.
Great.
We.
And now I want to switch over to the studio.
Do we have any more questions before we leave the 3D modeling part?
So we got, how do you design the screw hole threads if you want to be able to secure the pie with screws? So we already got that one.
Yeah. Is it possible to 3D print
in a more rubbery material. Yeah, so we're going to talk about TPU.
Yes,
So you
maybe I
can-
will even find my TPU print that I have
I want to
somewhere.
share another screen or another program. So I want to share the window of the Prusa slicer. So there is a material called TPU, and TPU you've been using it. I've never tried it.
Yeah, a little bit. At
We
least.
need to add the download.
You go.
Okay. This one to the stream also. And this is a rubbery material, so if you have the filament, you can drag on it, and
Yeah.
it's
flexible.
It's flexible.
Yeah.
So you can create rubber feet for cases and stuff like that.
Yeah, and really rough parts. This plastic that we have, the PLA, it's pretty hard, but it also becomes a little bit fragile, because if you drop it, it will probably crack, or if you have some arm or something on it, it will probably be broken. But in TPU will be really rough. So, but the price for that is that it's harder to print with. It's messier, it's stickier, and you need this direct drive type of extruder because, as you understand, it's even more springy than the normal pretty rigid plastic. So it becomes harder to print things with it. That's kind of like the price you pay.
So now
But I will try to find my TPU print that I have lying around somewhere, and we can take a look at it later.
So now we've started a slicer instead, and you can see this is called the Prusa slicer. So it's the slicer of the company that created the printer that we're gonna print. And there are a number of different slicers like Cura, and for this multi-material other printer that we have in the lab, there is a specific slicer for that one. And I'm just going to add the awesome case model, the 3MF model, which is a 3D model. And you can see now we have it in the slicer software.
So what's the purpose of the slicer?
So the slicer's purpose is to create these thin layers, or actually to create a program that the 3D printer, which is actually a robot, can follow.
All right.
So we go from a 3D model into a program that says move the nozzle here, extrude this much plastic, heat this and this, which is called a G code. So in order to do that, we need to slice the model into thin bits.
All right.
So you can see that the model ended up on the side here. So
that doesn't seem optimal.
No, it's not. So we want to place it on the bottom. So I just select place on face and then select the bottom face. I can also arrange the models that we have on this so that it's centered on the board. We're going to select the Prusa Mini, which is the one that we have.
All right. So this program takes the 3D model and makes a specific program for your specific printer for this specific model.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. So this creates the file format for the printer. And actually, I can just have some settings here which is wrong, but I'm just going to press slice now just in order to be able to see what we're going to do or what it does. So previously we were looking at the model still, but now we can look at the preview of the slicing. So and the preview of the slicing is all these layers. So if I scroll down and look really close, we can see that these lines are how the printer is going to move. So it's going to move, do this outer brim, and then it's going to do the outer part of this, and then it's going to fill with this purple.
And that's kind of like on the bottom, right?
Yeah, on the bottom. And then we can step up here. I think we can use each layer of the model.
Oh,
so here are the threads.
Interesting stuff happening.
Yeah, here are the threads, so we can see it. So first it creates the bottom of the hole, and then it starts to create these threads. And then I know.
Cool.
But now the settings that I have is creating a really coarse. This is called draft mode. So it's going to print pretty quick. So it's estimated printing time 40 minutes. But we want, since we're going to use threads, we want this to be really fine. So I would suggest that we create 0.1 millimeter detail.
All right.
Instead, and now the model disappeared because we don't no longer have any slice. So I can Not sure if it's sliced. Did it slice it? Yeah,
I think so.
Now it's much.
And you have 1 hour and 29 minutes.
So it's going to take longer time.
It's pretty quick at slicing this model, right?
So the second thing that we're going to input is the material. And we have PLA, the polylactic acid.
Yeah.
It's pretty non-toxic plastic. It's very, I think it's the beginner plastic to print. It is printing in low temperature. 215 degrees is normal for this plastic. There are PLA plastics that can print from 175 degrees up to 220 or something like that, right? It is not warping a lot. So warping is when plastic heats up and then it cools down. It wants to, it wants to bend.
Okay.
It's almost like
shape, right?
Like when you heat up a metal, it
Yeah.
it wants to bend.
Yeah,
Right?
it expands or contracts.
Yeah, and if different parts of the plastic is heated and other parts of the plastic is cool, then it's going to warp itself.
All right.
So PLA is really good that it doesn't warp that much. So PLA plastic, and then we select the printer. There's another thing here called infill. And infill is talking about how much plastic do we put where there isn't inside the model.
All right.
Where there isn't anything, so to speak.
So if I would model like a cube, there would be like things inside of the cube, and the infill determines what's inside.
So in the bottom of these columns, we did have the hole, right? But the hole actually just started somewhere around here.
Yeah.
Here is the threads in the hole. And then here is the bottom of the hole. And then below that, then there is actually just empty space, so to speak.
Yeah.
Because we could either have it as a hole, there's nothing there, or we could place infill. So if I put 100% infill here, no. Okay, maybe we can have 60% infill and then reslice it. You can see that you get more material in the inside, right? So this is good for, it becomes a little bit stronger when you have material, but you consume more material. So if you have a big model like the boat that we're printing in the lab, then you're gonna place a lot of plastic where it doesn't show, right?
Okay. So maybe if I just do this, add shape, let's just add this cube.
Yes. Slice it. And we can look at that. Now it has a lot of infill inside the cube. So you might want to have infill inside the cube in order to make it really strong. So it can support a lot of weight, for instance.
So if we do this like 5%.
You can see that it has some
interesting pattern.
And you can also want infill inside the model in order to be able to support the roof.
Yeah, because that would be a problem, right? Maybe if we kind of like do 0.
Then the roof would just hang down in the middle.
Yeah.
So you can actually print out in thin air. If you start from support, from a wall, and then out into the thin air, and then you reach another wall. The printer is pretty good at that. So I've been seeing, prints where you have like 10 centimeters in thin air, but between two walls. So that can easily be done. But if you don't have a second wall, then it will sag down, hang down. Think about the toothpaste again. If you just pour that out in thin air, then it's just gonna drop down.
And we can see also here that the lines have a little bit, they have different colors. And we have a legend here. So perimeter, and we have external perimeter. So this is kind of like on the outside, and this is walls on the inside. And then we have this bluish, and it's bridge infill. So it tries to make kind of like a bridge between these edges.
Yeah, if you go to print settings,
we
can decide how many perimeters we're going to have. So we can decide how many times a wall is going to be printed. So the vertical shell
is 3.
Is 3. So we can increase that.
Wow, 9. That's a lot.
Yeah. So it says that on top it's going to have 9 layers. On bottom it's going to have 7 layers. So one can adjust these in order to maximize the strength of the model.
So can we just count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Oh,
Yay! It did it.
It did it, yeah. So maybe we want to reduce the print time, and then we have a lower number of layers.
All right.
Or we want to increase the strength of the model, and we increase the number of layers.
All right.
Or when we print, we print it and we see that we get bad parts. So like on the boat, on the Benchy boat that you printed, we could see that the wall was hanging down. It got some bad parts.
Yeah.
So we can adjust these settings in order to do that. This itself is an art form.
Yeah.
I mean, this is something that you can learn.
Optimization, right? And it can depend on your printer and what you're actually printing and your material and maybe even the environment of the printer.
So during COVID, when you and I were printing a lot of these face mask holders, we printed thousands of those.
Yeah.
We wanted each print to be as short as possible. So then it was worthwhile to go into and
optimize
this so we can get one each 30 minutes instead of one each hour or something like that. These are highly individual for the printer and for the material that you print also. So okay. I think that we can slice this model now. Slice. And then you just put the file on the USB, which is this symbol over to the right. Export to. And there are a lot of models here already.
Awesome case. 0.1 millimeter PLA mini. Yeah. Save.
Now we would like to have a cameraman.
Or questions? Nothing there. Maybe we should check the Discord. Planter pots. Yes, that's pretty popular actually to do pots for your plants. Some material.
Awesome that you show different stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, awesome.
There are a number of YouTube channels for if you want to get really nerdy into this. Especially there's a German guy doing a lot of how strong can a 3D modeled part actually be in different ways.
But I just it can be super complicated, but it can also be super easy.
Yeah.
I mean, the first year or so I was printing, I was using default settings most of the time, and it worked quite fine. And then you run into a lot of different trouble and you learn a lot, right?
We had different types of printers then also with manual bed leveling and things like that. So it was an adventure really to print anything.
Yeah.
All right.
So you can press
export or
and
eject.
I'm gonna touch it.
Yay! So I think we will start this print pretty soon, and then we will talk a little bit more about materials. I will try to fetch my TPU roll and see if I can find my little Octopussy that I have printed once in a while. I actually had an idea of printing soles for my shoes with this TPU, but I've never gotten around to it. Plans and reality are not always the same.
Maybe we can just check the list of filaments in the slicer.
In the slicer?
What? You exported this?
Yes, I did.
USB, and then I just pull it.
Well, PETG, what's that?
So PETG, I don't know the actual. Do you know the plastic?
Oh, not on the top of my head actually.
Maybe someone can.
Poly something.
Yeah. So this plastic. So the PLA plastic. Do I have any PLA? Yeah, in the window I have PLA.
Yeah.
So I have this skulls. Pretty normal for a university teacher to have a lot of skulls. It's pretty hard.
Yeah.
It's a hard plastic.
And it's almost a little bit like ceramics, right? It feels some types of PLAs I have handled has become really, really hard, but at the same time very brittle. So it's almost like glass.
Yeah. So if you get a scratch on it, or if it breaks,
Yeah.
it's easily breaking.
Yeah.
So the TPU that we were talking about before, it's not easily breaking, so you can bend
I
it.
actually have a.
You have a piece of
TPU print.
So this is quite good if you're not aiming to bend it at all, or if you're not aiming to have a lot of motion on it. It can be very hard, so it can support a lot of weight, but not if you bang it on it with a hammer or something like that. It's not like rubber. So PETG is much more flexible, I would say. So it's a bit more rubbery, but it's not rubber. It can handle more temperature also. So PLA, if you put this in a really hot car, for instance, it can sort of sag down and melt a little bit. PETG can take a lot of more heat, especially if you have one of those suited for it. So I think PETG can support like 80 degrees Celsius without changing its form, while PLA like 60 degrees or something like that.
I couldn't find my print, but
you can find some of the filament, right?
Yes.
Awesome. But now we have a camera also, so we can move to.
So let's see. This is the TPU, and yeah, it's a little bit flexy.
Okay, I want to pull too.
Yeah, but it's not super strong actually when it's not printed. So you can.
Okay, you can.
Like that.
Okay, cool.
But it's as you
brought another case here also.
Yes, and this one is printed in PETG.
Okay.
And it's a lot more flexible. Like
yeah, so if you do that with PLA, it will break.
Yeah. So this is really rough.
You wouldn't
really
be able to do that with PLA because it's hard.
Yeah, yeah.
But thin layer PLA easily breaks. Yeah. Okay, let's move to the printer now and put the USB into the printer. And let's see how that goes. Okay, let's see how the Benchy printer goes. So if we take a look quite close on the Benchy here, you can see that there are some plastic hanging in the air, some thin threads of plastic.
Yeah, stringing.
Yeah, call that stringing. Yeah. And why is it stringing?
Well, as maybe you remember that this is a 1 millimeter nozzle, so it outputs quite a lot of plastic. And when the printer needs to move to kind of like a different place, depending on the type of plastic and how much plastic and heating and cooling, you can get kind of like this thin threads of plastic that kind of like sticks to the print and are dragged along a little bit. And then you get this kind of like a little bit of hairy and fuzzy threads hanging around. You can actually just remove those with a lighter afterwards.
So you burn them up?
Yeah, you burn them up. But this is actually looking
quite okay.
Decently better than the other one.
So we can work on the smaller print.
All right.
Now. So I suggest that we pour some
clean it.
IPA on it, just to clean the print surface. Then we put in the USB.
This is the best part of printing, cleaning the surface.
So did we actually put it on this one?
I think so.
No.
Let's go do it again then.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you have another USB stick?
No, maybe. Not sure. Although let's export to that one. D drive. Didn't it look like this one?
Yes, I think so.
Awesome. Maybe we never saved. Exporting. Ejecting.
We did that.
We did that.
I'm 100% sure.
We can look at the movie later.
I have a second USB.
You
drive.
do?
Yes.
Yeah,
If-
maybe we take that.
Mhm. Camera, take 2.
Take 2.
There.
Yay!
Yeah. So now on this printer, it showcases the awesome case, and we just press print. It starts to heat up, and now it's going to start to heat up to 170 degrees first. And the reason for that is that it wants to heat up the nozzle, and especially the heat bed also. We've already answered that. Okay. But it doesn't want it to pour out plastic. So it only heats up to 170 degrees, and then it's gonna stop heating up while it's doing its calibration. Yeah.
This looks a little bit messy.
On the
nozzle.
The nozzle. So we have some plastic hanging out there. It's actually gonna, pour out some plastic in the beginning, and that is gonna be removed.
Yeah.
So I'm not worried about that. On the print head, we can also see this is the sensor that can sense the height of or the distance between the nozzle and the print surface. It's on the side here. And we also got the fans. So now we're only waiting for it to heat up. So the heat plate is going up to 60 degrees Celsius. And the reason for that is to increase bed adhesion so the model don't, fall down or break off. And the second reason is also to heat the actual model so that it doesn't want to warp.
All right. That one is, I think that one is actually pretty good. We have had some trouble with this one.
How much current? Oh, yeah, we could look at that. So it does say 300 watts, but now it's heating a lot. So
yeah. So now it should go down because now it has kind of like stopped heating.
Does it go down?
No,
it stays
not
at
yet.
300.
I don't remember the symbols. Does that mean that it's heating or not?
I'm not sure. Now it does its calibration. Again, measuring the distance between the board at different positions. Building up a 3D model of the board, actually. This one is having more measurement points. It looks like 4 times 4.
Yeah.
So 16 positions on the plate. So the plate itself, when it's heated, is warped. So therefore, it's important for the printer to know or calibrate the print so that it knows the distance on each part of it. So the print surface can be a bit warped like this, and then it adjusts the prints on top of that.
Now it's heating up the nozzle to the printing temperature.
So it's raising from 70 degrees to 215 degrees. And when it's done, it's going to start pouring out some plastic in order to get rid of plastic that has been sitting inside the nozzle for, since last print. So it's going to extrude that plastic.
This actually looks quite good. Nice. Seems to be a nice first layer. And you can see that these lines are really much thinner
from the other printer that had this 1 millimeter nozzle. I think it's a 0.4 on this one, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
0.4 millimeters. That I would say that is the normal, or
basic standard.
So if you have even thinner hole, you have a higher chance of failure because together with the plastic, some
dust and debris.
Particles can come down with the plastic. And if those get stuck in this really 0.2 millimeter, for instance, there are 0.2 millimeters, the smallest nozzles. I've heard 0.1 perhaps.
Yeah, I think you can probably find some special.
But I wouldn't, advise that unless you have a specific use case for it. So 0.4 millimeters is really good.
Yeah, and if you need to print that small stuff, probably you should get a resin printer instead.
Yeah.
If you need that type of detail.
But this only means that the thinnest wall you can do is 0.4 millimeters. Doesn't mean that the precision itself increases because the printer itself can, move on much smaller degrees. So we can have very fine details still, but they can only be 0.4 millimeters thick.
It seems a little bit odd, actually.
Okay.
It seems to be not sticking to the surface. Okay.
First layer is also printed much slower than subsequent layers. This can also be decided in the slicer.
It looks a little bit weird, actually. If you look really, really close, I can see it. I don't know if it shows up on camera. There seems to be some bulging going on, kind of like on this part. So maybe it has not gotten kind of like stuck correctly there. But we will see what will happen.
Yeah.
If the other parts seem to be okay, it will probably work. Yeah.
So, Tobias, would you advise students to buy their own printer?
Not if they're students here. They can come up and print in the lab instead. So you don't need your own one. I think it's so if you just want to print a case, you can come here, of course. But yeah, it's a really interesting hobby, actually. So understanding how the printer works, how all of these software stuff works, designing your own stuff and being able to print it. It's pretty satisfying.
I would say there are many different hobbies in 3D printing, right? So, I mean, from building a printer to understand. I mean, I've been building my own printers, and you've also been, building your printers, and physical design of movable parts or creating a robot like that is actually quite fun.
And the software for the printer is interesting.
The slicing
firmware
things
and the slicer.
And then, I mean, there are a lot of people that are just, downloading already made models and then printing those. Did we show the alien?
No, we did not.
I think that you should go and talk about the alien, just because it's a cool, big piece of plastic.
So, as I said before, we have, people are printing a lot of stuff from different types of franchises in general. So we printed this one. And obviously, this one is too large to fit on the printers that we have, right? It's pretty huge, actually. So in this case, this model that was downloaded from Thingiverse, I think, or Printables, I don't remember. It was already put in pieces. So someone had made the model and then realized that this would be too big to print in one piece. So we need to do it in pieces.
So this could be a piece of it, right?
But actually it was even better done because it was like pieces like this where you had kind of like a nice slot for your leg or arm or whatever it was that you wanted to put there. So it was really modeled to be printed in different pieces and then assembled. So that is also a technique. But if you have a small printer and need to print a large model, then you can divide it up into pieces just by cutting it straight through. And that was actually done
for this tail, because even though it was in pieces, it could not fit. So we had to kind of like slice it with a planer slice and then glue it back together. And it worked pretty fine, actually.
Cool.
But this is a really cool model, I think.
So we are closing in on the end of this 3D printing workshop.
Yeah, we are. Hopefully, maybe, do you think it will be ready? 5 minutes?
Yeah, it could be.
3 minutes.
3 minutes left. So let's do. I think we have some cool filaments, don't we? So there are really cool other kinds of filaments also.
This one, I think is that one you can talk a little bit about.
No, I don't know anything about this one.
It's a carbon fiber one.
Oh, okay. So this filament has carbon fiber in it, so you can build really strong prototypes. So when it comes to building strong stuff, the printer or the things that you print is very weak when it comes to the seams of it. So it's sort of glued together. Cold plastic and then hot plastic on top of that is poured on top of that, so it can easily break off like that. Sorry.
No problem.
So it's easily breakable like that. But if I'm gonna try to break through the lines instead, that is really hard. So if you're positioning your model so that it pours the plastic in the direction that you expect the forces to come, that is a really good way to increase the strength of your model. But this kind of material that has carbon fiber in it can also increase the strength of the things that you build, so you can build really strong stuff.
And nylon. We also have a roll of nylon. That could actually be nylon.
I'm not sure.
Yes, this is probably a nylon even filled with carbon fiber. So it's a completely different type of plastic than
this is a science in itself. So some of these with carbon fibers is requiring a specific nozzle. So you want to have a really strong steel nozzle.
Yeah.
Or with what's it? It's like a
ruby
head. Because the carbon fiber
it's abrasive.
Yeah, it's abrasive.
It will make the nozzle even bigger for the second print, and then bigger and bigger and bigger until you have no nozzle left.
Yeah.
Unless you have special materials for the nozzle also.
But these nozzles, the cheap nozzles, it's like copper.
Yeah, brass. I think.
Brass. Yeah, nice.
And actually, PLA is interesting because we have so many different types of materials. So colors and color varieties, of course. But one material that I think is pretty neat is this kind of like a little bit shiny, glossy material. And then you can do more kind of like glossy things like this one. That brings things to another dimension, I think. And especially if you're doing kind of like decorative stuff, that can be really interesting and fun. And one idea that I have is that, well, these kind of like square, a little bit boring cases, well, with 3D printers, we can make computers or sensors fit into stuff and look not like this kind of like a little bit boring box. We can make it in different shapes and stuff.
Now it's down. It's moving around. The print head away, and we can reduce or remove the print. And now with such a board, we can and we got it.
Cool. And I'm actually really curious because when I sliced this one, I had this 5% infill. And here we can see that it actually, I don't know, inside here, you can see that the floor isn't there anymore because it fell down. But in this one, I think I increased it to like 15% or something like that. And now we actually have a floor. And a little bit on the roof here also. There's a little bit left still, but yeah. So the settings in the slicer actually make a huge difference.
I think this is a place where one can look where the in the top of the brick or the arc here, where the plastic is hanging down a little bit. The same thing goes here. So here we've been printing out in thin air and it hangs down a little bit. Yeah. Awesome.
And this is especially obvious for this one because this 1 millimeter plastic string
it contains a lot of heat, so it's very hard to cool it down quickly enough for it to not start to sag down before it cools. That's actually easier if you have a smaller nozzle also.
Okay, so I
Right.
think this is it for the 3D printing workshop, unless we have another question.
Nothing more. Right?
Keep on printing.
Yes. See you.
See you.
I can take a quick question for
Yeah.
you guys.
Awesome.
What's the most crazy thing you did with a 3D printer?
Oh, for me, I think actually it's that one. It took quite a while to just get everything sorted and then assembled and things like that. The helmets I also, or the kind of like stormtrooper things are also pretty cool.
Where you showed them during this
Yeah, maybe
hours,
we
right?
didn't.
The stormtrooper helmets.
Yeah.
You've seen them? These ones.
And these are actually printed on the big Prusa, so they have really obvious ley lines. But I think this works pretty well for kind of like things that are this big. And it took like 2 hours to print, I think. So it's pretty good for a model this size.
So next up, you do a helmet for you that you can use.
No, people are into that, but not me.
And I've designed my own 3D printer. So that was a lot of, quick iterative design. I call it print and toss because you print something and then you try to put it together, then you learn something. So it's a test. And then you realize I need to change this thing and then you toss it. So I had these big boxes of parts where, already through that iterative process. But in the end, I made a 3D printer.
Yeah. I think the next level for us here would be actually to have our own plastic extruder. So we can take the waste, grind it down, and make new filament from it.
Yeah.
That would be actually a really cool thing.
Yes.
So we try to actually save the leftovers. So because someday we will try to make new filament from it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you later. Okay, now we are heading back, heading to our next schedule. It's over at the island in Kalmar. We have an island that we call it in Sweden, Öland, and if you translate it directly to English, it's become the island. So we check in the bath temperature and put up some sensors over there. So I hope and I guess we are jumping over to Fredrik and the crew over there.
And just say when we're live. I have no idea. Okay. So then we are live now at Granuddens camping, and we are very glad because we got coffee when we got here and some punchrullar and small chocolate balls. Don't use the other word. And today we're actually here because we are joined in by Uptilt. So we're going to just introduce everyone a little bit more properly. David, you have already met. And maybe we take it in order, like maybe the host starts with a short introduction. So let's just introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Mikael Bravin Karlsson. I take care of Granudden. I run the little cafe and restaurant here. And well, welcome to Granudden.
Yeah, and over to Anton.
Hello, my name is Anton Munter and I'm the co-founder of Uptilt.
And my name is Olof, and I'm just joined the Uptilt like this week, so I'm new.
Yeah, and you haven't gotten an Uptilt t-shirt yet. Oh, you have? Okay, wow. Why aren't you showing it?
But you're missing ny på jobbet.
It should be new at work. Yeah. Jokes aside, I mean, the thing here that actually this is a project that we wanted to include. So we're trying to include both local projects and obviously that is done by local companies, and that is also very close to, well, the needs of IoT solutions, because this is an area where I think we are like really in the beginning of. I mean, we will see much more of this in the future because there are a lot of like things. I'm not talking to you, so let's switch over to Mikael for the question. But in terms of applications when you're having a camping site, what is important for you?
Well, number one, it's not a camping site. It's a
Oh,
public.
sorry,
It's
sorry.
a public beach, so everyone's welcome. And when you put out the sensor for the temperature of the water, that's one thing. It's customer service because they can go online and they can see the open spaces. They can, and they can see the water temperature. Just that is a big up for the whole area. And what was the question again?
Yeah, so to say, I mean, a lot of these tourists. Sorry for mentioning it as a camping site, but the public beach. Yeah, so Granuddens. But the thing here is that we see like low-cost IoT solutions that are. Well, you might think it's like, oh, it's not too advanced to just transmit some temperature of the water. I mean, that we have been doing for a lot of time, but just being able to do it in a lot of places and very close to the people that are actually using these spaces, just knowing the temperature of the water, and you're able to check that on an application.
Yeah, and for me as running a company, I don't have to go out and do the measurement myself.
Exactly.
Because I think I paid almost 500 crowns in just thermometers last year or 2 years ago, because they tend to swim away.
Yeah.
So just going into my website and see what the temperature is, it's a big up for me. So it's efficient, you save money, and it's customer friendly. So it's upsides.
And Anton, maybe you want to speak a little bit about the background of what you're building here.
Yeah, of course. So we're building a web application for this, and that's just so people will easily find it. It's just a web page, but it's acting like an application. So you will see the real-time data transmitted from the devices, which is also quite neat. It's posting one each hour, I think. It's an interval of 1 hour.
That's another unique point, because instead of downloading an app, it's already device friendly.
Yeah.
So you just log into the site, and it's really easy for companies like myself, because I developed the web page. I just put in the code and it's there. So it's really easy to it's just benefits.
Yeah, I think it's a good project to kind of showcase the friendliness of IoT, and this is kind of the perfect showcase of how easy it is to get going. It's not that hard, and it's much more economic than the traditional means of doing these things, I think. So
and we put up a QR code last year, and it loads really fast because there's not a lot of information. It's a fast website.
Yeah.
So it goes really quick.
Yeah.
Instead of, like I said, otherwise you have to download the app and then you have to go through. But it's really user friendly and quick.
It's also fun what you can actually do with the data as well when you have it. You can do a lot of statistical analysis and stuff like that with the data. That you find kind of interesting patterns in the temperature as well. I was kind of surprised at the temperature difference between just night and day. I had no idea it was that kind of difference, and just between places. I think last year when we measured just the temperature difference from here and at the Kalmar site, it was like 2-3 degrees, almost 5 to 10 degrees sometimes, just because the wind had difference on some certain days. So that was kind of an opening eye moment for me.
Yeah, same here. If the winds go out towards Kalmar from Öland, I don't remember if it's warmer, and then if it turns in, it could be a difference of 10 degrees. Education, eh?
Yeah. So, do we
But the system, I'm thinking about the system. What is it comprised of? So we know it's a couple of sensors, but how are these sensors sending data in this case? How is it connected to the internet? So what protocol is it using?
Sensors that are talking in LoRaWAN to a platform called the Helium, a Helium platform, which has an integration and converts these kind of data payloads into something more readable for our backend, which is hosted in the cloud. and then we have an application that reads from our own backend. So kind of the Helium platform and the conversion platform is acting as kind of separate middle layers. So it's really scalable, and it's easy to add more sensors and easy to add more kind of use case for each one of them. So everything is really scalable and modular.
They want us to talk higher, so I'm not saying. So maybe we could elaborate a little bit on the choice of network, because you mentioned Helium. I mean, and well, people watching this stream might be aware of all these options, but why not use Wi-Fi?
Yeah, or a SIM card.
Or a SIM card? Why not?
Yeah, well, Helium or LoRaWAN, it has a really long travel distance. That's why we use it here. And in Kalmar, at least, they're quite good coverage as well. So instead of Wi-Fi, which has kind of on a good day, like a 20 meters range, maybe, we can get almost 10 kilometers or more open over water. So we can transmit very, very small messages, very long distances, instead of kind of having to rely on a bad or slow Wi-Fi connection here or something like that. So it's kind of a distance question.
It's also, isn't it a little easier to build the infrastructure? Like if you're thinking of LoRaWAN, for example, contra Wi-Fi, which has a much more shorter range. So you were talking about 10 kilometers. This is when using LoRaWAN. Maybe it's also worth to mention that the battery, the power consumption is also way less than if we would use Wi-Fi because of how the protocol works. So that's also another reason that you could maybe sometimes choose LoRaWAN over Wi-Fi if you don't want to send as often.
As I said, we send data each hour, I think, and we calculated it. The batteries will last about 10 years doing this. So the power issue is kind of not an issue. As with most other devices, when you're thinking of a battery, you think of, I have to change out that in like a month. And that's not a valid use case anymore if you have to swim out and change the battery each month. But doing it like this, you can just put it here, come back in 10 years, and it will still work, probably.
Yeah. And you mentioned that you bought thermometers for 500 crowns each. So when we talk about the price point for this sensor, maybe you can explain what we see here.
Yeah. So this is the kind of sensor. This is the battery pack, and the kind of hardware, the circuitry. And this is just kind of the sensor that actually measures the temperature. This is the antenna for the LoRaWAN connection. So this, I think, when we bought it, it was like 500 crowns for all of this. So it's really efficient, cost efficient, is that word, as well. It's not that expensive, and that's kind of everything you need. We have some cloud services as well, but if you want to do this yourself, you could kind of for no more money than 500 crowns at your own place.
A lifetime expectancy on a device like that. If it's no physical damage to it, what's the lifetime expectancy? Like the battery lifetime?
Yeah, as I said, like the battery would last for around 10 years, doing it like we are doing it now with an interval of 1 hour. But you could probably do it even more efficiently if you need data one time a day maybe. So yeah, it's really cost efficient, I would say.
And this, just to mention about like this is a Chinese sensor, and LoRaWAN, actually they are quite modular. So there are a lot of different options of connecting other things to this. We have a couple of these in the lab with, I think, ultrasonic, which is one thing that you can measure distance. But like the low price point of a lot of these like ready sensors are what makes things attractive, because that, like, as you mentioned, like just buying a traditional way of measuring something, but you still have to do manually, you can sort of get this for the same price point. Obviously, you have the IT and the integration part, and that you won't see the temperature on the device. You don't have a screen. Maybe that could be added. I don't know.
We were thinking about putting up a screen in one of my windows to the cafe here, like a LCD screen or something. so they can see it. Because before, I wrote the temperature 2 times a day on a blackboard, or well, a whiteboard actually.
Yeah.
So but now I don't have to do that because they can just check on the web page or ask me, and I'll show them. So I need another QR code.
We're gonna fix that.
Yeah. And the site that the application that you're building, but maybe have you mentioned it or?
No, because we're actually rebuilding the whole site today as well, kind of as part of this stream. So we'll see how far we'll come with that, but we probably will have something to.
Old school, new school.
Perfect joke. So we will be using this.
It's
of
cute,
course.
though.
It's cute, yeah. So maybe a mix of old school and new school, because the design is nice.
Let's reuse the duck and then have that sensor floating, and we just.
It's gonna be really warm around that sensor when the kids grab it.
Yeah.
So if there are any questions, what you that are watching this stream, just let us know, and we'll probably be able to respond. One thing that I think is particularly interesting is also, I mean, obviously this is low-hanging fruit when we're talking about IoT and like bath temperature sensor. I'm like surprised that not more people are doing this, not more sites, because it's relatively easy. And you could also do it yourself. And well, by joining this course, I'm sure you will have the competence to do that. But there are other things. I mean, just measuring how many people move around in a certain area. Traffic flow.
Because if you want to go to a beach on Öland, sometimes it's crowded. So if you know that, okay, it's crowded here, it's crowded there, you can pick and choose your own beach and check the temperature, and so I think if it's easy to modular and do other applications, I'm interested in more.
Yeah.
Because it's good stuff.
Yeah, and also, as you mentioned before, just to roll back on that you're now utilizing the Helium network, which is well, it didn't exist just a couple of years ago, and otherwise you'll have to subscribe to a service. You perhaps need a SIM card if you're going that route. That could be expensive. It could also be cheap, but it's also power hungry. But you also have other networks, LoRaWAN networks. Often these kind of networks exist in the city, like so-called city networks. That is quite common. But the power of Helium, or the power of actually getting your own gateway, because that is also an option. You can have your own gateway at your own site and sort of do it yourself. And it won't, actually the connectivity doesn't cost almost anything, which is really cool. So, and that hasn't been the case before. Like just a couple of years ago, connectivity was like more pricey than it is today. So.
Yeah, I jumped on it straight away when they came over here. Was it last year?
Yeah. We came in last summer.
Yeah. It's a great startup, and we were making phone calls. We need this all over the place. We called people in Borås, and
it was fun.
Yeah.
It's a fun project. As well as I said, it's kind of a fun project to just showcase the usability of IoT, I think. At the kind of bare minimum, just real-time monitoring something that's adds usefulness to kind of, I don't want to say society, but at least some people. Yeah.
So we're going to be installing the sensor. I don't know, should we do it now or?
I think we should do it now.
Probably now, yeah. So gonna change to my
Swim
swimming
gear.
shorts, and then you're also swimming.
Yeah,
so now I have it on record.
It's really shallow now, actually. So if you could
maybe
wade
we
out.
don't need to change this because I don't know really where we're gonna install it. You have to.
Yeah, let's walk down and check.
let's.
Bring everything.
Har du fått statistik på hur många som faktiskt kollar skador?
Nej.
Men så det sitter ingen Norden över
Ja, men jag tänker att Färjestaden där borde ju, Mörbylånga kommun, borde ju vara på bollen där. Vi funderar ju på att göra lite sådana här det här med folk eller skolan. Det har ju driftchefen här pratat om flera gånger. Och den är ju egentligen förhållande till sig.
No jumping. Might be 40 centimeters, 30.
Yeah, it's really shallow today.
Okay.
Yeah, this is very shallow. It's probably easiest if I just.
I think
Just go down.
Yeah, I strapped it on one of these posts last year, I think.
All right.
Shoes off. Let's do it.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. No.
Yeah. A nice job description though.
Yeah, it
Go
is.
swimming.
Yeah.
So if you would guess, how warm is it?
Yeah, that's okay. I would say maybe 17.
Let's see.
Let's maybe have. So where is it best to place it? Maybe,
I don't know if we use double straps or.
Yeah, I'm just thinking where to put. We just maybe
Put it
strap
on the inside, I think, so
here.
they couldn't grab it.
But I want the wire to also. Let's measure. Jag brukar bara hålla så och så drar jag. Så. Ska den kanske ligga där. Vi har så. Bra lite där. Så. Behöver vi den. Perfekt. Okej. Så.
Så.
Precis. Så. Så. Ha lite band i väskan också.
Just in case.
Ja. Det bara. Så. Ja, okej, det gick inte runt där. Ska se om vi kan göra så här.
Ja, faktiskt.
Vi tror inte vi kan få... Jag tror det går. Vi behöver en till i så fall. Kolla om inte vi har någon i väskan.
Jag får en sån
Anton.
strip till där. Så.
Ja, jag tror jag har i väskan.
Stora packet.
Vad sa du?
Stora packet eller?
Vad är det?
Lägger vi upp den under?
Inget? Nej, det är bara mina ports. Okej. Ja, vi lägger den.
Lägger upp den där. Under där. Packet där. Det kan jag skjuta den.
Så har vi bara... Nej, det är bara den. Dubbletter.
Comment on YouTube. Looks like life is hard for the IoT staff.
Yeah. Yeah, but we can just put it.
Yeah, put it on that shelf there.
Yeah.
For now.
There we go.
So is that starting to transmit straight away?
It's already onboarded, no?
It's already onboarded.
Yeah.
So I don't have my phone on me, but we could see if we get any live results straight away.
With that. So we have to check back in later. But you can go to badkoll.se. It's up now, but it's super empty.
Okay. So badkoll.se.
Yes.
That is but it will be up.
When did it transmit last time? Do we know that?
When?
Yeah, transmitted last time because okay. So I'll guess we'll have to wait.
And one comment also, things are sometimes stolen.
Yeah.
Yeah. So do people usually steal this kind of stuff?
Never. I don't know. I don't even think they see it or think about it. It may be if the kids find the cable, they want to pull it. But I think we put it in a plastic tube or something last year, maybe. But we hide it a little bit, so no one's gonna think about it. They're too busy playing. Yeah. On the traditional one, and they love that one.
Okay. So that's actually a feature then, to have it not looking too fancy. Yeah. And there is also got a question here. There is no GPS in this sensor. Am I correct? Yeah. Yes. So if someone steals it, it's stolen, and now a lot of people will know where this actual sensor.
So come to Connor, then if you steal it, you have to buy at least 5 copies.
Yeah, buy 5 copies. Yeah, that's great.
And visit januden.net.
Yeah. So
Right, so I said 19. No, 17. I said
17
degrees.
Yeah, we'll see you in an hour or two. Yeah, because you're heading over to Desi, the ferry. Yeah. So we check in on badkoll.se. Yeah.
So I'm going to leave this stream here. Yeah. In that case, this installation was a lot easier than we thought. We thought that we were going to have to jump in.
Yeah.
We will just get a very warm temperature now.
Really nice.
It's really nice.
Yes.
But it measures what it measures. So
Yeah,
if you are at that place, then it will be what it shows. So
Yeah. But maybe if we put out a device, a raft or something further out for next year, it would give a more accurate, because I don't mind having the highest water temperatures in the area, but it's not really,
Okay, but then we might head off. So what you will see in the stream now is that Anton and Olof, they will go back to Kalmar by car and start working coding on the app. So that will be demonstrated in hopefully very soon. Couple of hours. Then we'll see everything live. That's the plan. We always have a plan. So. And me and David, we are going to walk over to MS Desi, which is very close from here. So we're going to have a walk over to MS Desi, where we're going to meet up with some people, and we're going to demonstrate all the IoT installation that is on board DESI.
And
we'll
also install some additional sensors. We have, I think, we have around 6-7 sensors with us that we're gonna install. Those are a lot easier. You can just kind of
we'll show them in a bit. So we're going to have to walk over there. So I think that we want to really thank Mikael for
no problem.
really
Thank
showing
you.
up and doing this. I mean, this is super fun.
Yeah, it is.
So
We need more stuff like that.
yeah, more will come. I'm sure of it. So
too bad you didn't get the sunshine, but then again,
actually, I think
it's a good weather to film in. I think.
It's a good weather because yesterday was really hot. So
I noticed.
Yeah,
a lot of ice cream.
Yeah,
great.
Nej, det går bra. Men då syns vi i eftermiddag. Eller vi kommer. So it's not muted now. Okay. Then let's have a walk over to Destiny.
Oh, I need to bring my laptop.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. There's no microphone.
No, the microphone is right there.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. And today I'm going to talk about some pilot cases that we have done in the IoT lab. First of all, this is about BLab. That is BLab technology companies. Develops and manufacture products and services for digitally connected beehive. And the objective of this company is that they want to introduce eco-friendly communication technology for monitoring the situation of the bees and the honey production level. So for this case, we offer them that you can use temperature sensor, pressure sensor, humidity sensor, and weight sensor. And the architecture purpose here is shown here. You can see. And then this is the architecture that you can the beekeepers that they concern about the bee situation, they can monitor the situation by using these sensors. And also they can see the weight of the honey that is produced by them. Also, this is it has other benefit that beekeepers, they don't need to go on site and have a gloves. You know, it's really hideous to do having these gloves and go on site and check the monitoring check the situation of the bees. So this is how the architecture is, and this is the final prototype that we come up with. And then the other pilot case is called Estensvark, Åseda, and it's a company, it's a sausage company that is located in Åseda and produces meat-based product like sausages. And they want to measure the temperature and the humidity of the rooms. And we suggested that the proposed architecture is shown here, and we say that okay, you can use the LoRaWAN sensors and LoRaWAN gateway, and in this case we use the LoRaWAN network server that's called the Things network, or TTN in short, and we use the DataCake platform for visualization and dashboards. So they are not needed to go manually to do report and show the authority. Then in this case, automated, and they can use these sensors to do monitoring. And the other pilot case is JobOut, and a JobOut company, they try to get people involved and interested in the work while they are concerned about their health. So the word is exactly meshed up of workout and job. It means that when you are sit down or stand up while you are working, it means that you are doing workout while you are doing your job. So they concerned about, they want to promote the health. And the other ones, the other pilot case is Event Center. And Event Center is a bar restaurant. It's located in Växjö. And they want to, this is a room for a Twister game. And these glasses that you can see here, these colorful glasses, they are not super sensitive, while they are required to be sensitive. So we propose them that they can use this velostat and this conductive wire, and then they can be assured that they are reliably connected. And when the players or users, they touch with the feet and with the hand, they will activate it. And now they are very sensitive. So the other pilot case is QTF, Sweden AB, and it's QTF is a filter tube, and they want to know when it's supposed to change this filter. So for this case, we connected two pressure sensor when the water comes in and when the water comes out in the two sides of the filter tube. So when the water comes in, if pressure is very low, the water that comes up, the pressure will be lower than when it is coming. So they will understand that, okay, this is the time to go and change this filter. So we propose this architecture for QTF system, as you can see, and with these 2 pressure sensors that is installed 2 sides of the filter tube. And the next pilot case is a smart rollator, and my colleague Arsalan will talk about it.
Yeah, thank you, Nida. And yeah, I will go through some other pilot cases that we did last year. So one of them is called Smart Rollator. Smart Rollator is a device that is designed to assist sick and old individuals with mobility issues. So the company that makes these smart rollators, what they want is they want to install GPS and accelerometer on these sensors, so that we can find the location and how much distance it has traveled, and also if it is in use or not. So we propose to use M5 Stack. M5 Stack is a modular and stackable development platform that is based on ESP32 microcontroller. This is M5 Stack, and then we transmitted this GPS sensor and accelerometer information using MQTT broker for visualization. So, and then now I will talk about next pilot case. This is called Boda Sand Beach Resort. We know this is a famous place in northern Ireland, and it's a huge place with more than 1,300 campsite and 125 cabins. So what they want to do is they want to measure the number of people that are coming or going, and also the weather around Boda Sand. So with the help of Kalmar Energy, we installed LoRaWAN gateway there, so that we can have this coverage. And then we installed number of weather stations, and another sensor that we install is a passive infrared sensor to count the number of people. So you can see that these weather stations that are installed there. This one is wind measurement sensor, and so on. And then we worked with a company called Tiva. Tiva is a company that develops technical products linked to water and environmental monitoring. So what they want to do is they want to measure the depth of water, and also they want to send this information to SMHI web page. So what we did is we utilized number of hardwares. For example, RAC 5005. It's a wireless Weiss block base that provides us this capability to communicate using Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and LoRaWAN communication protocol. And then we use BMP280 sensor that is used to measure temperature and humidity. And then we use seed sensor for liquid level monitoring. This is very nice sensor. You can put it into the liquid, for example, water, and then it measures the pressure of water, and then it converts the pressure into the voltage, and using that voltage value we can measure the depth of water. Then we use our RAC gateway and send this information to a cloud platform. Another project we did, it was related to Kalmar Damme. Kalmar Damme is a wetland which was artificially created near Kalmar Airport to remove nitrogen from water, which is used to de-ice the runway during winters. So there is a company called Flowbic. Together with Flowbic, we installed a number of sensors. For example, 10 water level sensors, 1 conductivity sensor, and number of weather stations. And then all these sensor values are sent to the cloud platform. This is very helpful for commune, because in the past there was a person that used to go there to take the measurements by hand every month. So now we can have these measurements in our cloud platform, and it is also used by students from biological department for their educational purposes. And then another project I want to show you is called PMN Venner. So if you live in Vecco, you are well aware that PMN Venner is a restaurant. They want to measure the food waste. So what we did is we connected ESP32 with a weighing scale, and then sent this information to our web application that we developed. So ESP and your mobile phone, they are communicating using BLE. So how much food is wasted? This information is going to the web application using BLE. And then another pilot case that we experimented with is it's called Aquatech Sweden. Aquatech Sweden is a company here in Kalmar that develops nozzles to clean the sewage systems. So what they wanted to do is they want to know what's inside the sewage, because they are pumping a lot of clean water to clean the sewage. You can see here in this picture that they are using fresh water, and they are using 25 to 50 liters of diesel per hour to run these pumps for water. So sometimes these huge systems are blocked, maybe because of tree roots or whatever. You can see in this illustration, it can happen something like this. So after pumping a lot of water and consuming a lot of diesel, they realized there is a blockage. So they wanted to install some sensor and transmit this information to the system in the truck, so that they know this beforehand. But we utilize LoRaWAN and NB-IoT underground to get this information. Until 5 meters, we got the signals. Until 10 meters, little bit signal. But when this nozzle went further down, until 15 meters, we lost the signal. So it was it was an experiment, but we are unable to receive these signals at the end. And then there was another project called Svenska Väg. Svenska Väg is a company that is one of the main manufacturers and supplier of weighing machines in Sweden. So sometimes customers need weighing at station and places that are remote. So they can be hard to reach environment for places that have no access to internet at all. So their problem was they want customer to be able to weigh and have the opportunity to see the weight values without having to be physically present at the weighing instrument. So what we did, we utilized RAC 7431 to communicate with Modbus, and then we sent these weighing values using this RAC 7431 hardware to Things Network for visualization. So these were the pilot cases that we did last year, and this year also we are running number of projects, and hopefully we will be able to do them. Yeah. And now we have our colleagues here that will show us the box we received, and we don't know what it is.
So we teased
Welcome,
this
Ahmed.
box.
Yeah, exactly. I
So
mean,
what's in the box?
let's see. We have a mystery box here from ElectroKit, and we don't know what it is. So we're gonna open it together to find out what we have. Let's see. We have it. Nana, come on.
Ooh. What is it? LED tester.
LED tester. Temperature. These are all sensors. Then what do we have here?
Raspberry Pi.
Raspberry Pi.
Pi Pico.
A Pi Pico.
Temperature. Is it Swedish? Sorry for that.
And light sensor.
Light sensor, yeah.
Yes. Oh, we have some fun robot.
More robots.
Let's open this one.
Yep.
Yes.
Little fun
Oh,
robots
there's
are
one.
always good to open.
Yeah.
And another one also. Here.
They always should be. We have the manual for it. And then the battery. I think this guy cannot. Oh, we need to assemble it.
Yep. Let's see if we have a bit of downtime today. We can play with it.
Sure, definitely. Like we need to read, and then we have a bunch of LEDs, and
So that's one other thing for the audience. Eventually, if you feel like you want us to do something, let us know in the chat if you want to build this, or if you want more 3D printing, or if you want to discover something else. I think we have other boxes, right? That you want, like a robot dog, for example. I heard.
Oh yeah.
Like this little guy. Let's open it up. It's a dog as a robot, maybe. Who knows? So there's a lot of things we can actually go and play around with.
Maybe.
So it's all up to you online what you want to see.
Yeah. So.
Hold up.
Do we have a dog? Hey, we have a dog. Yep.
Yeah, it's stretching.
And it's like a scene on Titanic.
Yeah.
Draw me.
Yeah, say hi.
Hi.
Push-ups.
That dog is definitely more trained than I am.
Saying work it out.
It's Beetle, I think the name. Beetle.
Yeah.
Beetle or Beetle.
Beetle is here.
You guys can read.
Yeah, exactly. It's
There you go.
Beetle. Bionic robot.
Yeah. So there's a lot of things we can play with.
And there's Arduino here. You can take it out and you can program it what you want. It's not only this built-in. You can.
So it's not moving by its own. We have a remote.
Yeah.
We were not, it's not AI powered.
Yeah.
If you want to talk about AI, you have to watch another podcast with Frederick and Johan. Here, this is programmed stuff.
Exactly.
It's human intelligence in here.
Yeah.
Yep, and he's gone. Okay, bye.
Goodbye. So
We also have this bit car.
Oh.
So it's like, I think the
same, but other car. Same with wheels.
Exactly, with wheels. So we can control. We haven't unboxed it, so let's see if I think we need to assemble it. Yes, it's unassembled, so we need to.
So we'll
we have a
see.
lot of.
Around 4 p.m. I think we're gonna have a lot of time for those kind of small things.
Yeah, sure.
So
Then
people,
I just wanted
vote,
to also
tell us.
show some of the interesting things I found here. We have this big guy. We call the EdgeBox ESP100. It's an industrial controller. So it supports CAN and also Modbus RS400 is there, and also can connect to Ethernet. So it exposes some pins here. We also can inject the SIM card, then also antenna for. It's as I've read, it supports also LoRa, and you can have like SIM card here to connect to internet, and also it has ESP32 S3 microcontroller, 8 megabyte of flash, 512 RAM.
This
And
is
then
live
it
nerding
also
out.
we can connect it to the rack, and then it can control a lot of devices in the industrial. This is I am amazed by that.
So
all of those.
You have been rebranded Kalmar Dynamic on Discord.
Yeah. Then also we have this guy, like Azure Sphere MT3620, and this is like you can work it with Microsoft Azure IoT. It's a development board. It has. I saw it. We didn't open it yet, but I saw it exposed. Yes, let's open
Where
it.
is it?
It should be somewhere.
There.
We also have a. Let me see. We have a cutter here.
Yeah, it's not.
If you don't cut ourselves.
Yeah.
And we're gonna open
Nice.
it. This is faster.
Super fast.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's a
Wow,
development
it's more
board.
bigger than
Yeah, it's a development board. I don't know the microcontroller on it. I've looked it up.
A bit small for me to
Yeah.
read.
Yeah, but it is really small. But
maybe on
here.
We need to barcode. There is a
Yeah, I mean, probably we need to look it up.
Yeah.
We also have
Let's,
this one. It's from BeagleBone. Yeah, probably some people like know what BeagleBone. This is the green version of it. It's a Cortex A8, so it's basically like the same as some mobile phones microcontroller it has on it. So it's also development board. There are different microcontrollers you can try. This one is ESP32. This one is for Microsoft, that one, and then this one is the BeagleBone. I don't know what they call it, the microcontroller on BeagleBone. Is they have special names on it or not? Then we also have a Raspberry Pi camera, classic Raspberry Pi camera. Then
it's 8 megapixels.
yes, and we have also
Pretty decent.
Yeah, it's good for image processing.
For image processing,
Yeah.
8 megapixels is way enough.
Yeah. We also have this guy. I think it uses the same microcontroller as Raspberry Pi do, but it's an open source project. We can take a look at it. There are a lot. So today I was like amazed, like looking at all these sensors.
This is a lab as well. If you're next to Kalmar, come say hi. There's a lot of toys to discover.
A lot.
And as you see, there's a lot of enthusiasm from
Yeah,
the
yeah.
team. So if you want to discover new sensors and new stuff, come
Yeah,
here.
we have is an open source version of it's the same as Raspberry Pi open source version. So you can try. We haven't tried this. We just open it, but it's gonna be.
only there is a camera here.
Yeah, just the camera on this
Raspberry
one.
Pi. Yeah, let's open it.
And we have a lot of different sensors. One of the nice one I've realized here is this guy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, you're so cute.
Yeah.
That's a
And
camera
you connected
filming a
this?
camera.
Mhm.
Where is the Raspberry Pi that we can
A
connect?
Raspberry Pi. Yeah, probably
Yeah.
on this one. This boy.
Oh,
No.
this is also.
This guy is also has the place for camera, so you can put it over there. There are a lot of different sensors here. This one is a finger clip hearts, heartbeat sensor.
Yeah.
So the one that's in the hospitals, they connected to see the heartbeat. So we also can connect it and collect the data from it.
Yeah. We
Then-
didn't show them.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can show them how to.
Yeah, it is a port.
There
here,
is
so-
a. You need to take.
Tape out.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is for just to show. So it connects here.
Yeah.
You're gonna go and
Yeah. And then
And that is.
so you will
connected.
Yeah, we need
connect
to
with
close
the
it.
Yeah.
connectors.
And then
Nice.
dust sensor is from Groove. You can measure the air quality of your place with this dust sensor.
So as you see online, a lot of things. Later on during the day, we're gonna have quite a bunch of small downtime. If you want them to explore something live, let us know in the comments, either on Discord or here, and we are going to play around.
Actually, we have PCB printer.
We have a PCB printer. We can probably say that before or after, because I think we're gonna go soon back to Frederick to get some discussions. I'm just gonna check with him.
You're gonna find out more what we have here, possibilities. Then when you come back, probably we have something to present.
Oh, there is a lot. I mean, you guys have seen just a bit off the table here. Just so you know, it's not just an alien, it's also a solar cell, a bunch of things. I mean,
The different development boards from Raspberry Pi to Arduino Mega, Heltec based on ESP32. This is RP2040 from Arduino. And I think everyone knows this. Raspberry Pi Pico W, we are working in it. And this is basically the first version of microcontrollers running MicroPython. This is ESP32 8266. So VEMUS called. It was for 2-3 years ago. when we first like MacroPython ported for ESP32 family microcontrollers. We have a lot, and then from Nordic, here is the board development board from Nordic. So it has all the pins, and then also several sensors on top of it. You can try different things. Here, believe me, it's like a heaven for those who like to try microcontrollers. It's everything. It's a lot, a lot to discuss and work on.
Great. Well, thank you very much, you three. That was amazing. We're going to come back to you later
Yep.
today.
See you later.
So people in the comments, go for it. We're going to join back Frederick, who's going to be on a boat. So
Bye for now.
bye, people. And we're going to switch to Frederick in a second.
Hey.
Det funkar. Works. Ready, skriver jag. Okay, we are actually live. So we are at the same time communicating over Discord. So, okay, now you have been following us walking from the camping site, which should not be called a camping site, up to MS Desi, where we are now. And you can see the ferry here. This is the local bike ferry and tourist ferry we have in between Kalmar and Öland. So let's walk on board. And we're going to meet a lot of people on board. So just follow along. Yeah, it's some lag. So, and we have someone here that actually joined us from Stockholm. Oh, well,
Yes,
obviously you're here for a
I'm
vacation.
here on holiday, but we are sort of colleagues. I'm working at the Royal Institute of Technology, and
Which is called KTH in
which is called KTH.
Yeah.
In Swedish and other language.
Yeah. And we're part of the same group called Lighthouse
Yes.
also, so doing some also maritime related research. And this actual project which we are here for today is also funded by Lighthouse. Perhaps someone is watching from Lighthouse and now you get some credit for that. So, but essentially, well, you're here because you thought it was fun. to
Yeah,
see.
I mean, of course, I always find it fun when we meet at the Lighthouse meetings.
Yeah.
And it's interesting to hear what you are doing at the Linnaeus University. And when we met last Thursday in a Zoom meeting, I realized that, well, I'm actually on Öland this very day. So, of course, I wanted to join and have a look at what's going on.
Okay, let's take a tour of the ship. So I think all the other guys are up one floor. So one deck, I should say. And now we're closing in, and you see a large group of people here. And let's start with Fredrik, and let's introduce him. So Fredrik Ruberte, you're actually like sort of a head of operations.
Yeah, operation manager for Ressel Rederi.
Yeah.
And we are now proceeding to connect some sensors, and we are very exciting over this to have sensors all over the vessel with vibrations and noise level and so on. And we will see what all the data will give us for help.
Yeah.
Maybe help for knowing if the engine, some problem with the engine.
Yeah, and that's the point here is that like the I would say the main point of this project is to do sort of an exploration of what kind of sensors work or not, what kind of networks, because one particular thing that we should mention about this project is that we are running 3 different LoRaWAN networks. We are running Helium, the Things network, and also the City network. So actually 3 different LoRaWAN networks that the sensors here are installed with. So, and I think in small passenger ferries, like there are lots of them, aren't there? Like
Yes, a lot in Sweden. In the inland waters, lots of them. Yeah, it's about, I think it's about 500 we have passenger ships, smaller one like this. But I think also as the time goes, there will be more questions, and we will solve everything with, if you have open mind of this. I think it's very nice to see this coming.
Exactly.
What are the measurements that you think you're most interested in?
We talked about it a lot, but it is what I think from the beginning. But after time, I think maybe we will have this and this. But what we were talking about, it is to have, if you can be announced that maybe some trouble with the engine, because you have some vibrations that is normal, and then suddenly the system tells you, something is happening. Maybe the system cannot say, what is happening, but you can check it out. Maybe it's an injector or something, or some damper or something. That's one thing.
Could it be things that you are able to do anything about directly, or is it things that you analyze and
I think
have a
both.
look at afterwards?
I think both, because if you have a clutch, maybe it's going very quickly. Then you can just, so you don't have those problems, then you change the clutch. But you can also see if there, as I said, injector or something, some bearing, something in the engine, then you take a oil sample. But I think this, if the system checks what is normal, and then it tells me, something is happening, then I can start to look. That's one thing. But we also talk a lot of for the staff, for the working environment. So as we measure air inside the boat, the air pollution conditions, and that depends on what wind.
So it's air quality.
Air quality, for inside for the passengers.
And we might also mention that this is still a fossil fueled ferry. So,
Yes,
but you're
it
working
is.
with electric ferries in Ressel?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
We have a made one in Stockholm, where we changed from diesel to electrical. So we have one ferry electrical in Stockholm.
Okay, which one?
It's a small ferry in Hammarby Sjöstad called Lotten.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So one of those is in the Lotten.
Yeah, that's correct. And we also doing Lotten also now. But it's also when you do electrical, but now you come in electric, you have you say I don't have the you have to talk with the department also all the time.
Maybe we should have a quick, I mean, you started the engines at about 15 minutes past 1.
Yeah, that's
So
correct.
we need to visit the engine room
Yeah, we
before.
can do that. Yeah.
So maybe, David, should we just take a quick walk down into the engine room?
Yeah. And just take a small picture. Yeah. I think that. Let's maybe take those there. Yeah, we can do those there. But it was in the starboard side.
Yes, it
I
was.
think it was. It's okay.
Yeah. So Mustafa, just
It's okay.
follow down.
You can follow down. No problem. The engine will not start down. Go.
Yeah,
it's a little. I can hold it for you, and you can go down.
1 minute.
Yeah, it's okay.
Det är varmt.
Ja.
Yeah, this is one of the sensors that we have installed on the sea. This is a vibration sensor. So using this sensor, we know when the engine is on or off. And in here, we're also thinking about installing oil leakage sensor because this is the machinery room, and obviously we want to know if we have oil leakage. So we're thinking of actually installing one just behind you. I can just, if I get past you, I can. So this is one of the engines, and we're thinking if you just film over here, you can see some oil traces. So we're going to install one of the oil leakage sensors here just soon, and then we'll install another one on the other side. But yeah, I'm going to go up and actually get one. I just need a tissue to clean because it's adhesive. So we want to make sure that the surface is clean before we attach it. So I'm just going to go back up, and then, yeah, I'll be back soon. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we're down in an engine room. So I'm not sure if you're able to see, but we might do some marine engineering basics while we're waiting, because you have gotten some IoT stuff. What we see here, the big red thing here, that's actually one of the main engines of the ship. So traditionally, I would say almost the majority of all ships in the world, they use diesel fuel. Small ships, diesel fuel for sure, and large ships still use heavy fuel oil, and LNG and such is also on the agenda now. But this is one of the engines. In a ship, you almost always have a redundancy. So you have often two things that needs to work. So we are now at the starboard side of the ship, which means the right side if you point your nose forward in the driving direction. So the starboard engine, not sure if I can say too much about the engine. I think it's kind of an Italian brand. Maybe, Carl, you might be an expert on exactly this engine. No.
Definitely not.
Definitely not.
I can just say it's a tremendously clean engine room.
Yeah.
So it's
and usually when the engine is running, this is an unmanned engine room. So they sort of do some rounds, I guess, from time to time, and check that things are as they should. But no people are actually down in the engine room while they are driving the ship. But in larger ships, I might mention that it's quite common that you have an engine control room where you have people doing rounds and checking things as you go. But this is a small ferry.
There is a sensor for smoke. Is it
Yeah.
yours? Is it yours?
No, that is not ours. So if you I can take the camera and then we'll point it up here. And then you can see it says rök, and that is actually just a sensor for, a fire alarm sensor, not connected by us.
Okay.
But obviously they are.
But to the bridge, probably.
Yeah, to the bridge. And there are all these fire alarm systems. I would say that I would not recommend doing that on LoRaWAN or any wireless. They should probably be wired. You want them to function. And they also always separate installations. So you don't want to mix that installation with some kind of other control equipment. You want to have the safety equipment often in a very separate environment. So whatever it should work. They also have their own battery backup and all that kind of stuff. So I think David is ready. So let's go with him.
So I've been doing some cleaning. Now the surface is quite clean, and we can see here that we have two holes. This is now me assuming that the oil will probably leak from there if there is an oil leakage.
They will start the engine in some minutes.
Yeah.
So but we wait till you.
Yes. So we need to hurry because they will start. So I'm just gonna, and this is a LoRaWAN oil leakage sensor. And then you see how the form factor is discrete. It's very small and discrete. So we'll just attach this here on the surface, and then it's already onboarded. So this is already sending data. So yeah, I'm just gonna remove the plastic here, and then just maybe attach it there. And now hopefully if we have an oil leakage, we'll get a notification. So yeah, we're gonna install this one, and since we need to, we're gonna depart now soon, so we need to leave the engine room, and then probably when we arrive in Kalmar, we'll install the second one. So we need to leave this room now, yeah.
Before we get ear injuries. And it's quite warm down here. So. Jag kan ta den. Så.
Just det. Jag trodde det var, för det var någon... vet att jag... Okay.
English.
Yeah.
We were talking about if we perhaps met in
before,
the lab last year.
Yeah.
So let's go, and now we've been in the machine room. There is, as I said, one on the opposite side as well, but we have no sensors in that place. So
No, we have one, but we're gonna start the engine soon, so we can't be there right now.
Yeah. So let's. It's actually starting to rain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But luckily, we have the sensors we have left or
inside
indoor sensors.
Should we check the indoor sensor installations?
Yeah, I'm just gonna go up and bring them, and then I'll join you in a second.
Yeah. Let's go in and watch those that are in.
Så, är ni redo? Kan jag starta maskinen?
Jajamän. Sure.
Bra.
Let's see. We this one. What we see here, I actually don't remember the exact name of the model, but it's actually a Swedish company that makes these sensors up in the north of Sweden, Elsys. This one is, I think it's temperature, humidity, and if it's also sound. So we get the noise levels here, and it can be. And when we talked about like the planning for this, we wanted to, because this is the passenger area, so people walk on board. I mean, it's quite interesting to see like how are actually the sound level. How is it? Is it high or low? Do you actually? Is it bad for you or not?
Do you collect data from the passengers as well to confirm what you see from the measurements?
No. So, but one thing, I mean, we're talking about sensors. I mean, sometimes it's like you don't want to go that route, because if you talk with people that are into sensors, like they have a PhD in sensing technologies, like something like that, they always think that this is crap. You should never trust anything that is not calibrated, and etc. etc. So I think you always need to have that in mind, that whatever data you get, it will be an indication of something rather than like a scientific value. That's.
But it's interesting because I mean the indication you get, it's obviously an indication, but still it can give you the idea to dig deeper into something.
Exactly.
So we often do student labs and with cell phone sensors.
Yeah.
So you can store the cell phone
Yeah,
sensors and see accelerations and motions and things that we usually are interested in.
Yeah. Now David is here again, and we also, I think there should be a PM sensor, that's a particle sensor somewhere.
I think we have it probably here somewhere. I'm not. Where did we have the particle? Yeah, we have it over there. Yeah, so I have to go there.
And over here there is a particle sensor that is used to measure like the number of PM 2.5, PM 5, and PM 10. might be wrong on the details. So, but essentially, if there are hazardous particles that come from the engine, they're from the exhaust, and it comes in here, we will be able to measure that as well. And so we, in this room, we're talking about sound, we're talking about still vibration in the engine room, and particle sensors. We could probably take a look here at the dashboard. And now we have Kalmar Energi here. They haven't yet been introduced, but we have Gustav.
Hi.
And Jakob.
Hi.
And what are you doing now?
Yeah, so at the moment
Just check
we
it back.
talked earlier about the vibration sensor. So let's maybe take a look and see how the data looks like, or what we have been getting so far. Just slow internet. Maybe I can share my open a hotspot, perhaps.
So these are different sensors that we're going to set up here in the ferry.
Yeah.
David.
Yeah, so I've
this
written
is
on them, so those marked with COM are comfort sensors and measures temperature and humidity.
Yeah.
Could also be used for determining if a door or a window is opened or closed. So that's what we can use those for. And then we have some oil leakage sensors. We just installed one. This is the second one, which is going to go in the second machine room. And we can see this material here is what's going to soak the oil in order for the sensor to determine, indicate an oil leakage basically. But if we go to...
Are they connected now?
Yeah, so most of them should be onboarded. I'm just gonna see here on page 2 if we can find the vibration sensor, and then see if we can get some data from there.
And did you mention what kind of system that you're working in now? So
at the moment, I'm using IGU. It's an IoT platform developed by Sensative, but we're not using IGU alone. We're using Kalmar Energi's infrastructure for the LoRaWAN connectivity. We're also using Helium and the Things network. So we're trying a range of a number of networks on board on the ferry. So if we go back, and then let's see, but who didn't?
Yes. Är du inne verkligen på det?
Nej, det här är kanske...
This is the legacy.
Yeah, and this is the new one.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
I think it's slow connection.
Yeah, I think it's the connection issue.
So hopefully the sensors will send packages when we are on our way to Kalmar. So this is a kind of a pilot to see that everything is working correctly. And now we just have to adjust and see that all the sensors is
or actually sending. Yeah, so we're using this, and also on this platform you can also set, like most IoT platforms, I would say you can set alarms, set rules. So if this happens, then that should happen. So you can actually not only monitor data, but you can monitor values. You can act on them. That's one of the things. But now we can see the Bob assistant. So this is
and the Bob sensor is the vibrate sensor.
That's the vibration sensor, exactly. And here we can see that it last reported 5 minutes ago.
And the coverage is green, which is good.
Yeah. So if we just click here, and hopefully this goes as smooth as possible. I'm just gonna put my phone here, maybe. Yeah, maybe if you.
Yeah, just go to it.
Let's see if we can get some better connection.
Actually, should we try to computer up here and see if we get good connection?
Yeah, we could probably do that.
What we could do also during the way is to maybe show some of these, some more sensors that are installed.
Let's take some. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So let's walk up. And if we watch up in the on the top here, on that small where all the antennas are, I'm not sure what you call it, but we have a weather station. That's that helix-shaped thing. That's the weather station, and that is also actually feeding a lot of weather data. So you will get a really good like local weather.
Yeah. But it's wind, humid, temperature,
Radiation, temperature.
Yeah, radiation.
This is.
And we also have the gateway or the router over.
Yeah.
Yeah, the antenna we can see is the black, what is it, like 30 centimeters antenna, the one sticking out. And we have the wind sensor.
Data on the wind sensor now? No?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
That's why we moved up here.
But if we go to charts.
Yeah, that's good.
It's
Yeah,
easier
that's,
to see if we get this connection here.
yeah, and then much easier to film upstairs.
Yeah.
Let's do.
Just like the name. What
Yeah,
was this
den
one?
jag väljer.
Actually, I don't know this one. This is David. Is this the
No.
the light or the?
Yeah, this is both the light intensity and if someone is in the area.
Aha,
So it's
so
a motion
utility.
detector
Motion
and
detector.
also
This
a,
is more suitable for offices.
Yeah.
Yes. Office environment.
You can maybe show that. And then let's take maybe.
This one comes with different functions. You can also have for temperature or.
Yeah, I understand. And this one is also good battery capacity.
Around
This
is 5 years, Jacob, or something?
This is depends on the frequency, but up to 10 years. Yeah, it depends on the frequency that Yeah, you if you- measure. yeah, exactly. How If you- often? Yeah. Up to 10 years. Okay. This is good quality actually. This is Alice's, it's Swedish manufacturer. It's very good quality. All right.
And then if we go to
Now it stops
vibration
raining.
level.
Yeah.
It's some check choosing selecting vibration level. I just want to get the data, but I think it's slow network wise, so it's not fetching the information.
Is it because of the
because-
users or?
I think the connection is slow.
Yeah,
and,
it's too weak to
Is
fetch.
it to the helium network or? Or is
the
it,
the Bob Assistant is helium, but and the weather station as well.
the
but-
weather station as well?
Yeah, but the wind sensor is actually Actility, so it's over Kalmar Energi's
platform.
Yeah. And then if we go to past 7 days, we can see, now I'm getting some data.
You got peaks.
Yeah, let's actually take, let's take 7 days. And then we can maybe show, I don't know if it, we don't see it now. Okay. Let's maybe get close to,
Infinite.
We can be inside to the bridge when we just came out from the harbor. That's okay. Then we can go inside.
Det är nätverket som... Alltså det är inte...
Ja, jag vet.
Det är så här, var är... Vi testar, det kanske går på...
Nej, den är ovanpå. Ja. Det är som en liten...
Är det solceller uppe?
Ja. Den, och de har vi satt på ganska många ställen.
Vi har testat hotspot. Vi har testat...
Jag tror det är 5-6. Ja, det är inte mer.
Men är du...
Men om du sätter till
Legacy... Ja. Kommer du åt Gateway? Gateway, ja, men det är ju inte... Det är surfningen.
Temperatur, luftfuktigheten mäter ju också solstrålning. Ja.
Det är inget med den du har vägen till men om du bara går till någon helt annan... Ja, jag ska testa. Men om vi går till Schwarzian och väljer... Så när jag väljer 7 dagar så tar det ett litet tag innan. Där nu. So maybe you can see here that this, I don't know if you see, but here we can see when we have vibrations and when we don't. So here, if we check here, this is during night. We have, there's no vibration. And then here during the day or operation hours, we see that the vibration levels are peaking. So this is one of the things that we're measuring on DESI. And we also, maybe I don't know if we mentioned, but we have the livbojarna. We can show you probably here. So we want to know if these are in place or not. So just behind here we have proximity sensors to know if it's still attached or if it's no longer there. So this is also, we have one here and one on the other side as well. So we have those two. We have the weather station, the wind sensor, and then we're going to install a couple of more. So we want to try sensors for some seats to know like which seats are mostly used or preferred. We're also going to measure the light intensity in just the first floor, and then we'll measure some more temperature and humidity. And we're already measuring particle particle level in the main room to see how, you know, how habitable or not habitable, but how polluted the air is down there. So yeah, I think that's that. Maybe we can film.
So maybe we could talk a little bit about the bicycles. I'm explaining for Carl here that one of the things that are interesting in terms of what you might not obviously see if you just look at like, okay, we have sensors all over the place, but when a ship goes slower, it consumes less fuel. It's actually more or less the same thing with many different. But we have the law of cube, more or less. So if you just go a little bit slower, you will save a significant more fuel. That's a very, very easy short story. And when we have true story, yeah. And when we are running on a time schedule, which is the obvious thing for a ferry, well, obviously they are now going to Kalmar, and then they are leaving at the set time. The slower they go over to Kalmar, like the optimal thing would be to just arrive like when they are leaving. That would bounce back. Yeah, and then bounce back. That wouldn't leave much space for people walking on board and off board. And the thing here is that this also carries a lot of bicycles. Bicycles, they are a little bit tricky. Like you need to bring them on board and you need to secure them, and they take space and all that. So just by knowing the approximate number of bicycles that is on the other end, more or less when they are leaving now, that is a good indication for the captain if I can go a little bit slower or if I maybe a little bit.
And I guess in combination with knowing how many you have aboard.
Exactly, that combination, yeah.
So I was just describing about the bicycles, like going a little bit slower or a little bit faster and knowing what's ahead.
Yeah, that's one of the questions we talked about, how to arrange that, because with a knob or something else with the camera or so. But I think, and I talked with the captain, either way, you're welcome inside to the bridge there also. We can talk about it there.
Let's go in and see how it works when you drive a ship. Maybe we can try. Very cold.
It's cold inside and warm also. But this is Alexander, and this is Patricia. It's our crew.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, and we were talking about bicycles. How many bicycles? If you had known how many people will be on the other side in Kalmar, and also how many bicycles, then if you know there is, it's a lot, then you can raise the speed. Or if you know, there is not so many people there, then you can reduce speed. And that's a lot for the environment or the diesel consumption. Sorry.
How many minutes in difference could it be if it's a lot of bikes or?
Because when we know that in the spring when there's not so many people, then we can go with I think about 7 knots. Then we just go inside Kalmar, and then you can turn around and go back. But if you have to go now, then maybe you have to go with 9.5 knots.
Yeah, okay.
So
That's
lots
a lot.
lots of diesel also. Yeah. So there will be. That's interesting if we can arrange that.
And it's a good example on what knowledge can help you.
Yeah,
with that.
of course.
Yeah.
But we was also talking about, as we talked about. Maybe noise level or vibration also, because it's not only for the engine. Maybe it compared with what RPM I will have on the engine, which is the best for the engine. Maybe it could measure that also. So the system can tell you there is because it's not
okay,
so easy.
When you're working with the best efficiency.
Yeah,
for
of
the
course.
engines,
Yeah.
And that is one thing that we still haven't done yet, but not to promise too much, but that's at least a plan that we have discussed about is that if you look at what we have in front of us here, you can actually see, if you look at the engine
RPM, you have RPM
here, and you have the oil temperature and such. The thing here is that at this very moment, you have no idea on the exact fuel consumption at this very moment.
No.
Am I correct? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
So what you normally see in a car, like in any modern car, you can see when you put the throttle down, you can see the consumption goes up or lower, and you get an indication of that. And this is actually one thing that I would say the majority of ships, they don't have the same thing, which sounds very strange. Why we have it in all our cars, but we don't have it in ships. So obviously you know the fuel consumption, but you know it when you actually refuel the ship, more or less. And you obviously have a good understanding on the fuel consumption. You consume less if you drive slower.
Yeah.
That's it.
And there is some system in our other vessels.
Yeah.
We have such measurements, of course, and all of the different kinds of engine makers deliver with that system, so you have it now. It's not more digital now.
We know about how much per hour.
Yeah,
that's what we know.
Exactly.
So the term eco-driving has been around for a while, but this
Yes.
could be actually information that you can use to drive more economically and eco-friendly.
And it's also that if you could know what is happening, then it's more easy to reduce the speed.
Yeah.
Because in the summer we always think, it's a lot of people now. We have to full speed, not more speed, of course.
Yeah.
But
I think that's a classical question in shipping, that you need to be in time to port. So therefore you drive quite heavily.
Yeah.
And then you can just slow down outside the port and wait.
Yeah, because the weather and situation and so on when you are outside. Yeah.
I'm actually filming a little bit of the view. We are now crossing over to Kalmar. And how long is the trip to Kalmar?
Approximately 30 minutes.
Approximately 30 minutes, yeah.
More or less.
But I think we also talk about doing put sensor for measure the water.
Exactly. And that is, I think, one thing that we also are actually planning to do. This is a platform. We will do more things together with Ressel, as we see. But when we have like in this case, we have a platform that is floating between two spots. If we could put sensors on board, that could give a really good value for maybe biologists and maritime research of other kinds. Like just having a sensor that automatically tracks if there is an oil in the water, so to say. And even there are traces of oil, and then you get you have a station that is moving back and forth with if you just put sensor on that and make that sensor data available for other parties. So I'm actually a big believer in sharing this kind of data, because there might pop up other things. Also, like a camping site owner might be interested in the actual weather on a very local basis. We just heard it was heavy rain in Kalmar.
Okay.
And I think it stopped. Because I got it on Discord. But the thing is that it could rain 1 minute and it could be sunny the other. And we all know that Öland has often better weather than Kalmar. But,
would you open source it then? Or?
Yeah, that's the point. So I would say that the data from this particular project is not open yet, and that's not because we don't want to share it. We just haven't had the time to find the means to share it.
Yeah, of course.
But it will absolutely be open data. So that means that you could fetch the data and use it in some other kind of application or data set.
That's the future of science.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Open source.
Exactly. So that's the plan.
But we're missing data at the wind station today.
Yeah, here in Kalmar, they have the wind and what the
you
current
were
and so
showing
on.
something.
It's a Viva.
But today we're missing the data from the wind station that we usually check. But it's such a calm day, so it's okay.
But the application that you're showing now, what kind of application?
It's called Viva. Yeah.
Viva, okay.
Yeah.
So they're Sjöfartsverket.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah, and you have a map where you can see where the measuring stations are. There's one. That's the one that we're homing in on. There's another one over there. And they show different values, different data. This one, I think they're actually doing some changes there because they had water density and
I see, because
salinity, current, etc. Yeah, you can't see anything either.
No.
So maybe they're actually working on it right now. Because they've been testing some new data arrangements.
But Fredrik, you said that you also have weather data measured here from the ship.
Yeah, we have the weather station on board. So I think we pointed at it a little bit earlier, but that helix-shaped thing, that is the weather station. And we also have wind and so weather data, yes, it's from on board now. At the moment, you're not able to see it in a fancy application on the iPhone, not at the moment. We can look at it at the dashboard. And I'm not sure if I followed along, and maybe you that see the stream got to see that dashboard when David showed it earlier. But the user interface for all kind of IoT application is essential, because what we often see is that I would say it's quite straightforward to put a sensor and get the sensor value. But it's actually what is done with that value, like what kind of decisions are made because you have that information. That is the most essential part. So we could put a lot of sensors on whatever, and that might be fun, but it's totally useless if we don't find the right applications for it. So, but often we don't know before we try. So,
and when you try, there comes more questions all the time.
Yeah.
And then I think it should be open wide when you're thinking about it. Some problem, no problem. You have a solution anyway.
Camera view over.
Yeah. But we were also talking about the position also of the ship, because if you do measurement when you see some extreme measurements, it's, sometimes you can maybe will need to know where the ship, where we're in the harbor or watching outside. As we talk about maybe oil pollution or something. So there's a lots of measurement you can do, but you have to put them together. So much information, and that is very
But I mean, if that's it, you as like a operations manager, what do you think for? We're talking about IoT. We're talking about shipping in, I would say, in near shore shipping, so to say, smaller ships. So what kind of applications do you see in the future, or what we should work on? So if you
as I told you, I was talking. We have some vessels in Stockholm. For passenger ships, and there is, if you will know if there is a person in each small port or some key outside the archipelago, if you know there is a people that want to go with us, then you can go there. Otherwise, I don't need to go there because it's so many small islands. So if you are prepared, you can do a lot of. No, I'm just talking about environment, of course. But there is so much time to spend or reduce if you know what's happening.
And many of these things can be solved by pretty like easy sensors. Like sometimes a push button might be what's needed. So that's why we're actually thinking of having a push button for the bicycles. So we're thinking of two different paths. One will be us using a camera and then processing on the edge and actually counting the number of bicycles with machine learning algorithms. That would be one approach. Another approach, which might be as useful, is like a button which says with a sign, book your bike. You press the button and then you only sort of send the number of pushes and reset that every time you leave automatically. That might be a solution that works as well, but we don't know. So this is the exploratory parts of.
I have another example as a knob. If you some smaller boats, taxi boats or something, have their timetable, but there is not so many people going, so they go empty tours. If the tours is only say about 5-10 minutes, then you should have a knob some told you I need a ride. If you say we have some in Karlskrona.
Okay, so they go on demand.
They asked me today. Please ask them. Is it possible that we have a knob there, and it will tell us maybe with a push note. In the future. Then it will. We have to start up engine and go. Because then you don't have to go all the time.
So,
soon we
do
will
we
be
have
in
any
camera.
questions from the audience? Actually, doesn't seem to be any. Maybe they're eating lunch or. I don't know.
Maybe, but we will soon be inside. And we would meet some people here. You told me,
Yeah, when we arrive in Kalmar, and we are actually quite near now. We can actually see the big building in the far. That's the museum and Länsmuseet and such. And we're going to meet some people there. So the next thing that will happen is that we're going to have a chat with the Kalmar municipality. And as far as I know, they are waiting on the shore.
Okay. We will see.
We will see. And we also might be visited by Barometern. They want to also see what we're doing at the university today and write an article about that. So more or less that is what will happen. And then at 2:30-ish, so we're talking about in 40 minutes about that, we will actually also meet up with the Vice Chancellor, our rector, for a chat. So that's what's up next, so to say, in the live stream. So, but having a boat ride, that's actually really cool. So, So, do we want to mention something about how do you operate this kind of vessel, Alexander?
Yeah,
like
you have to.
What am I doing?
What
Yeah.
are you doing?
What am I doing? What is this thing? This is
Yeah.
an autopilot, and it's pretty straightforward. You have the autopilot button that you click on here, and this is the degrees. It's just to increase the degrees or to have the lower degrees. These are for the two engines. These two here. And if you want to do it manually to steer the vessel, you use this joystick here. And then you have a map here where you can see where you are. We have an AIS signal that gives away our position to other ships. And this here is the radar. Yeah. That's pretty much how I pilot the ship.
Yeah. And what's your schedule? Like how long days do you work? And
Oh, it's around 12-hour days.
okay.
Yeah.
And maybe people like what's like the grades that you have here?
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
Well, this just means captain, we can say.
Yeah. Okay.
2 is first officer.
Yeah.
And the first one's lieutenant. Yeah.
So you're going to do some maneuvering now. Is it okay if we just stay and film? We won't disturb you.
Yeah,
Or do you want us out?
If you guys are standing over there, it's
Yeah.
fine. And if you don't talk while I'm coming in and asking
That's great.
questions
So
while
we'll
I'm
just
coming
mute ourselves and
Yeah.
in the analog term.
in. Yes.
Analog mute. Yeah. Okay. Let's start charging. So we'll disconnect the sound now from this and do a charge.
Vi har satt spett i dem, vi har överlandat dem och vi har liksom propagerat allt vad vi kan. Händer det? Det är bara en liten puff och sen händer det inte. Och det är det vi ska undvika, för alla är så rädda för det. Och det är likadant med telefonerna förut. Oj, vad det börjar brinna. Ja, precis. Ja. Men se till att du har ett ämne runt omkring som kan bli igenom det här. Det är det vi ska skydda. Och kommer vi dit, då blir det ingen fara överhuvudtaget. Och det här tittar vi jättemycket på.
And when they are all muted, this is Johan, and I'm going to talk this ferry into shore then, I guess. We have a team, as you can see, waiting at the shore of Kalmar. I don't know exactly who are there, but it will be exciting to see. If I were able to play some music, I would instead, actually. Maybe I can. Let's see. Some acoustic cinematics, maybe.
Welcome back.
So we are now at.
Christopher.
Hello. So first we.
Just there are kids behind, so I don't want to.
Yeah,
You take it there, so we know.
Yeah. So first off, before the ferry goes back again, so a big thank you to Fredrik and Ressel Rederi for being part of this project and like letting us go from Färjestaden to Kalmar.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We're very glad to be in this project. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And I will go with the boat again.
Yeah.
And have a still going pleasant day.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And I go here, so I don't be right.
And hello. On to the next thing.
Yes.
And now we are, we are now in obviously Kalmar. We have actually now transitioned from Kalmar to Sommerland. Yes. And the plan here is that we just take a walk.
Yeah.
And then we walk back to the. Maybe you want to introduce yourself.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Christopher Karlsson Schött. I'm digitalization leader at Kalmar Municipality. So for 2 years we have been in contact during the IoT development and what we as a municipality can take advantage of with this technology.
Yeah.
So yeah. And we have a lot of. But I also think there are some journalists here that perhaps want to grab your ear a bit.
Yeah.
Since
Maybe they can run after us.
Yeah, we're gonna do this during the walk. We talked about it, so during the walk we can talk with everyone.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We just take everything. Okay.
We just take everything during the walk. Hey, Fredrik. Hey. So maybe you walk in front of us so the sound is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, hopefully. And what are we going to talk about during this walk?
We are going to talk about some project we as a municipality have. We are currently looking to improve our watering systems for the football fields. So we have sensors that are being tested right now this week.
Yeah.
So we can see if we can automate the watering for the football field, so we don't have to go out and do manual controls anymore.
Yeah, so manual control for a football field. How does that work?
Yeah, you have someone go out to the football field, put a stick into the ground and see like how dry or how much moisture is there in the ground at different levels. But that takes time, working hours. You have the environmental impact from the cars to go to that place back and forth. And you also don't have an oversight. You only have the minute you put the stick down into the ground. You don't have the successive measuring points like every hour or something.
Yeah. So the advantages of measuring that sort of obvious. You save water, I guess.
Yeah, of course. We don't want water right after it has been some kind of local rain, as we have right now in Kalmar. It rained for a few seconds.
Yeah, we just missed it. Yeah, we missed it.
I saw a bit of your live stream, so but I experienced it here, so I have to jump into the car and just stay there for a while, so I don't get all too wet. So but you can have small amounts of rain or large amounts of rains, and you don't really pick up that because it's a localized area. But so you have a good probability of saving kind of large amounts of water, but we also save working hours and we save gas for the cars. And we can make predictions. And then the next step in that process is to automate the watering systems all together and connect them to these IoT sensors.
Yeah.
And there we have the sweet spot for this technology. There we go make the big advantage of it, because then we don't even have to have personnel turning on or turning off the watering systems. But there we will have some, perhaps a year or two to validate the technology before we trust the sensors to let go everything to the sensors and the management of this.
Okay, so but
we
in
want to have
terms of
manual oversight for a while at least.
Yeah, so in terms of the municipality, like in general terms for a municipality, so I mean, what's the impact? What, like, if you start, I mean, okay, we can save water. That is one thing. But I mean, there might be a lot of things in the municipality that is also affected by starting to using IT technology?
Yeah, of course. We are also looking at like how many people visit different areas.
Yeah.
So our different nature and recreational areas, we have started to put up sensors for skating parks and also for nature areas like Stensö and Slina locally, to try to figure out how many people visit these places and when do they do it. Like when during the week and what hours are there much people there. And then we can also see what are the effects when we have had this on for some months. We can see the effects of doing like media campaigns to promote stuff there, activities. We can see how is there a lot of people visiting areas we don't really think there are our people normally, like urban wastelands that we had a discussion about, I think for like half a year ago.
That is super interesting because, and as I understand that project, I mean, we did discuss it earlier, that the municipality might have a lot of green areas which are utilized for recreational purposes. You might walk your dog and you might be out and take a run and maybe pick mushrooms, I don't know. And we have no idea if they are used. And then when the municipality is planning new places where we should build stuff.
Yeah, of course.
Well, they actually might not take into account which areas are utilized or not. And then people living in the municipality are super angry about...
And that stuff happens because you have, like, I used to walk my dog in that area and now you're building houses or building something there. Because since we don't have it in the planning for the city or municipality, then it doesn't exist on the municipality's maps, so to say. But we need to figure out how those areas used and what for. So we have huge advantages in doing that, and we have started to do some like localized tests for the areas I previously mentioned, and some of those have been going on for 1.5 years now. So we're starting to scale up that. So
in terms of collaboration, you mentioned that we have been collaborating with the university and municipality for quite a number of years. So maybe you could tell me about that. I know. But
of course. But you have the IT lab that we have been invited to several times. I have been there a few times myself, just to see what kind of technology and also try to try it on and fix something for myself. So I can, when I talk to the municipality bosses, I can like talk from personal experience how easy technology is, and also that what we try to visualize it. I know kind of how it works because like how does an ER sensor work, how does a Wi-Fi sniffer work, and translate that to the people who are going to look at the data. Because that's also a big thing that we are working in the municipality to visualize all of this incoming data with Power BI as our platform. So a lot of fun, but our collaboration.
But I think is one of the strengths, and I have talked from my perspective is that just being able to do a lot of small things and try it out, because my perspective, which might differ from other perspectives, but like just doing these like many different things and see the potential, like we demonstrate now at DESI, we don't actually know what sensors are needed or not, but we need to try and see how we can utilize them. And that has been, I would say, a success story for quite some time, is that we try to include, so the first year students in the engineering programs, they are actually doing projects directly with the municipality.
We did the fireplace.
Grillplatz. That's a classic. That's a classic.
What was it, 2 years ago?
I think 2 or maybe 3 years ago. 2 years ago.
That was junior students, if I don't remember.
Yes, first year students.
And we had I think they were the ones that thought of it first, but it was a pandemic, so a lot of like different places, outside fireplaces where you could like cook your own food and stuff, and just sit and have a barbecue outside. And the student said, how do we know if a place of this is occupied or not by people?
Yeah.
So they pitched an idea to both you and the municipality, and we kind of co-founded it, I think, where the student developed Wi-Fi sniffer sensors to detect if there were like 1 to 5 persons at that location.
Yeah. And well, maybe we should say something about. I mean, we have something here.
Yeah.
This is a palm. Yeah. So we don't find sensors in here.
No, not at this one, but at this kind of locations. You remember the thing I talked about previously with moisture level in the or how dry an area is. This is a typical location where we're looking at placing this kind of sensors. So we don't have to drive a car here to manually water if it's already wet in the ground. And we don't have to send someone here to put down a stick in the ground to find out if it's wet or not.
Yeah.
So then you can put one sensor in some of these or one of these, and then another area back there or somewhat, and then you can collect that data centrally and develop the plans like how you pick up garbage or whatnot, but you can plan routes on how wet or how dry the ground is on these areas.
Yeah. And we are also Kalmar is a tourist city, so things lighten up in the summer. It's nicer to live in Kalmar during the summer than during the winter.
In Sweden in general, but Kalmar especially.
Yeah, but we have the guest harbor here, and there's one idea that we haven't, I haven't seen that yet. Maybe we can pitch that idea for someone, but just being able, if you're out sailing and you want to find a spot for the night, wouldn't it be nice if you could see how many spots are left in the guest harbor? Maybe there is already an application for that. I don't know.
No, I don't know actually, but I will actually pitch that to the tourism part of the municipality.
Yeah, because just fitting some kind of sensor that measures if there is a boat or not at that particular place. And this could also be extended for natural places, like small islands where there isn't a guest harbor. You plan your day, and maybe you want to know how many that are at that specific place before you leave. So.
Yeah. That's a good idea. I will pitch it.
And there are some stuff being done over here. Do you know anything about that?
No.
Okay.
Sadly not. But another thing for the municipality is the Big Bellies project.
Yeah, the Big Bellies. Are we walking past the Big Bellies?
No, I think we have closer to the city, but not along this route. But we have garbage bins over the city where we have sensors that look at how full are the garbage bins. So we can plan the routes when we pick up the garbage from them.
Exactly.
And it's very effective. And also they are solar powered, so we don't have to change batteries or whatnot.
Yeah.
So it's self-sufficient in that way.
Yeah, and the Big Belly system that has been around for some number of years.
Yeah, it has. But we have scaled it up.
Yeah.
So it was a trial period for I don't really remember, but I think 2 years or something, and then we have scaled it up to encompass a lot of garbage bins now in the central part of Kalmar and the recreational areas.
Yeah, I think I would say in the garbage section of IoT, maybe sound strange, but there is a lot of also these low-hanging fruits that you're able to do, get very interesting insights of things that doesn't necessarily need a very expensive sensor.
Yeah.
So just having something very quick and easy. You want a view of the guest harbor, okay?
Okay.
So where do you want us to walk? Like this?
Wherever you want.
Yeah, okay.
Wherever's comfortable for you guys.
Yeah. And as we've already mentioned, maybe that was mentioned during the morning when they did the campus tour, and we are not allowed to say campus, but we do it anyway. But it's very close in the city. So I think these kind of collaboration parts with doing things together with the municipality, also we are actually right in the city. And we have the town just a couple of 100 meters that way. So
and we are the town, for example, we are looking to place Wi-Fi sniffers to find out where are the crowded sections of the city, to find out where is the optimal routes where people go in and out, and where should perhaps take a discussion with Kalmar City, where are the A locations for placing shops, where a lot of people walk. So we're having a lot of thoughts.
about what you can do, because it's nowadays fairly cheap sensors.
Yeah.
They used to be a lot more expensive a few years ago. So, yeah.
Kalmar also wants to be this bicycle-friendly city. That's right.
Yeah.
We see all these signs all over Kalmar. If you I bicycle all the time. That's all. Thank you for bicycling. It's great that you bicycle. So, but you have done some measurements with quite some number of years as well on different bicycle paths.
Yeah. How many people from different parts of the municipality go into the central part? I think we have like 200 meters in that direction. How many people bicycle past Stadsparken?
The city park.
To figure out like which routes do people take. We're also looking at that for school routes. How do children bicycle to school? How do we create safe routes to the school for children from different parts of the municipality?
Yeah.
But that's also a discussion, utilizing the same technology, but we need to find funding to scale it up a bit.
Always the need for funding. That's
always.
Always the case. So maybe we should walk into the lab. Let's just continue. And then there are always several routes to building. Should we can stop by the business lab and just say what happens. And have you seen that?
No, I have never seen the business lab.
Let's see if we can. Maybe it's closed. But later this afternoon, at 5 o'clock, we're going to have a workshop in our own business lab.
Sorry for interrupting. Is it okay if we do?
Yeah, we're going to just wait a little. Sorry. So.
We just want to say hi.
Yeah.
Hi.
Okay, we actually interrupted the Zoom meeting, so this is really rude. But we are going to meet here in a couple of hours. And John.
Yes.
Say hi.
So nice to see you. I'm always falling apart. Yes.
Yeah, and sorry for interrupting.
No problem.
But we're going to meet in here for in a couple of hours. So.
Yes.
My fault.
Yeah. We can actually we can say it was Crystal's fault, and it was her fault.
Here's the
We
secret.
actually interrupted the Zoom meeting.
You bring a camera in front of people, they're never going to be mad.
So let's continue.
Says the guy with the camera.
Yeah.
I don't think I will have my access anymore now.
Should we take that route up and then we can
Scenic route. Okay.
Yeah, the scenic route
with the amphitheater.
Before I've always gone straight up to your office or something. Or the
Yeah.
IT lab. So,
Now we have the house Radix here, where we have nutrition, we have design, we have
In there?
Yeah.
A lot of teacher education.
Teacher
Soci-
education.
Sociology.
Sociology,
the
yes.
Faculty of Arts and Humanities.
Yeah.
Music.
And then we'll take this entrance.
So let's see how the stream holds with staircases.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's take the staircase.
Yeah.
So,
Where were we? IoT projects. The municipality.
Yeah. So, has there been any questions from the audience or?
Not on YouTube. There's something on Discord maybe? So far, there's been a lot of interactions, but not necessarily questions.
You want to take a coffee during the way up? So then we can do that. I actually, I want one. That sounds good.
Yeah, but also we are very delighted to having the cooperation with the Kalmar Energi, because they also assist us at the municipality with the connectivity.
Yeah,
and they're for putting in the data, but then we also are using the Power BI platform to refine their data even further.
Yeah. Now you can see people if people are fit or not when they walk up the stairs and they have a hard time speaking. You know. So let's go for a coffee and might be the least interesting part of the stream. Birgitta, if you want to say hi, say hi.
Bursting into people's faces.
Pardon?
You're live.
Yeah.
Do you know what we're doing? Birgitta?
Yes,
Yeah, good.
I've been watching you.
Ooh.
So yes.
It seemed like only 2 people talking, but we have quite a crew actually following us right now.
Yeah, the big fan club. That's
Yeah.
working.
You did a good job with like people.
That's the thing. So walking backward is dangerous.
Yeah.
The water, everything.
I didn't want to end up in the arbor. No.
I think you did it
Jag tänkte prata lite om visualiseringen också.
Det ska vi hinna med den innan. Ja,
Eller
där,
hinner vi?
And the visualization part.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, because that's the next level of all this. We have talked about sensors and how we try to find new ways of measuring things, but then we also, how do we use that data as a municipality?
Yeah.
So, for an example, Krusenstjernska gården is one of those locations where we have placed EAG sensors to find out how many people go in and at what times during the week and days. But then we also need to find some kind of mathematical formulas to define how many people are there actually, because the air technology is when the beam breaks, there is a gap of 5 seconds until it restarts.
Yeah.
How many people passes during those 5 seconds? Is it just one? Then you need to divide by something, or is it like a whole family of 4?
Yeah.
Then you need to have another kind of mathematical formula, and that we have been trying to divide up, so we know which part of the day and week, how that changes.
Yeah.
And also how we include the decision makers, the ones we are asking for funding. Like now you can see how many people uses these kind of locations. So it's reasonable for you to fund more investment in these parts, or you see you made an investment before to fund like toilets or whatever at this kind of locations, and it paid out. People are actually using these kind of locations at a very high number right now.
So Krusenstjernska is one example.
Yeah, they made the investment before, but now we can actually validate like how many people are using. We are still fine-tuning the mathematical formulas, like during which days and so forth, because we can see a trend, but give or take a year and something, or we will have like fine-tune the mathematical parts more. Yeah.
So I think that might be.
We have
next
a question actually.
Yeah. Okay.
So, do you use GIS, and if so, how do you visualize and inform publics about statistics relevant to them?
Not that I know of, but we are trying to start with open data now. We are looking at Umeå municipality as a basic example of how we should use open data for ourselves in Kalmar municipality. And there are a lot of different parts of the municipalities in Sweden that are looking how do we do this in a safe manner, so we don't expose information that should not be made to the public at the same time. Of course, we want to make everything as accessible as possible, but we don't want sensitive information to go along in the way. So we need to be very careful in that process.
Yeah, and I think municipality plays a big role in like we talked about open data when we went over with MSDESI.
Yeah.
That I think the municipality plays a big role in like whatever is installed in the city, like giving access in a safe manner to like, because then other people can start building applications. Maybe the ice cream shop wants to know how many people are crossing the bridge, or maybe like the local weather or whatever.
Or the like gold thing with solving parking.
Yeah.
Like we have parking apps. I think we have like 5 or something in just Kalmar municipality central. So solving that would be nice, but no municipality has done it yet. But perhaps we will be the first ones. That would be nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of fun things to try to collaborate on in the future.
That's nice. So thank you very much for the walk up here. And you're like, I think we have the next.
You have 20 minutes.
There is 20-minute delayed.
Yeah, so you can keep talking 5 minutes, and then we have another thing. So 5 minutes more, and then we.
Okay.
Because the Pro Vice Chancellor Peter that's coming up 14:30 is a little bit late in the security airport, so
Okay,
take him in
okay.
like 10 minutes.
So he cannot do the interview while in security check-in? Or
No, probably not.
I'm
So
afraid we're going
in-
to lose out
in,
for Vice Chancellor if we do that.
So in 5 minutes we switch over to another thing.
Yeah,
so you can
okay.
keep talking about this
Okay.
infrastructure.
Yeah.
We will
Yeah.
jump over. I don't think
Okay.
if the municipality is part of the mirror house. No, I don't know.
Should we, if I speak to Barometern in Swedish, and then if you continue the discussion, just follow up the question here, and then I can take this in Swedish. Is that okay? Yeah.
Let's talk maybe about the list that we have
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
education.
Yeah.
The list that the first and second and third year students gets, and then they choose a project from this list. Maybe we can talk about what kind of projects are in this list.
Yeah.
And
To start that, I have to talk about how the digitalization leaders work in the municipality. Every part of the municipality, like education or healthcare or social services, have their own digitalization leader. Some smaller parts, they share one, but all the major have one or several. And together we try to collect like good example, what can we try to utilize IoT technology for? And then we discuss that in a forum, and then we send it over to Frederick and you. And then you use it for the students.
Yeah, and I know there have been some projects implemented up until like a prototype phase, and some of them that maybe some students didn't get that far, but some actually made a few prototypes. So the if we talk about the grill, what's it called? The
Smart
Grillify.
grills or something.
Yeah.
If we translate to English.
Yeah, that was also one of the lists, and was, if I remember correctly, it was first-year students that thought it was okay, an interesting project, and I think when you formalized it was we have different barbecue places here around Kalmar, and I think it was also during the pandemic.
Yeah.
So it was extra important to maybe know if it's occupied or not, to determine if one should go there or maybe choose another one. And I think they come up with a small device that could count the number of people around that area. Yes.
Yeah, that's true. They collected their Apple IDs from the mobile phones.
Yeah.
So
There is no GDPR issues.
So the thing is, I think
It's,
that's also important. But I think when it comes to, for example, MAC addresses, this is I'm not sure, but I think they have this anonymization of these MAC addresses. So even if I get the MAC address of your modem, it's probably won't link me back to your phone, but still.
And then we didn't save the MAC addresses. We just saved them as a
Account.
increasing counter, and then it reset every sending period.
Yeah.
So I think they sent was it every 10 minutes or something? So then it reset and they didn't forget it. Remember anything from before. And that's the same way we use the, I call them Wi-Fi sniffers. They look how many mobile phones are in an area, and the mobile phones, hey, do anyone have Wi-Fi? And then the sensor just listen to that and count the number of mobile phones in the vicinity.
Yeah, that was one of the projects, and the thing is, I remember this list since I was a student 2 years ago. So, but one of the other the other ideas that there was on this list was to count the trucks in the inner city. To know how many trucks are there, how many trucks are there when they're not allowed to be there. I think there are sometimes that they
during the
are,
night
yeah.
and so forth, no heavy traffic.
So it's that kind of projects. I mean, they solve some real problems in the
and that's our hope.
society.
Yeah. And also we had one guy looking at the. I've talked about this before in the stream, but the how dry or how moist the ground is in different areas, so we don't have to go out there and water.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that was also a project that we have already implemented and trying to scale up now for the municipality. So that's 3 good examples from that so-called list of IoT stuff.
Yeah. And it's actually have become a thing now.
Yeah.
Often time like the students refer to the list. It's have gained a,
Some of them are already motivated to buy these moisture sensors.
So
ideas.
You just reminded me. We need to refresh that list for the next.
Probably have some new ideas.
We actually had some ideas like yesterday when we did the decision leaders get together at Kalmar Science Park.
Cool.
So we just remind me about that.
Okay, guys, I'm jumping in as time police now. Thank you for your time and thank you for the chat. We will jump over to a short video, and after that video, we will have a short soldering course in here also. So stay tuned.
Let's go.
Great.
Do it have to be like this? No, it does not. Take a look at this nice recycling house behind Joachim. Joachim, can you tell us more about this mirror house, or what is it?
This is the gamified environmental recycling house. It's a research project, and the aim is to make recycling a smart, neat and fun experience. So we are actually now 15 households here are testing this house. We're making it a neat experience. It's a very beautiful house. You reflect yourself. It's smart because we measure how much is recycled in the house. We also are making it fun because it's an experience. You will see when you open one of the hatches here later on. I will tell you a bit more about it.
Let's try it out then. We got some students also working with this project. I heard something when I threw the plastic waste in there. What was that?
It was a sound which were displayed when opening the hatch, which is a part of our IoT system, which we are working on.
And that's like more to make it more fun?
Exactly. It is meant to contribute to a more sustainable environment.
And you guys have also been working with some statistics and data on this recycling house. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, we have created like a web-based solution where you can track the daily activity here. So whenever someone opens the hatch, we get it displayed on our web page, and as well as how much volume of waste there is in the container.
Cool. And back to Joachim also. You have been working with an app for the people who throw the waste here. Can you tell us more about this app?
Yeah. The households have access to an app that we developed in connection to this project. And this app has different challenges. It has achievements you can unlock. For example, there are different quizzes. You have to answer questions about recycling and learn more about recycling.
Can you tell us more about like what achievement do they get or so?
Yeah, for example, if they finish two quizzes, they get an achievement that they are knowledgeable about recycling.
Cool. Talking about quizzes, you guys that are watching this right now, you get a quiz question. So, thanks from us. Yeah, and the right answer for that question, I think it's infinite number of times, right, for a glass bottle. Interesting short video and IT things also with the municipality. So let's jump quick over to a soldering course then here in the IoT lab. Hi guys.
Hello.
I think you already introduced yourself during the day.
Yeah.
If not, do that, and I will leave over to your course then.
Yeah. So I think introduction. So all of us are included in the are involved in the summer course. But yeah, we thought maybe we'd do a just solder. We have an Atari Punk robot that we're gonna try to solder and assemble. So, and along the way, we're gonna talk about different techniques, what to think about, and how you would go about soldering things. Because oftentimes it's like, especially when you're new to soldering, there are some important things that you may not know, and then the soldering or the joints won't end up
Especially
as...
the boards that they had for the summer course, it was without headers. The Pico.
Some of them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So sometimes you may buy boards that come without headers, and by headers we mean those pins that go into the
pins like this.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
then you need to solder it. So if we think that it's a Raspberry Pi, we had to put it here like this, and then do the soldering pin by pin. And it's really important that they don't short circuit, like connecting together.
Yeah.
So it needs to be precise. Otherwise, I mean, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, otherwise you're shorting something, and
Yeah.
obviously shorting is not good, except from when you want to burn stuff up or fry stuff. But we have a desoldering station. We actually bought this yesterday.
Mhm.
So let's maybe unbox it and see what we have and how it works.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm just gonna bring
Let's do it.
I cut it. I cut it just before starting.
Yeah.
I knew that.
Oh, we had one here.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
one. Manual. Do that. Let's bring that big guy out.
Look at this giant.
Yeah, and we can just
Yeah,
put
we
it
can
here,
put
probably,
it there,
and then
and turn it
around.
Yep.
We have a lot of stuff on the board.
Yeah.
Let's also show that guy the old one.
Yeah.
Well, we are unboxing
We can,
that.
this one?
Yes, the one that.
So over here, you excuse the mess, but this is this is how it looks like sometimes. It's very messy, but we have the soldering station here. We have the fume fan here, and then we have a couple of soldering stations there that we use for different purposes. And here we can see some soldering tips. Those have their own use cases. So when we want to put extra heat on the board to melt the solder, we use maybe larger soldering tips. And sometimes when it's delicate boards, we use the smaller ones. Yeah, other than that, we do have some equipment here. We have some oscilloscopes, but they are not the subject of now. Now we're gonna take a look at soldering, and then this one. So what do we have here?
Seems we have a bunch of wires. Let's see what this guy do. It seems two of them. Like one is
Probably one is for, because this one had suction as well. So when you want to remove,
is it this one over here? And
yeah, probably this one.
Yes, that one probably goes into this one, but I don't know if we have another. Oh yeah, this one.
Yeah.
Well,
this is probably for
that.
For the, so this is probably suction, but we need something to pull this
out.
So
do we have
so probably we can use one of those.
And this one, or
that's not a filter or something. It may actually it may be a filter. Yeah. This is a filter. So we just
leave it
there, and then
let's do that. So we can put this one behind that. Try to. we don't know if you are doing it correctly or not. We are trying.
The manual is here. It's not used.
It's not used. I just open it like that.
Yeah. And maybe while you're doing that, I'm gonna find a lab board, like a board that we messed around with to try and desolder some joints, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. And then let's see. This one should have a. It has a 20. Let's see where this. Oh, it's up there. Should put it like this. Then try to fix it. This is a hot air gun, and it could be used for both soldering and desoldering. You know, you have. I think David, we have it there for the suck the iron.
For the suction.
The suction. So the one that we have it like in the market, so it's like this. So you press and then you put it where you give it heat and then it takes up. But this one, this guy should have both at the same time. It just give heat and then I think the different heads should be
there.
Yeah, there should be different heads. Then when you press something, so it should suck the metal inside. So it's basically both at the same time, heating and sucking the extra residues. So
And when you say do soldering with a desoldering station, you mentioned that it also heats the solder. So this means that we can use liquid solder paste to put along the for the components, and then just apply some heat and make everything flow.
Yeah,
And,
I think so. We should put it, I guess, in this one, if I'm correct. Can you try? I don't know. I'm not really good at.
It's probably
the other way around.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the other way. So probably this one goes.
we need to
inside.
soak this probably.
Yes.
In
Yeah,
water.
we need
Yeah.
to.
I think we have
And
some water.
the other way around, I think. Huh? Yeah, but we also
just
so
press it down.
yeah we could also show when you're using the soldering iron. This one is unnamed. It's better to just know what the temperature is. For example, the electronic equipment, let's say this development board, it should be between 150 to 200 something, 210. Some soldering, they are like heavy duty, so they are 400. Under 400, they melt. And if you use it wrongly, you can burn your PCB. So for example, this guy, it doesn't have any name, any combination. And when I used it, it was like, boom. So after a while, off. But this guy just gives you the combination of what it has on it. For example, this one has a little bit 97.5%
Probably
AG silver, I think. Is it silver? That many percent silver and then 2% copper?
Yeah, or maybe flux.
Yeah. Oh no, it's SN. This is tin. 97.5% tin, and then silver 2%, and then copper 0.5%. Then these liquid ones, they come in this shape. It's like needles, and this is 138 centigrade, and the combination is tin 42 and 58 bismuth. So to make it like, and this guy is a little bit more higher. So it's 100. It doesn't say in English, but it's 185, I guess. And this one has tin, bismuth, and 1% silver on it. So it's a little bit higher. It just increased the melting.
So, yeah, maybe I don't know. What should we start with? Maybe we should start with something that those watching maybe can recognize. This is the board that most of you are using. It's a Raspberry Pi Pico W. So it has this Wi-Fi and Bluetooth module. So, and this, the one that I'm holding right now, as you can see, it comes with no headers. And I have the headers here. So we're gonna try to solder it using the solder paste.
Yes.
And yeah, so I'm just gonna maybe put it here somewhere, and then let's connect. That's already connected, yes?
Yes.
Yes, I was.
Maybe start.
No, do you know that where it does just give heat? does it like blue something?
Yeah, I think maybe like when we load it, yeah. Okay. So press and then sucks.
What button?
The button. I think it's just the heating. So, but the nozzle, I don't know. Yeah, this is no. It's becoming hot now.
And then we are trying it for the first time. If we burn something,
yeah.
Exactly. There is something I think we have lack of, so we probably. David, are you sure that it's gonna give air?
Yeah. The thing is, we're gonna see. Just hold it. It might be. Might not be the hot air gun station. It's probably just a
desoldering.
Desoldering. Yes.
You see. So then we can use the other station for liquid. We can use the other one if you don't have if it doesn't give us.
Yeah. I mean, we can probably do regular soldering because I mean with the hot air we don't have to do the soldering paste. We can just go with 10.
Yeah, we can use also the soldering paste.
Yeah, to just kind of. But yeah, let's move over.
Yep. Let's move. We can go there. We are experimenting now. You can see like when you want to put this soldering paste, you just put it beside this, and then it doesn't need to be precise. Only let's see if it come. No, it needs to start coming out. So these liquid ones, you can put it just beside all pins. I put it for 2-3 pins to try it first, because most of the time you can see like it's not equal, but when it gets heat, it just go to the copper side and it absorbs. So you don't need to with a hot gun. It do that automatically. So a little bit over here as well.
And then I'm just you can probably I'm gonna bring this.
And at the same time that you're showing this, it's good to know that with a hot air gun, it's a big chance that if you don't have this silver
or should we move the soldering station maybe?
Yeah, why not? We can just move the soldering station. We have a lot of wire on our way.
So I'm just gonna.
I grab this. And
and then I can just disconnect it. There we go. Then we have more space over here.
Let's put this on this.
Yeah. Go.
No, we take the rope. I'm gonna bring that.
Yeah. Just gonna put these over here.
And this is Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, we're gonna. Yeah. So this is actually me. It's the first time doing it. So how do we go about? Now we have some soldering paste. So this is just like dragging along the. All right. So now at the moment, what temperature are we supposed to have it on?
You can have it on the 300.
300. So I'm just gonna.
At least hot air gun works with 300.
Yeah. So let's try. I mean, this is. We'll see as soon as it's stabilized. Maybe we can have some.
You have some flux.
Clean the. Yeah, we have some flux over there.
And these liquid solderings, they have flux inside, so you don't need to put extra flux on your board.
And flux is used. Did we mention why flux is used?
No.
So the thing is, oftentimes, like you mentioned, many of the soldering things have some flux in. Usually, it's like around 2% or something. But sometimes you have these. They're called cold joints, where the solder is not. The joint doesn't look like a mountain. So you have the pin, and then you're supposed to have equal amount of solder on all sides, and also inside the the hole between the pin and the surroundings. So applying flux will help you get these nice joints. So Yeah, but now we have it 300. So I'm just gonna.
Just put it in one of the pins.
So I'm just dragging it. See, I'm taking pin for pin, and voila. You see, I don't know if you're zoomed in, but you can see how nice the joints look like. Let me now to compare. I'm gonna bring another board where we didn't use any flux at all.
So you can see with this liquid ones, when you heat it, it's gonna absorb it without because with the copper, it's a little bit, I understand, and I've done it a lot. It's a little bit hard sometimes to make it equal, but the liquid ones is really good.
Yeah. So, and here we can see a board that, here flux was not used. And you can see those are not very nice joints. This is an extreme example, but this is what you would end up with if not using flux or not having enough flux in the solder paste or the
we can
soldering.
use it like this for the soldering. Why not? Yeah. You can desolder and solder again.
Yeah, let's maybe try to desolder. So let's maybe show how the suction thing works. So assuming that we want to remove, now we're gonna have to do this one by one. So we're just gonna apply heat. And then I'm gonna hold it as close as possible and then just remove the solder. And if you see the first pin now, we can basically just remove it. It's there's no solder holding it in place. So this is how you use it, and you obviously need to do this pin by pin. So I'm just gonna apply heat and then use the suction. And then you see here the first two have no solder around them, whereas the rest still looks the same.
And also compare it to the other one that we use soldering paste.
Yeah.
You can use it. This is so clear when you use solder paste. The same tool used to solder both of them.
Cool.
So we already
Yeah.
prepared it.
So we're mounting all the components here.
Not all of them. For
Yeah.
example, this storage left.
Yeah.
And
So let's maybe, and then we need to.
ears. We need to
Maybe we should hold it up like this.
Or we can just put them up there and after soldering they cut them.
Yeah.
Like
You
turn
mean turn it a little now? You mean?
Yes, turn it to stay. Then after soldering,
Then we do it on equal sides.
15-second break while we switch microphones.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, we're gonna plug this one here.
Yeah, so that's gonna be problematic. So do as the man. That's not recording.
Thinking about this guy.
Can you just raise this down?
No, I also was thinking was guy.
Yeah.
Let's see how does it, because it should be desoldering.
Yeah, maybe I think we can. Yeah, I think this one is probably used for when you have it in this mode. This is not doing any section.
No.
Try to...
No, it doesn't.
Not, yeah.
It doesn't.
How do they look like? These are probably
really hard.
because it seems like it's just solder here.
Let me see if I can. It's not hard
It's
enough.
not even a hole. Yeah, but
no, there is no hole. I mean, it should
but I'm
be.
thinking if you see on the other side, we can check the manual.
Yeah, let's check the manual. It's the first time.
Yeah.
Where is the-
Yeah. Okay.
You know, it's supposed to do whatever David did with two, one giving heat, while suction at the same time. So let's see. There is no picture. I don't know what's this. Isn't it because this one we had to remove that.
But I think it might be a filter. So let's just do this.
Yeah. We need to.
Okay, let's just do this.
Only is that thing should come out.
So,
Try to.
let's think that
Yeah, so this is actually doing some.
I do.
putting the
Okay, there we go. And then we have a second part. But let's do this because this is what I think. Now we don't see any hole here, but I think if we heat it enough, this is just some covering solder.
It could be.
Yeah, so if we just maybe while...
Is it there?
It's already... Let's maybe put it 300 and then... yeah, now it's... Yeah, I think it needs to get a little hotter.
Oh, okay, so...
Yeah.
Yeah,
And now we... Yeah, now. So now I'm just gonna do... No, it needs to get a little hotter. I don't think it's up. But yeah, we can see now, we see the hole. So basically now I just, I think build pressure and then just melt and then do this. And now we see the third pin is also clean. And then let's do it for the third one. Fourth one, yeah. Now you see, maybe we have some solder left, but so very, very flexible. No, I'm not. Yeah. If you see the third, fourth, and fifth pin.
Oh, okay. Its purpose is to
have not much solder left. And this, I think we can, yeah, we can see the solder paste in here, or not paste, the, yeah. This is how this, yeah, seems to work.
And I think if you have these can we show also like with wire how to solder with wire.
Yep.
Within, because I think most of you should have this the iron, so it's good also to see this on solder sound.
Got a question.
Yeah.
About the price of the soldering stations.
So
Do you have any-
let's maybe start with very basic soldering stations. It's basically like a pen,
Yes.
soldering pen. And we can probably get those for something around 49 crowns, 79 crowns. But then you have these, and oftentimes those soldering pens, they maybe run up to 15 watts, 30 watts, but you don't have any indicator of what the temperature of the soldering tip is. But then when you start going up in the price ladder, you end up with something like this. This is still a budget soldering station, but you have an LED display showing the temperature of the soldering tip. Which one? Yeah, you can adjust it. So now if I keep this minus sign down, we can see how we're decreasing the temperature and also increase the temperature, and we can jump between Celsius and Fahrenheit. You can see that this one, the desoldering station, looks the same, but now we're talking about maybe 1,000 crowns up to maybe 2,000 crowns.
Yes.
So yeah, I would say from 600-700 crowns up to however far you want to go. You can get those more fancy, and these you can also replace the soldering pens.
For example, if it burns and then buy a new one like the parts.
There is also we also have soldering tips. Let's maybe talk a little about soldering tips. So usually, and this is from my own experience is that every time I leave, I finish soldering, I always leave a little solder on the soldering tip. This way, we prevent the soldering tip from oxidizing. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would last, but yeah,
It depends on the place that you store it. If it's so humid, so it's gonna be faster, definitely. Have you shown this?
Yeah, I've shown, and I briefly mentioned that if we sometimes want to apply more heat in a larger area, then we also need to adjust the tip. But other than that, I don't know.
No, I mean, I just and then the difference between the cheaper price and is that in the middle there's something that heat up. So those that are like let's talk about 100 kroner or 10 euros. Most of them, that middle part is after a while you need to change the whole things. But then if you buy the quality one, it lasts longer. So for example, I think you use it a lot here in the lab.
Yeah, here we have actually, I use it maybe a couple of times a week, and then we also have students. So when they have their projects doing project courses, they oftentimes do those courses with Raspberry Pi Picos, ESP32s. We've been using PyCom devices, which are also based on the ESP32 platform. And oftentimes, since we're talking microcontrollers, we also obviously need to have some sensors. Most of the students oftentimes come in here and use do the soldering themselves. So they get a clean PCB, and then they start soldering all the sensors in place and maybe even the board. So I would say it's used a lot.
Do you know price for the desoldering?
The desoldering station, we bought it yesterday, and I think we bought it for around 1,600, 1,700. And like you just saw, we haven't been testing it a lot, but I think it's going to save both time and also do the job more accurately than if you would be doing this manually.
Yeah, exactly. So one hand is like
so it's a handy tool, especially if you do this a lot. So, and if you're like me,
Okay, I think the sound dropped from the soldering course, so Ted is actually not at all. No one can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay,
So-
now we can hear you again.
If someone is listening to me now, let's jump into the interview with Fredrik and the Pro Vice Chancellor Peter Aronsson.
vad gör vi då?
Jag ska bara.
Nej,
jag bara.
ni har bytt. Du ska bara.
Nej, vi ska båda vara.
Så jag hamnar ju i strömmen då direkt. Okay, someone else is probably doing things now. Let's see. I think we might have Peter coming up. That's why I'm a little bit confused here. So I'm now in my office, and we might get, yeah. We are now live.
Hi there.
So, hello, Peter.
Hello, hello.
So nice to have you on board. You might say, well, you were a bit late. You were on a bus somewhere.
Well, between Gliwice and Krakow, we've been meeting with universities in Poland.
Okay, so you're in Poland at the moment.
Yeah. Heading for my home late tonight.
Yeah, long day. Yeah. So nice that you dropped in and took time for actually being part of this year's live stream as well. It's beginning. When do you start to call it a tradition? How many times do you need to?
I think this is the third time, so then it is an established tradition according to research in history making.
Okay, so if you say it is, then we can probably confidently say that this is now a tradition. So, and there might be people that don't know who you are, and it says now on the banner that you're the vice chancellor at LNU, and in Swedish that is rektor, for those that are not does not know the terms. And like essentially, why is the vice chancellor joining in for this live stream?
Sorry, what was the question?
Why is the vice chancellor joining in for the live stream this summer?
Well, I think it's a very good idea since I'm responsible for everything that happens and has very little power because we have academic freedom. So you are formulating your ideas and you are promoting them. And it's my job to see that what all of our employees and researchers are doing becomes orchestrated in the best possible way to be useful both for other academic institutions and for society. So for me, it's about getting acquainted with new modes of knowledge and also to be able to, well, spread the idea of what the vice chancellor can and cannot do.
Yeah, and so let's start and dive directly into today's topic, because we actually did the previous years we have been talking like a bit about history related to technology and IoT in particular, but this year we wanted to keep the discussion a little around artificial intelligence. So from your perspective, Peter, so something happened in November last year. ChatGPT was introduced, and how has this affected your job as vice chancellor, and how do you see that this affects Linnaeus University or other universities?
Well, it's very topical, and I'm very happy that you are at the edge of this attention to ChatGPT, which you have been in Sweden. When I meet my colleagues, you are names in this concern and curiosity and sometimes excitement, sometimes scare about artificial intelligence and especially ChatGPT. It became acute when it came to disciplinary considerations. I mean, how can we know when students are actually performing and their examinations on their own, or just sort of getting products from somewhere else? I mean, this is most often as a historian, I say that it's nothing new. I mean, this has happened before. You can have a ghostwriter or whatever. And this is an easy access ghostwriter.
Yeah.
So in one way, it's a known problem, but it's and what happens with digitalization is that it accelerates. So that's one concern, and I think that is being dealt with, and there's a need to make for better examination, not to make it possible to have that kind of easy shortcuts. The other one, I think, is much more exciting, and that is to use ChatGPT as a tool, both in learning, research, and for administration. Because, I mean, the amount of available knowledge is so great, so we need actually new tools to bring them into order to answer our questions. And to me, this seems like a perfect invention to help us do that.
Yeah. So, I mean, also, I mean, yeah. Well, you have sort of just mentioned a lot of the things that have happened. Like, but what I would like the view, like your perspective, because I think that we as teachers, like we are meeting the students every day, and when I say we, I literally mean every teacher all around Sweden, or even in, I would say, elementary school and up, that we actually face these kind of very practical, like, how am I going to do now? But like, if I pick your brain as like the vice chancellor, like you have as you said, I mean, you're still the lead of a university. So how do you speak with other vice chancellors in Sweden about this? Like, on the big level?
I'm here with the SUHF. That's the Swedish University and Svenska Universitets- och Högskoleförbundet.
Yeah.
That's SUHF. That's the gang that I'm traveling with, and I'm on the board. And we meet those challenges that we share together. So we typically set together an expert and board of experts, and then we try to have them to investigate on the right way to meet and pursue these risk analysis and the consequences of that. So that's what I can do. I need advice, and when the challenges are shared, it's better to try to get that advice from largest possible group.
And now we seem to have a dropout in the connection from Peter. Let's see if we can wait it out or if he joins in. Johan, you're here.
Yeah,
as well.
I'm here as well.
Yeah,
So you don't need to sit alone.
Yeah. Okay. We'll see. But I think that while we wait on Peter, I mean, Johan, well, maybe you and I can reflect on this together, because I think the part that I was trying to pick Peter's brain about is that, like, we have different perspectives, and neither of you and I are running a university. And we, like, just yesterday we talked with Johan Falk from Skolverket, and that is also a different perspective. So because a lot of people, at least in the university, they always want to know, like, what should I do now? And then you don't get any answers, because I don't think there are any answers to this question at the moment.
No simple ones, anyways. And I mean, we haven't, now this is a course of practical IoT, so we haven't talked about generative AI, but probably most of you watching are probably familiar with the term of ChatGPT or Midjourney for rendering images, and what will this mean for higher education. And we are up to like 30 episodes of our podcast just trying to dig into this, and it's a really hard question to answer. That's probably why we're still on it, and we still don't have a clear answer what to do and how will this affect what effect will it have on the society, on school, and on everything. And I am convinced that I'm actually getting more and more convinced that the technology shift that generative AI will lead to is probably one of the biggest we have done in technology in the, like, I don't know, probably like ever. that is big, but I mean, like, it has been compared to the internet, it has been compared to the printing press, but it might even be that the changes that we will see in a really near future will be even bigger than so. No,
and please, Johan, if you want, you can also stay in the call. So you do as you like.
Yeah, Peter is back. Hey, Peter.
Yeah, I got thrown out. Yeah. I was making a too long answer, I think, to your question. What needs to be done? We consult each other to try to do the best, but we also need to listen, of course, to you. So I would like to throw that back. What would you think that the rectors, and specifically myself, would take for what kind of action is most urgently needed? I mean, we have a lot of possibilities in the long run, but are there urgent actions to be taken?
Yeah, I think, well, it's really, I mean, I wasn't prepared to get that question back, to be honest. But that's also an answer to a question, to get it back, isn't it? So, but anyhow, I would say that I think that our view is to be very pragmatic. And as me and Johan has talked a lot about, is that being pragmatic in these times when things are changing so fast, I think that's a good trait, so to say, that we see that no one really knows, and having concrete answers like this is the way we go forward, that might be dangerous because we actually might be on the total wrong path. So I think like education, obviously we need to use the tools, and that's one thing I think that the university, like I would say from the organizational level, like you as a rector would probably, we need to use the tools. We are not sure how we're going to use them, but we need to try and we need to explore, because if we don't, it's like, as we have, like often these things that you often say that, oh, this is as when the Gutenberg invented the book printing press, and like this is a technology that will change the world. And if we are not using it, even though we are not sure how to use it, and even if we don't know if it's secure or whatever, like there might be a lot of regulations that might not fit in with using it for whatever. But if we are not exploring, we will actually get driven by a lot of other institutions, I think. And what I think, this is, I think, a reflection that has come from, I'm not sure where, but if we look at the really large corporations that are running AI and such, I mean, if we make it very, very easy to get access to information, I mean, you don't need a library nowadays. You can download whatever you want from the internet and the Kindle or Amazon or whatever. So, and if the same thing happens with actually replacing some kind of teacher interaction, if we are not there, maybe the university might play out its current role, at least in the future.
Yeah.
Yep.
But could you explain to me what is the big fear? Because there's some alarmistic report that this is like an atomic bomb somehow. What is the sort of great fear?
I would say that we've been down that I would say the rabbit hole of fears. So one big fear, if you listen to the doomsdayers, states that, well, this is a technology that, if not used in a good manner, we might be to the end of civilization as we know it today, and like not a utopian future, but a dystopian future. That is one thing. But I think,
explain to me why should it be? I mean, I can see the climate leading to that, and an atomic bomb leading to that. But why AI?
But I think this. Please, you want.
So some has made the comparison with us humans against other life forms. For instance, we have gotten rid of a lot of life forms on Earth, not because we are evil, just because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. We need forests for something. So the fear here is that when something that is far more intelligent than we, it might even turn out that it will make us redundant, just because, you know, the oxygen is bad for the copper in the circuits at the computers. Just get rid of the oxygen in the air, and then the circuits will live better. But that is the darkest of dark thoughts.
But I think also to sort of, that is one. We have people that are like in that sector of that the world is going to end and AI might be. But there are also, if we look at AI in society today, that's also often also something that is mentioned a lot, like that we have AI and we've been using AI for quite some time, and we look at social media. And I think that is, a good example is that, well, we have these algorithms that can, well, they are made to keep people in the platform. So they are for economic reasons. Well, obviously you want to keep people in the platform because you can increase your ad revenue, etc., etc. And these algorithms are not made by someone who wants to be evil. Like there is no objective of destroying the world or being evil. But still we can see the consequences of optimizing on something that well, we can see that we create these sections in social media, that we have these bubbles where essentially we can have people getting voted as a president in some certain particular countries, and there is a big debate if there is this really a good way for humanity to end up.
I agree, but that's already happened.
Yeah. And I think that the consequences with AI is that we might end up in even we don't know the consequences of what we are creating.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Let's think about that. We might end up with you never knowing if you actually are speaking to another person or not, or an AI. So all digital interactions that we know of today, that we can at this point be pretty sure that it is Peter Aronsson and Johan here and Fredrik in this call, because it probably is like that. But very, very soon, it might actually not be the case, because technology might have advanced that much, so you could replace someone. And that is obviously a danger. Like we actually build on a trust system, that we have digitized a trust system, that us meeting other people and creating relations that might actually be sort of crackulated with new technology. And I'm not sure if the humanity are ready for that if we don't discuss it and we're not made aware of it. So,
no. Okay, I'm very sort of adaptive to apocalyptic ideas, but this doesn't grasp me as the most dangerous thing that humans are doing right now. I can see that there are some things that needs to be dealt with and tampered with, etc. And it's good that you do that, and I think we can. We can handle that more easily than an atomic war or the climate change.
Yeah, but I agree. I mean, but the upsides to this kind of technology is also that we might see a future when we are actually able to solve a lot of things. I think that is what we should focus on. So all the technology that we do have should obviously be used for good purposes. But defining these good purposes might be hard, because whatever you optimize on,
as always.
And then when the technology is very powerful, it might take on its own track. So, reflecting back on, I actually have written like a long discussion notes. I think I sent it to you.
Absolutely. I read it, but I turned it a little bit around because I think you know more about the topic than I do. So
yeah, perhaps. Yeah, but we still have you on board here, and I mean, we could also say like this could be a discussion that is also going both ways. Maybe not you like interacting, but with interacting in both ways in that case. But I think that Johan, I was going to say something about the pragmatic view of the university. Johan, do you want to add something? Like if we want to give, like this is what Linnaeus University should do. Now it's time to say it, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think you said it good. But we should not underestimate the power in those tools, and we should at least just be prepared and try to always have it up for discussion, because it will change a lot, and we don't know why or how. And I mean, I look at my children; they are in grundskola right now, and what will their future look like when they are going at the university in 3 or 5 years? It's really hard to say, because everything is moving so quickly now, and that is basically what we have been saying all the time this half year, that the curve is like this, and it will continue to be like that. So it's I mean, if I said that I have any answers of what it will look like in a year, I would probably just making things up, so I cannot say that.
Yeah, but some concrete things. But what we could say is that we probably want to take a stand on the disciplinary board. They might need some extra education. Actually, without naming some ones, I think that we have seen examples of the disciplinary board now that people are like, when we're talking plagiarism, that there isn't that knowledge that we would expect of a disciplinary board for certain kinds of when we talk about cheating and such. And also from the university perspective, I don't think we should be very careful of investing money, I think, in plagiarism detection. I think we should we should take the opportunity to do something that, like, we have been doing something for a long time, and you said that, well, every firm have their own ghostwriter. Maybe this is the moment when we can take a new approach on teaching, on learning, without like trying to bump down all these problems that come up, that okay, we need to find new ways to catch the cheaters, etc., etc. So maybe be open for this kind of new opportunities. Try to rethink of what are we actually doing. And I think this, if we're just talking about this live stream, this is one example of us trying to do something different. And we are like the main part of this live stream is not anything that is required of any student to watch. We do it because we think it might be interesting for someone to take part of. Like the aim is to spread knowledge, and we're not actually thinking about examination now. But if we have something interesting we want to talk about, maybe that is a good stand to start. So examination is always a problem, I think.
It is. That's always been the least fun part of university life, I think.
Yeah. So if we could take away the examination part and still have money at the university to do our stuff, then that would be the optimal scenario.
A radical solution.
Yeah, but I just came. I'm looking in my notes. I forgot the name on that scientist at KTH. He said that I mean, we at the universities, we've always been able to cheat in examination by looking at the end product for examining the process, and what all those generative AI is doing is it generates the end product. So now it's time to like go back and start looking at the process. And at low levels in the school system, they are really good at this because they are working with the pupils all the time.
You know, this is exactly how the Berlin University met the cheap print in 1820s. Because then anyone could buy a book, you know, and learn everything on their own. So what can we do at the university? We can interact. We can do things collectively, and we can have exchange and discussions of pro and contra, etc. So I think in a way it's the same idea, really. What is the added value by doing things together at the university and not just sitting on your own? And to explore that with every new technology and every new problem that we are facing that needs to be solved, I think that's the exciting challenge. And then we need to find ways to do that in a both exploratory and cumulative way. So that needs some organization when we continue this exploration. So it needs to be a little bit at least semi-structured.
Yeah, but I think the human part, the community part of doing something together, as you mentioned, I think that might even be more important now than ever. Like creating some kind of reference, like creating a meaning somewhere. And that meaning is doing things together with other people, like exploring things. So,
in your synopsis for this, you mentioned Harari, the Israeli historian, and I'm also very sort of connected to his idea that is what the human race is best at. It's collaboration. But I think one can add also that we have this capacity of accumulation and raffination over time and space. And that's accelerated also with the digital means. So in one way you could say that we have never had better tools, and we really need them because we have paramount challenges to meet.
Yeah. And Harari actually also wrote an article in The Economist some time ago that we're talking about AI, and also that AI has sort of hacked the operating system of the humans. So that is one of the dangers, as he proposes, that as we are, like as you said, like we are well, maybe that's, at least that's Harari, please correct me if I'm wrong, but like one of the success stories of the human race is that we are good at collaborating. Obviously, we're intelligent enough to know what we are doing, but if we collaborate and do things together, we can build these societies, and then we are sort of going to advanced technology. But no one really knows how to do anything by themselves. But that's also maybe one of the dangers, that if we have artificial intelligence, that might be able to hack our operating system, so to say, our society. So, but let's not talk about the dangers too much, because I think that, yeah. But Harari is an interesting person in this debate, for sure. So I know that I actually emailed you before because there is some not related AI question I also want to bring up, and I wanted to ask before, so I didn't surprise you. But one thing that has been in the discussion quite recently, at least in the newspaper and such, is that we are now talking about some kind of merger with BTH. Maybe you can enlighten us on the process on that.
Well, it's not a new topic.
Yeah.
It's been around for 30 years, and we thought it was solved in 2008, 9, 10, and then they dropped out at that time, and then we think now that when we starting to build our own engineers education at the university, Linnaeus University. And we are very good in building technology, and BTH has also rationalized their offer and made it very, very sharp, you could say. So I'm now counting up components that led to this question again. We have a new government, a new situation, who will ask for excellence, and excellence often is about size. So we thought that if we were the 5th largest university in Sweden with a couple of interesting edges in an environment that really needs also both a technical university and a comprehensive university, because we are the most export-driven economy. We are not just woods and red little houses. We're a part of an advanced global economy that needs support. So we thought that would be wrong of us not to investigate again in this situation if this is not interesting both for our university, for the region, and for the government. So that's why we raised the question. But it's a large question to investigate, so it needs to be taken a little bit step by step, so we don't, like you said with AI, so we don't make too much efforts before we know that we really think that it will be worthwhile. So that's why we now took it to the university boards, both Linnaeus and BTH, and then we have a summertime to think a little bit about it, and then we hope that the university board will make a decision to really start making this investigation and give that as a topic to me and the Vice Chancellor of BTH to do that, and give us a year to come up with an answer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's roughly
the process. I think that a lot of people working at the university, well, including me at least, are, I guess, positive about these things, and also you might find negative ones as well. But I think that it's an interesting journey ahead. So that's for sure. So
I think I would like to see also, I mean, there's a new forskning och innovationsproposition. Every 4th year there's coming up a new large-scale proposition from the government on how to develop the higher research area and innovation area.
Yeah.
And I think there is a need for us to show that to really show that we are one of the great universities in Sweden, worthwhile to give some extra funding and attention.
Yeah.
So that's also part of in the back head of this initiative, the timing of the initiative.
So we have been talking around AI and the university, and we have also been talking a little bit about the BTH merger. Did we lose you now, Peter, or?
No, I'm just need to see if my flight is on schedule.
Yeah, you
so I don't forget
want to miss that one.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. On time. Yeah, I've got maybe 5 minutes more.
Okay, so maybe we should wrap it up in just a bit. So, but like if I understand you correctly, like in terms of AI and Linnaeus University, like do we have any plans for like any official like guidelines or policy from the university, or are we working on it on like in parallel in exploration, or so?
This is a good question. I know that it's dealt with by both in Rådet för utbildning och lärande and in Pedagogiki and with the disciplinary board. And I recently met someone in Lund who is working with this, who said that, well, you are really, agile in this area, and you have a process where you have adopted new practice in examination, etc. So we are not lagging behind, I think, but I need to come back to you in the autumn, and also to that you bring in. I mean, that's what we need in the university: proactive colleagues that give their best ideas to the prefects and deans and to all the boards. So. Don't wait for the vice chancellor to make all the right decisions. No. I need advice on every decision to make.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, and then also I think that's also a strength of an organization. If you can have people working within an organization and that they are free to explore, and we talk about this academic freedom, that is like if you create like two hard boundaries and guidelines, and you steer people in a direction where you think this is probably where we're going, that might actually not be beneficial in the long run. So that's at least what I think. So
that I think is a very good final word.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So with those words, thank you very much for tuning in, Peter, and and we will most likely meet again.
Maybe I see you tomorrow in Kalmar, perhaps.
Yeah, we are in Kalmar tomorrow as well. Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Have a safe trip.
Thank you very much.
Bye. So, yeah, interesting. And it's up to you and me now, Fredrik, I guess.
Yeah.
It's, I don't have any other cameras to go to. Well, there is Ted, actually. So,
yeah. So if you and I, Johan, are getting ready for our next event, maybe Ted can take over and, lead the way. So we'll leave it to Ted.
Yeah, I can take over, Fredrik. We will take a short walk with Fredrik and Johan over to the podcast studio. But first, let's just check in the soldering studio for a minute before we go. Vi går med en minut va, så hänger ni med oss.
Ska vi kanske gå upp och titta på Bikupan istället?
Yeah, we're live.
Yeah.
So you're on.
I don't know. Do we maybe show?
No, we don't have time for much now. I'm just checking in on the soldering studio just a minute before we go.
Yes, we have. Yeah, you want to show? You can.
Yeah, I can hold this for you.
That would be nice. We tried with this. This is the soldering station, but we can use it as a soldering as well. You can see that how fast it's.
It's like easy mode.
Really easy. So, and also equal, so you don't need to be like up and down. So it's quite fast. We try to just connect the hands and legs for now.
Maybe you want to show again?
Yes, why not? I mean, put the metal over the.
Sure. It's always when it's live that it happens.
Yes. Just put it over there. And then you have to go. Yes, here. Yeah, done.
That is nice.
That's fast.
Super easy.
And then super easy too. But
do you want to see
We're just
more?
checking up on your progress. We're gonna go take a walk now to the streaming studio, and then we're gonna come back to you later to continue talking about all of this.
Sure.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right.
So now it's raining a lot outside, so we will take a walk over to another building, but we take a walk inside to that building. So let's come with Frederick and Johan and me.
Which means
And Anders.
And Anders.
Anders.
Also, of
Hey,
course.
Anders, do you want to say something?
Yeah, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi. Hi. We take a walk and talk.
Yes, we do that.
Walk
Can
and
you
talk.
do two things at the same time?
I'll try.
Reading and walking, that's something.
Do you find your way, the easiest way over to Stella inside? Yep.
Johan does. So
We'll see if you can manage it.
Mm.
But I guess. So did Peter said anything new about the merge or
yeah,
anything else?
we are all getting fired in Kalmar.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm moving to Växjö.
We don't have offices in Växjö anymore.
No. I think that was interesting. As I understood it, it was more or less a year ahead before.
Yeah.
Or he didn't want to be more concrete in the discussion.
Yeah.
I don't know. Now it's raining.
This way, right? Yeah, it's raining a lot.
I got behind, so I need to sprint. I sprinting.
Yeah. But I think in terms of that is one thing. I mean, just having him discuss about the BTH merger, that was nice. Maybe not that super interesting for the students in this course, but well, for us it is.
For us, it is, yeah. Yeah, but for the region, also it is.
Yeah.
And for students that are here now also, I would say it's interesting because we will put more the Linnaeus University flag on the map.
Yeah.
It will be bigger, of course. We will have more opportunities with more talking with the business life and society.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting for all parts, I would say.
And now we're in the coffee room of the business department.
Yeah, now we're back in House Forma. Here you see the view that we showed before. If you show the camera downstairs for me.
The chandelier you were talking about.
It was chandelier, right? Yeah. So what's the best thing with Kalmar then, Fredrik?
For me, I mean...
For you personally?
For me personally?
Yeah.
I actually like, living in a city where I can bike to work. That, for me, that's super important. Obviously, you can do that in a lot of places, but I think Kalmar, it's special in that way. We have a campus that is so close in the city. And, spending time here is actually fun.
Yeah.
That's at least what I think is important. There are some
At your
downsides.
workplace, you mean, or in Kalmar?
Yeah, it's a workplace, but
okay.
When doing vacations, I mean, often the best weather is in Kalmar. Like going somewhere in for a warmer country, if you're living in Kalmar, that is actually unnecessary often.
This is a view that we didn't have on the campus tour. This is a bridge over from House Radix to my house, I would say, but House Kuhlman. And then we are taking another bridge over to the university library then, to our podcast studio.
And this is the highest building, isn't it, in the university now?
Yeah, we didn't have time to look at the 9th floor earlier, but this is the highest one. Yeah, I don't know how tall or high the Maritime Academy Sea Tower is, but I think it's like 8th floor,
yeah.
8 stairs at least. But this one is 9th floor high. And Johan, then, what's the best thing about Kalmar for you?
The best thing about Kalmar. So I'm not from Kalmar originally. I'm from Halmstad on the opposite side of Sweden. But they are kind of similar cities. I love summer cities where everything blooms in the spring and on the summer. I would have a hard time living in a city where everything dies in the winter. I love this time of year.
So now you're getting a quick tour again then. Now we are in House Stella, the University Library, but on the 3rd floor. We didn't see this earlier, the real library, I would say. As you see, it's empty as hell. It's like 2 persons here right now because they are on summer holiday already. We have some summer courses, but they haven't started that much yet. But as I said before, it's like 1,500 persons a normal day in this building, but today is like 2 persons, I would say. So we're closing in on our studio. This is the video studio and also podcast studio. As you see, guys, you are already on air.
Okay, great.
So I will leave you to it together with my colleague.
Yeah. Let's start.
Yes.
Yeah.
You have a video camera also in here, right? Yes. Then we switch over to that one.
We will.
I think you can do it, Romain, or something.
They will there.
Yeah.
We can just see the studio a bit around.
As usual, we haven't even discussed what we should say in the pod. So we will this will be the ultimate test, I guess.
Yeah.
The first time in this like physical constellation, and then we just go. This podcast will be in Swedish.
Yeah.
So we will switch to Swedish when we go.
Before you start, can you please switch to this camera using the
Yeah.
computer? Because on the phone it's a bit trickier.
I can. Actually, I was just left.
Have a bit of a sneak peek into how we run this whole stream.
So we are using a software called StreamYard, which is an online platform for doing this. So here we all have all the cameras available, and now I can add the podcasting studio camera, and we can even, in this case, make sure that this is solo, so we don't miss out on the sound, because now we have the sound that way. So
we should have the sound on this one.
we should. Oh, good.
So I don't know.
So hopefully it works. You can write in the chat if you can hear me loud and clear, because then we know that the sound is working. What a nice...
Just keep on talking.
What a nice kind of setting.
Precis. And we have now also sound technicians, Andreas.
And we are enclosed in a room with really good acoustics as well. It's
verkligen.
You can
really
kind of hear.
So as soon as I'm not sure if we could probably just keep on talking, and then they will record everything anyhow.
So Andreas, could you give me a thumb up if everything is set and we can just start? Are we recording? That's basically the question I'm asking. We are recording. Good. So then I just need to switch to Swedish and do an intro, and I will be quiet for a few seconds before we do the intro, so I know where to.
So we go directly into the pod mode.
Yeah, let's start off by in this format, just discuss what we are going to talk about today.
Yeah.
And then when we switch to Swedish, then it's not of interest for the live viewers, maybe. So we haven't had a proper podcast episode for a while. We have done a lot of guests, and we had Johan Falk from Skolverket yesterday with his new book and so on. So maybe we should do a kind of traditional episode talking about what's new, what has happened the last week. The problem might be that, do we know what has happened last week? Because it's been a lot of things happening.
Let's just go with the flow.
Let's go with the flow.
Let's do it.
Okay. Yeah. And this is officially also the last episode before summer break, right?
Yeah.
So it will be a wrap up.
we think
maybe
it will
it's
be
a wrap up episode.
Yeah.
Actually,
You never know.
Of everything. So I still see the panic in Andreas' eyes. So we continue to talk a bit. Okay.
A little bit. Du är lite svagare.
Is it my voice then? I'm always, even when we're. That's strange.
I don't know.
Yeah.
So we will continue talking a bit, so
Yeah.
Andreas could
Yeah.
check the sound then. So
Okay.
so I'm talking a little bit now, and then we
Now
switch to
switch to Anders.
Switch to me. Well, I'm not sure what's happened this week. I've been too busy with my new job.
Yeah.
So you just started a new job.
Yes, I did. For the first time in 23 years.
Yeah.
Quite scary.
Yeah. And you got this American way of leaving the last job.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Even though I quit myself, but the American way of leaving.
Yeah.
Very quick.
Yeah. So the same afternoon, wasn't? Yeah.
Yeah, same afternoon.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Not a very Swedish way of doing
No,
things.
very, very strange, but
Yeah.
that's the way it is.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we should start.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I will keep shut for a few seconds, and then we go. And after that,
it's in Swedish.
It's live. It's in Swedish, and no cutting.
Yeah.
So we need to do it the proper way. Då ska ni vara hjärtligt välkomna till ett avsnitt av Teknik i Akademi som jag tycker är lite speciellt, för så här nära er rent fysiskt har jag nog inte befunnit mig på länge. Nej. Välkommen Anders, välkommen Fredrik, och tack till Andreas och alla på kommunikationsavdelningen på Linnéuniversitetet för att vi kan vara i den här studion och göra det här live för första gången. Vi har ju annars suttit i en programvara på varsitt håll på våra kontor. Du har suttit hemma.
Ja. Och jag på kontoret också förstås. Men det är ju ändå lite spännande nu, för att nu kanske vi kan prata på ett helt annat sätt. Alltså, jag
det
tänker
ska bli spännande.
Ja, precis. Nu sa du ju det samtidigt som jag sa det. Och det brukar alltid vara ett problem när man bara kunna ha en diskussion och kunna bryta in i varandra på något sätt. Och nu kan vi faktiskt sparka varandra på benen också, om vi vill det.
Det känns jättetryggt att ha en ljudtekniker som bara sitter och övervakar, så att man slipper sitta och noja och titta på staplarna och se att bara, funkar detta verkligen? Och
ja, just det.
Så att,
inga sjungande mikrofonskydd.
Nej, precis. Och sen var det som
ja.
Och så var det som vanligt att min röst var lite lägre ner, och det har vi då konstaterat att det är nog så i verkligheten då, inte bara min mikrofon som alltid är lite lägre än er. Det här har varit ett spännande år, för vi får väl se det här nästan som en wrap-up av den här säsongen av Teknik i Akademi. Vi har kört, jag vet att nu kan jag faktiskt inte avsnittsnumret, 33, 34, där någonstans tror jag vi befinner oss. Ja, precis. Och det började ju inte ens som en podcast i december, utan det började mer som en bara en kort inspelning, och sen har det där växt till den här podcasten nu då. Vi kan väl dra lite statistik bara, det kan ju vara intressant att veta. Det är väldigt svårt att hitta statistik på mindre podcasts. På lite större podcasts så kan man hitta, men då kräver det att man har, jag vet inte, publik över 10 000 i veckan eller om dagen. Det är något sånt här, ganska stora podcast. Men det är en hel del som lyssnar. Det är runt 700-800 som lyssnar på podden varje vecka.
Varje vecka?
Ja.
Okay.
Alltså bara på ett enskilt avsnitt. Det är fler som lyssnar totalt, eftersom det är många som lyssnar i kapp och sådär. Men säg en 700 som lyssnar på podden. Ett 100-tal som tittar på YouTube istället. Och tittar man på prenumeranter så har vi runt 800-900 prenumeranter just nu. Vi har 450 ungefär på Spotify. Och Spotify är nog den största plattformen för oss. Och jag vet inte om det är för att vi har promotat dit och att vi har video. För att Spotify är den enda plattform förutom YouTube då, som också stödjer videopodcasts. Så det är en ganska ny feature där också. Så att, vi var väl tidigare på att testa den kanske. Det här har ju varit en podcast som på något sätt där man har fått följa. Vi har ju aldrig hoppas jag i alla fall, sagt att vi är några experter inom något av områden. Utan det har väl mer varit en resa, eller?
Ja. Så hur blir man expert på någonting?
Det är nog i betraktarens öga lite grann, tror jag.
Det är sant.
Ja.
Men vi har gjort den här resan snarare, att vi har fått lära oss saker under tiden hela vägen, och förhoppningsvis så har de som har lyssnat då också fått vara med på samma resa. Och det är väl så vi tänker fortsätta, för vi kommer väl att fortsätta i höst, eller? Det har vi knappt pratat om.
Det utgår jag ifrån.
Ja, men det har nog vi alla, jag utgått ifrån.
Ja, det här AI lär inte sluta nu.
Nej, och gör det så kanske vi slutar då.
Ja.
Ja, men det vore ju en skräll.
Ja, det vore skräll, ja. Skulle inte sätta pengar på det.
Nej, det skulle jag inte göra heller.
Nej. Ja, men vi har ju mycket idéer, vi har mycket som vi inte har hunnit göra.
Det är massa grejer. Det är en sak som vi inte har hunnit göra. Och det är ju, nu började du lite grann på den, för du hade ett bra avsnitt för när Anders kör solo.
Just det.
Var förra veckan. Och, men ett avsnitt där vi egentligen liksom fokuserar på liksom the basics. Att det är lite mer educational avsnitt där vi sätter oss och planerar detta kanske som en föreläsning i någon form då. Den ska vi göra. Det kanske blir ett specialavsnitt.
Vi slänger oss lite med termer och sådär som kanske kommer man in mitt i så kan det bli lite bökigt, tror jag.
Ja. Och det har ju jag hade ju den här när jag spelade in den här på Växjökonferensen där. Det var ju någon i alla fall som tyckte att men det var ett bra avsnitt för att kunna skicka till någon så här, men vad handlar det här om? Och sen så bara okej, men titta den här, det är 30 minuter långt och så. Och vi hade ju en annan video som delades i våran Discord där. Vad heter han? Erik Vineröv. Och
den var jättebra.
Jättebra. Ja. Det var så här, men någon typ av sån content tror jag att vi bör göra. Upcoming då.
Ja, för det är fortfarande många. Jag känner mig nästan färskast in i det här. Fredrik, du har ju ändå hållit på lite med maskininlärning och sådär i dina doktorandstudier. Du har hållit ett öga på det där. Jag vet inte, Anders.
Jo, vi har haft kontakt med det.
Ja, exakt. Och för mig så är det ganska nytt. Jag har hållit på mycket med webbutveckling, programmering och de bitarna. Men ni vet hur det kan bli ibland med ett område att man bara känner att jag ska sätta mig in i det, men jag orkar inte riktigt nu. Nej. Och det är ett lite sånt område varit för mig genom åren. Så för mig är det många begrepp som är helt, alltså så här, Langchain och Hugging Face och alltså det finns många verktyg, det finns många tekniker.
Det är kul att du tog Langchain som ett exempel som har bara funnits några månader.
Men det är sådana här grejer som bara poppar upp och jag känner själv, jag har liksom inte riktigt koll, jag kan inte sortera in de verktygen riktigt för att jag har lite för dålig koll på.
Ja, men det har ju kommit så mycket och framförallt har det blivit så otroligt tillgängligt mot hur det var för ett halvår sedan. Ja. För ett halvår sedan var det superobskyrt för de flesta och nu är det någonting som vem som helst använder.
Ja, det är häftigt det där. Alltså för min egen del, alltså AI, egentligen jag pratade aldrig om AI innan, utan det var maskininlärning. Och jag tror att väldigt mycket så här, jag tror också man har, som forskare eller många sektorer, man har försökt hålla sig från AI, eftersom det är lite det här buzzwordet, alltså när man pratat under många år, de senaste 10 åren, om machine learning, alltså ML. Och det har ju varit ganska smala, man utvecklar en algoritm som löser en sak och den har blivit väldigt duktig på det. Men det var ju min väg in till Python. Alltså jag har ju inte en bakgrund som utvecklare. Jag satt ju också, samma tid när ni var unga så var jag också ung, även om ni är några år äldre än mig. Men jag satt med basic, quick basic och programmerade och sånt. Men sen har jag aldrig formellt utbildat mig till utvecklare. Men när jag doktorerade, då var det liksom att nu ska vi lösa ett problem. Hur gör jag det? Jag får lära mig Python. Och sen så lärde jag mig Python. Så det var ju min väg in i detta. Så nu börjar jag ju med AIs hjälp faktiskt att bli en något i alla fall mer kunnig utvecklare kanske. Och med det sagt då, när jag har ju grundläggande programmeringskurser och sånt också. Så att the basics hanterar jag nog liksom av hur man programmerar. Men jag har ju insett att vara programmerare handlar inte bara om att veta vad en klassrumfunktion är, utan det handlar om att kunna konstruera någonting från en idé. Och sen att det ska liksom bli lätt att kommunicera den med andra människor. Är inte så? Det kan vara sig själv som är den människan i framtiden också.
Det kan det nog vara. Nej, men det är något slags legobygge egentligen. Kunna bitarna och ha en vision. Får man säga.
Ja, och det här som, nu går vi, något som har varit med oss hela tiden är ju Lex Fridmans podcast och han intervjuade Stephen Wolfram och de pratade mycket om det här med språk. Och Stephen Wolfram var ju väldigt mycket inne på det här att datalogiskt tänkande är det som kommer att vara viktigt. Inte riktigt kanske programmeringen i sig så som vi har jobbat med programmering de senaste åren, utan mer det här datalogiska tänkandet. Och det finns väldigt mycket där. Alltså det är alltifrån hur fungerar färger? Det är ju egentligen när jag tänker efter, så det här RGB och liksom färger, trots att jag aldrig egentligen har jobbat som grafiker eller något sånt där, men det finns någonting väldigt nyttigt i att kunna hur RGB fungerar, olika färgsystem, hur man hanterar liksom pixlar, alltså alla sådana här liksom. Och det var det han var inne på att prata om också, att de där bitarna blir så viktiga för alla att kunna sen då. Om vi har ändå ett halvår nu bakom oss med poddande här. Fredrik, om vi börjar med dig, vad är din topp 1? Vad tar du med? Det där minns jag lite speciellt.
Ja, herregud. Nej, men jag tycker att det är lite kul att vi var, det känns lite så här som att vi, om nu något avsnitt, jag vet inte riktigt vad, men tittar man på de avsnitten vi har gjort och så har vi gjort rätt många intressanta spaningar ganska tidigt som ändå har passat in med vad som har hänt då. Vi hade ju, om man tänker då, något avsnitt där som vi pratade om en webb full av humrar. Vi döpte det avsnittet till där vi innan egentligen de här agenterna hade börjat komma och sånt då, där var ju på det. Men annars är det som jag tycker är roligt med den här resan egentligen, det är att men nu har man en anledning att sätta sig och testa alla de här obskyra verktygen liksom. Alltså det tycker jag har varit jättekul. Alltså,
welcome back. Now we're switching to English again then. The podcast is still going on, but we are taking over for the annual bathing time then. We have two guys following up with one is for sure taking a bath, and then we're putting out some sensors and watching out for the sensors also to take a close look on the temperature. We started this day with a view of the castle, so let's take the view of the castle again from the university buildings. This is our view today, and somewhere down here they will take a bath right now. So Romain here will the video guy will follow these guys to the beach then. Okay, you ready, Tobias?
I am so ready.
I'm leaving you to it.
Yeah, let's fetch David. And Neda.
So what do you think about which year has been the coldest?
This
year.
Yeah, I think this will be the coldest.
But now it's raining also. So it's
I don't think that will matter that much. But last year was pretty warm as far as I recall.
It's quite sunny.
Yeah.
Keep talking.
I don't remember. Yeah, let's.
So
see you soon.
But the nice thing now is that we can see using this sensor we can actually trigger a measurement.
Yeah, that's cool.
So we know what the last temperature at Sen was, and then once we put the sensor down in the water, we can.
And it's this one.
Yeah, trigger it again. Exactly. And this one.
I will keep the door open.
For those of you that haven't seen this one, this is a temperature and humidity sensor by Dragino, and the way it works is that it measures the temperature and humidity over here. This one, and then we also have a probe which is used to measure, which is also a temperature probe. So we get two temperature values from this one and the humidity. The way it sends data is over LoRaWAN, so it's one of the connectivities that we're using in the course. Some of you may already have looked at the coverage maps. Some of you may have coverage and some probably don't have. But this is what we're going to be using now.
Well, it's not raining.
Now it's not raining.
Not jinx it.
Not yet.
So let's maybe talk about the battery life.
Yeah.
This one is, I think this is set to send every 20 minutes.
Right.
Or no, it's once an hour. And if we keep sending using that frequency, it's probably going to last up to 10 years. It's at least what the manufacturer is.
So where is the gateway located?
So the gateway, we're probably going to...
Maybe we can,
walk,
we can take a look at it maybe.
Over there and then point. You probably won't see it, but you'll see where it's installed.
Yeah. And if it starts raining as well, I have it.
Yeah, nice.
If it starts raining like hell, I'm sorry guys, I'm gonna have to cover the camera and the microphone. Just so you know.
But yeah, the gateway, if we see the tower over there. So the tower over there, we have one LoRaWAN gateway onboarded on the Things network. So probably most of you know what network by now, because the second week we talked about connectivity. So we have an outdoor gateway. We had an outdoor gateway.
Truck passing by. Sorry for the noise, guys. We're Kalmar Highway.
Yeah.
Busiest road.
And we're standing like 2 meters away.
Yeah, we're waiting to cross. So.
We have a LoRaWAN gateway up in the tower, and it's an outdoor gateway. It's open for public use. Yeah, but now about the public use thing, talking about LoRaWAN, there is a lot of gateways, but some of those networks are not open for public use. So you have a lot of businesses have used this technology, but they use it for themselves. So I think at the moment in Kalmar we have 3 public the Things network gateways for LoRaWAN, and I don't know, Helium, we probably have around between 20 to 30 gateways.
Wow.
All around Kalmar. Yeah,
That's a pretty dense, densely covered area. Let's hope you don't fall over. But if you do, you can put up the sensor
while you're at it.
If I fall over, I will throw the camera to you while I fall.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you guys will enjoy that flying camera.
Try
angle.
It's not that cold today.
No.
But it's not sunny.
It's windy.
Yeah, a little bit windy.
I hope the sun is okay for everyone because of the wind, but we do what we can.
Yeah.
We actually have some people sailing out also in the Sund. What's it called in English?
The sun.
The sun.
Sund.
Yeah, Kalmar Sund.
Bridge. No.
Not bridge. The water under the bridge.
Yeah.
Waterway?
Yeah, maybe.
Must have been another sailor.
Yeah,
so.
I think
Under bridge water.
Frederick is the nautical knowledge person here. And we get a little bit closer to our beautiful castle also.
Yeah,
right?
and we installed the sensor last year.
We did.
So maybe now we can check there, because I know
have
you
my
mentioned
doubts.
that you were here a couple of months ago. Some weeks ago. And
We tried to. I don't remember where we put it exactly.
yeah, I think we had it.
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. It's not on this side at least.
But I couldn't see it when we were here. But it's I wasn't in the water, of course, so we don't really know.
Here.
Yeah, I think it was probably. Yeah, I cannot see it.
Yeah, I couldn't see it either, but it's kind of hard.
Yeah. Let's see if we have the equipment we need.
Yeah, hopefully. That's it. I don't even like big.
For the team.
It takes one for the team every year.
Yeah.
Just happens to be us every year.
All right. It's not super cold.
It's not, no?
There is something here.
Yeah?
Yes.
It's probably like very
I trust
corroded.
you.
Have it?
Yes. Oh, it's really. Yeah, it's actually here.
Does it look intact or is it like really corroded?
Yeah, I think the sensor in itself seems pretty okay.
But if the probe is, oh, okay, you took.
It's very shallow.
All right, if you just hold this and let's see. Yeah. Let's see what we have here. So this is again from last year.
We should have some.
Yeah, but no, we don't. Yeah, it doesn't smell very nice.
Smell here,
But yeah,
that looks good.
that looks actually really good. But this,
Yeah. 1
Yeah.
year. In the
yeah. So let's take this in for a service.
Yes.
And then we install the other one.
So
Yeah.
should we keep this?
Just hold it like this and then just put it there. Yeah, let's keep that
That
because
was
it was
maybe-
actually very.
Yeah.
But how was it?
We had just put it on top of a beam and then put the zip ties around.
Okay.
But that seemed to have kind of like worked.
Yeah. Okay, but let's maybe
How you want to do it?
have it like this.
Like this?
Yeah,
Raw.
just like this.
Okay, let's do it.
Because I think this is probably won't protect it that much, anyways.
All right.
Uh,
Will be an experiment.
Yeah, and then just before you do that, let's maybe check what the temperature, what the last temperature was that it measured, and then so if we can, looking here, the temperature and humidity. The temperature is at the moment 22.57, and then the humidity is 63%, around 63-64%, and then we have the temperature of the probe at 22.87 degrees Celsius.
Right.
This
And
this platform may be familiar to many of you. This is DataCake. So at the moment we're using DataCake to visualize this sensor data. But now we're gonna install it, and then we're gonna trigger an up, which is basically sending a message, and then we'll see the temperature change here soon, hopefully. Yeah, and then also that bird.
So if we want to have it connected around the pole, we need a shitload of zip ties.
Okay, but do you want some now, maybe?
Yeah, can
Yeah.
connect them together.
Let me do some now.
I would say like. Yeah, no, yeah, we would need like, let's say 80 centimeters.
Oh,
So
80 centimeters.
Yes. It's a pretty big pillar here. Maybe we should have reviewed the video from last year.
Okay, can you see if this is okay?
I will check. I don't know that won't be enough.
Is this okay?
Let's check. You can take this.
Yeah. And then I'll. Was
Yes.
it enough?
Yes, that's enough.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough, actually.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right. So I should trigger.
So yeah, let's maybe trigger an uplink and let me know when you do it.
All right.
Let's maybe show for the camera that at the moment the probe temperature is 2287 degrees Celsius. And Tobias, if you just force an uplink now.
I got the green light and then a little flash of blue.
Yeah. And here we can see that it says 9 minutes ago, and then maybe it doesn't auto refresh. So let me go ahead and
Another flash of blue.
refresh the. Like here. Okay, then we put it down. Yeah, it's still saying 14 minutes ago. Can you try again?
I will try again.
Yep.
2001, 2002. Green light and the flash of blue.
Okay. Let's try again. Yeah. You're holding it for 1 second, yes?
A
Or
little bit more, maybe.
yeah, but it doesn't seem to be sending.
Let's try again.
Yeah, try again.
Green light and then a flash of blue.
Yeah, coverage issues. Yeah, it's probably bad coverage all the way down here. Is there metal?
No, not really.
No metal. Yeah, this should actually work.
Birds are coming.
Still says 16 minutes ago.
So try again.
Yeah.
Green and then a flash of blue. Flash of blue.
Nope.
All right. What
Yeah,
could
it's
be-
not sending.
What could be the problem?
Probably, I'm suspecting coverage issues.
All right. Should I kind of like remove it a little bit?
No,
or-
but let's leave it there and see if we get something the next couple of days.
All right.
If we don't, then
Please stand by.
Okay, so
All right, then.
Tobias, we're coming back to get you in a few days.
What?
We're coming back in a few
Yeah.
days to pick you up.
I will feed on some ducks.
Yeah, I mean,
you
they're
have one
coming.
over there.
So
Actually.
when once you're out, you gotta chop.
But it's a little bit.
23 degrees.
Yeah.
No?
Well, 15 minutes
not
ago.
20, but definitely above 20. I would say.
Yeah, we'll see here in like 40 minutes if it does the should do every hour. So we'll let's. It does. Otherwise, we're gonna have to look into the coverage of that gateway. Yeah. Next time it's gonna be me swimming.
Was that on your contract when you signed for your job?
What the hell?
Yeah, it's
Should
not.
have read the fine print.
Yep.
No, but it was pretty okay.
Yeah.
And when it's cold in the air, it becomes less of a difference. So it doesn't seem as.
So we haven't seen a change yet, but do you want to describe what happened in the previous years?
Yeah.
Because
So in yeah, and should we? Yeah. Let's.
You move in. I have my gear, so.
Okay. So it's starting to rain, so we should.
Yeah.
Okay.
See you.
Enjoy the.
But yeah, previous years last year, for example, we installed just the same exact sensor, and then we were able to send data and see the data
as they see now.
Yeah, but on stream we had issues because we had our gateway on the tower that we showed you earlier was not actually functioning at the time. But then we had, when we fixed it, we started getting data from this sensor, but then after a while it stopped sending data. So sometimes where to position, where to install this sensor actually matters, because sometimes like in this case, we don't know if the issue is from the gateway side or from the sensor side and where it's positioned or installed.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a break under this tree.
Yeah.
It's all about the positioning of
Yeah.
either sensor or the gateway.
So usually they have the coverage depending on the types of antennas that are used. So usually with lower dBi antennas, you have this spherical coverage, whereas if you go up in dBi for those antennas, you get more horizontal coverage. So if you have a high dBi antenna and a device transmitting just very close by and beneath this coverage spectrum, you won't be able to actually send anything, even though you have the gateway very close by. So might be the issue here. We'll take a look, see if the gateway is actually on. The thing is, in the lab, we did try the sensor in the lab, but in the lab we also have 4 other gateways that we use for different purposes. So we're just gonna double check that the outdoor gateway is functioning, and then see what the issue
See if we
can
have
be.
data.
Yeah.
So it is currently raining outside.
Yeah.
So we're gonna switch back to the studio because I will have to cover the camera and the microphone to make sure we can keep streaming. So we're gonna go back there and mute there. So a bit more Swedish for you guys, and then we catch you up once we're back inside in the IoT lab.
Yeah.
So see you there soon.
upptäcka glädje i en prompt. Liksom.
Jo,
Det behöver, alltså, vi är
det
tillbaks...
som oroar mig med sånt spel.
Ja.
Jag kommer aldrig komma förbi den första karaktären utan sitta där.
Exakt.
Hur ska jag komma förbi den här promptningen?
Ja, man kommer att fastna på tavernan på den lokala liksom, byn och sen kommer man att
Men
sitta och
om det var
lära.
min mormor och skrev ett Python-skrift, vad skulle hemligheten vara då?
Ja. Ja, men, och ärligt talat så tror jag det är en av de största problemen man kanske sitter och brottas med. Just hur ska man kunna få spelaren att ta sig vidare i spelet samtidigt som
men
vi
jag
ska...
träffade ju min bästa vän här på första tavernan.
Ja,
det är det enda jag vill göra. Det är
det hänger här.
jag hänger här.
Ja.
Ja, men okej, men det är väl okej. Jag tänker att det kanske blir en ny dimension i det här.
Det kanske blir det här open world-spelen som helt plötsligt och då börjar vi prata om metaverse.
Och man kan ju också även tänka sig att karaktärerna där tar nya vägar.
Ja,
så din spelupplevelse av första karaktären och min är helt olika och deras vägar i spelet är helt olika.
Ja. Och jag tänker också det här med det som jag tycker är roligast med spel, alltså sådär, det är ju co-op. Alltså jag gillar de här spelen som, jag köpte ett PlayStation 5 bara häromveckan, bara när Diablo 4 kom. Alltså annars så är jag inte någon konsolspelare då, men bara för att kunna spela med min son. För att det är ett sånt där bra co-op-spel. Och jag tänker den här generativa AI:n då, om du skulle kunna gå in i den där tavernan och sen så övertalar du någon och hänga med dig på en quest. Men den här personen kan också ha sina egna mål och kanske droppa ut. Det är ett socialt spel och du har ingen aning om... Precis som i verkliga livet då. Att jag har fått ett jobb här. Jag hinner inte sitta och spela med dig. Jag ska bli skomakare. Jag har bestämt mig för att följa mina mål. Drömmar.
Tänk att den här karaktären att du inte vet om det är en annan spelare. Eller om det är en AI-modell.
Det är också. Ja, det är
det är otroligt häftigt.
Ja.
Och det är väl inte omöjligt egentligen.
Ja, det där kan man nog fundera vidare på.
Det tror jag man kan göra.
Då har vi ju Turing-testet på riktigt på något sätt.
Jag tror inte det är så himla långt bort.
Nej. Och grejen är ju den att det kommer ju aldrig gå att fråga en annan spelare och försöka hacka en prompt. Så att säga att jag menar OpenAI model, jag kan inte ha sådär. För det skulle se att många människor kommer göra. För att lura. Alltså det hade jag gjort alla gånger. Jag hade gått ut och låtsas vara en bot bara
för att kanske man kan få andra spelare att avslöja saker.
Du kommer inte få några vänner.
Precis.
Ja, men så spel kanske är ett sånt här område och vi tar ju, och det vill vi vara öppna med till alla, att vi tar jättegärna emot tips på gäster och sådär. Det är bara att höra av sig, och vill ni själva vara med så hör av er, skriv vad ni skulle vilja prata om, så löser vi det. Något annat?
Jag tänker annars också, det har ju blivit mycket nu. Alltså vi pratar om AI och sånt då, men det är ju AI-utbildning. Det har ju ändå blivit området då. Nu sträcker det sig. Det går inte att stanna där. Det har vi märkt. Alltså det påverkar hela samhället. Men någonting jag tror som också varit intressant, det är ju att få in de som är längst ut. Alltså jag tänker så här, någon lärare i något klassrum någonstans som har... Jag har det här verkligen så här, jag har använt detta på detta sättet och liksom gått in i det här men alltså komma nära, längst ut liksom. Det hade jag tyckt varit kul. Alltså, liksom, hur har ditt jobb förändrats nu liksom? Och för det är ju ändå, vi pratar ju mycket kring detta nu som att men vi vill sprida detta och vi säger till alla som vi möter att ni måste testa, ni måste liksom utforska detta då. Men jag är helt övertygad om att där ute så finns det massvis med lärare både liksom i grundskola och längre upp då som kanske ligger långt före våra tankar på att liksom använda de här verktygen. Alltså man kanske inte bryr sig om så mycket hur AI fungerar eller så, men så här har jag konstruerat och gjort. Det har varit spännande. Och jag har ju själv brottats lite med detta. Hur ska jag göra?
Welcome back then. Let's wrap the soldering station course. Let's wrap that thing up today. We've done it 3 times now, but this is the last session of the soldering course. So how cold was the water then?
Yeah, so the thing is, it did send. We go to data cake here somewhere. I think we have. There, it's still haven't. Probably takes a little time for it to change, but let's wait an hour and see what the actual value is. But if we go to history and then see where, if we just zoom in here maybe, we can see that this is where we had it. This was the time we went out, and then yeah, this is the last temperature value that we have now. So 22.5 degrees Celsius at the moment. So we'll see in an hour how.
For sure.
Yeah.
Before we go to Business Lab in 30 minutes, we can take a quick look on that one.
Yeah.
So I'm handing over to you guys again to the soldering course to wrap that things up before we go to next schedule thing.
Yeah. You want to show the
So
Yeah,
we
the
soldered
project.
every part.
So
It's like the product of 3%, like each per soldering part. So we each try soldering one part of it. And right now is the last part, so we need to fix the battery backpack for this. But then if we turn it on, that was the noise that you heard earlier. We just turned it on, so
that is not nice.
Yeah, this is very.
very annoying. I don't know if
Let's see. It's photoresist.
we can play some music. Probably. Let's see.
Probably better when it's off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how the microphone picked that up, but I'm sorry, people online.
I mean, if you play with the
Yeah,
antenna and like his ears, it's gonna play some song, and I think it should be like something dark. Here is so shiny, that's why it's like a maximum. But at
Yeah.
least if you think that it works.
Yeah.
It's good for practicing your
Yes.
soldering skills.
And also this soldering machine, like it shows that it's really useful when we gonna like desolder things. Like let's say here, it was quite fast actually, and I think everyone here likes it. So it do it so fast, desoldering the things, and also it has both, so you can use it as a normal sand then socks. So this is quite useful. We suggest that like the soldering and also liquid paste is quite fast when you use it, liquid paste. So the one that we use is 138 centigrade, and it has 42% tin and 58 bismuth. But if you want it a little bit stronger, you also can use the other one, which has 1% silver in it. It was somewhere around here. Yeah. So it's basically the same, but that one is 185, and it has 1% more. Oh,
This
it's
for
here.
PCB.
Yes, this is it has 1% silver and a 64% tin and 35 bismuth. It was really nice to.
Yep.
Do you want to show any? If just feel free to ask any question.
Yeah, so online people, if you want to have any specific things you want to talk about, feel free to use the comments. I'm going to check the Discord to make sure I didn't miss anything. But, you know.
And meanwhile, we can show them PCB printer that we have.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing could be
Yes.
cool.
Yeah. This is Volterra 1. Volterra. Oh, I forgot the name.
Well, apparently,
Volterra
with the robots, we had quite some dogs interested in the sound from the watcher. So,
Yeah,
oh hey,
Volterra.
it is another dog that is interested, but
Well, but
they were talking about a
this
real dog,
real dog
interested
like-
in the sound that this robot was making.
It-
So
quite annoying.
yeah, I think
Annoying,
yeah.
yeah.
So sorry for the interruption. The PCB.
Yes, this
Tell
is.
us about this. What
Yeah,
is-
this is Volterra 1 PCB, and this is a very compact desktop device.
This
that-
is amazing. When I did that 15 years ago, I had like a giant room
Yeah.
just made for this with bath, with light and stuff. And this is to make the PCB.
Exactly,
This is
and this
amazing.
is simplified prototyping.
Yeah.
And this is the already prepared demo that I did it yesterday, and you can use it with the clamp ledge,
Mhm.
before, if we say that we don't have it and this is empty, you put it here. You can open this clamp, and let me show you. And this is a software for that you should connect this device to the Volterra. This is a software that you should connect, and there is a print, soldering, heat options there. So here you go. It's moving, so you will put your PCB here, and you on the other part also you need to open it. And I'm not sure if how much we have time, but we need to connect it
About
to the
25 minutes.
25 minutes.
Yeah, I would say.
So Arsalan, if we
Yeah.
start to
Demonstrate.
yeah, I need to bring my laptop because the software is
No
installed.
problem.
Yeah.
You want to talk a bit about this whole PCB thing, maybe?
Yeah, so you can design your circuit using Eagle or any other software, and then you can upload this file here, and then this device will exactly print some same circuit as you have designed. So, but in this example, we can show you basic Hello World example and demonstrate how it works. So,
Exactly. As you can see, it's already Hello World is ready, but we can show you how it will work. So can we just find a space for the laptop and see? Yeah.
I think you also are on StreamYard with your laptop. You are on StreamYard with your laptop.
Yes.
So you could share your screen, actually. That might be...
Okay, that's a really good idea. Let me connect it with the US. I need to, oh, sorry. I need to bring my USB cable.
And so how big can you make this? It's just limited to the plate size,
Yeah,
which
this-
is already quite a big
Yeah. There's enough
PCB.
for
So
a number of projects. And if there is something big, you can make multiple.
and you can link them later.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
And the cool thing with this is actually like not only do you paint those solder paste tracks, but you can also drill holes.
Yeah.
So we probably like maybe we do have an example. Yeah, over here. These are just.
So this is made with this machine.
Yeah, so this is a printed PCB. This is made for PyCom devices, and this is supposed to have, we connect a couple of Dallas temperature sensors and a CO2 sensor. So we just design and then print and solder. And you see the bridges are maybe not that nice looking, but it's because the
Now you can make them with a new soldering machine.
yeah, and those also for depending on what soldering thin you use, you need different, like Hamid mentioned earlier, you need different temperatures. So, but it's quite handy. I mean, designing it's a
yes.
Yeah, it's a nice way of designing prototypes.
I need to add it to the.
So I'm gonna do that. Hold on. Sorry. Can you add it to it? Or if you go on it.
No, there is no option.
No, okay, I will try to look for this.
Maybe.
Yes.
No?
Go. Yes, so now you can go back to your to whatever you want to show.
Okay, it was here. So, as you can see, we connected it to our laptop, and there's a power button here. And then after it's connected, is a scan for this printer, and we found it. So we start by the print. and this is print, and it says that simple or align, so we choose the option simple for the blank boards. I need to bring a blank one.
Maybe you
no, this side, because when we are back, it wouldn't work.
Okay. Yeah, and then when we place our board on the plate, then we need to select the ink. So we'll show you those steps.
This is the blank. Sorry. First of all, let me show you. This is the probe, and this is for calibration. We will use it. But the nice thing is here that you can follow it step by step. So let's say that we have yes, and there's the conductive ink that I already prepared it. So this is ink inside. We put it in a place that it should be, and we connected the nozzle on that. So we choose the conductive ink, and here, as you can see, this is the. It says that select your file, the design file that you have already designed. Which software we have for it?
We can use Proteus. There are many software we can use, and but it doesn't matter whatever software you use. Eagle we can use.
Yeah, and the Kai pod you can use, but here there is a built-in file, and this is Hello World. So we choose this file from here for simplicity and being fast, and you can see this is loaded. So we will follow step by step here. So next, as you can see, it says that you should clean the calibration switches. So we can use we can use this cleaning material for it, and clean these two, as they are very important. Then dispenser nozzle is not damaged. We should we have a checklist, so everything is okay. Then clamp board. You wanna?
Yeah, we can place the board.
Okay. Just put it.
Maybe
This is already. So you will use this one here, and this one here. I need you help me. So please notice that for the top side of the board, you need to put the top side the clamp ledge, because this side is the bottom of the clamp ledge that we will use it later. So
the 3 hands process. Right,
yeah.
5 hands process.
wait, we just.
And you should always be careful about the material because it shouldn't be kept in the room temperature. You need to put it in the fridge. Whenever you need to use it, then you should take it out and use it. So, yeah, here.
Okay, so
it's ready. This is for calibration. Then we will put it here. Actually, we should follow the steps. Let's go to the next. Mount the probe. Now we are going to mount it here. It's magnetic, so super easy.
And then so
now it will start to check the positioning of the board.
Okay, so it will calibrate the
switches. It's a process of 2 minutes, I think, or 1 minute and a half.
So people are asking if there is a giveaway after the stream. They want a PCB machine.
What am I getting?
Fortnite skins. Fortnite and League of Legends skins.
You are getting the towel that Tobias used to
Yeah,
try
yeah.
himself.
You can get the old sensor.
Yeah.
But it looks like this one should be working, right?
Yeah.
This one at least. But yeah.
Next
I
time
would
we can
assume
do
that
that.
it would
Okay,
still
now
take
it's
temperature.
done. It was saying that waiting. So let's go to the next step and
Measure
measure
height.
height. Yeah.
Now it is 2 minutes and 38 seconds process. So it will measure the height to make sure everything.
Yeah. Kaffe. Yeah, we did. Yeah, yeah. So I.
So I think this was data.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I
sure.
just
So-
sent a link. I can actually show.
We're gonna move here.
So if we look here now, we actually do see 23.5 degrees Celsius, and data was sent just 6 minutes ago now. So it's actually sending. It's warmer in the water according to this, but yeah, this is what we're getting. So yeah, we'll see. We'll have this and see how what state it is in for next year's stream.
So stay tuned.
Yeah. Stay
Subscribe
tuned,
and like and
share for
Next level slow TV.
Yes. So you did not go there for nothing.
No, finally, I think this one, the gateway didn't work for kind of like a while.
Yep.
So we never got any value from it.
We actually got one suggestion. Give us a custom PCB with all the TAs and teachers' names on it.
I think we might need a bigger thing. There's a lot of people in there.
Yeah.
But it can print really, really small. Also.
Yeah.
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 And then it's not that visible.
But it could be a cool
You
plaque.
can get the Benchy.
You could get a good plaque on the door
Yeah,
with
but
all
we
the names
can,
of people in the lab.
Yeah.
This can be the giveaway.
Right? A boat.
The big benchy boat.
Yeah. We can have a giveaway. So what's the actual challenge? Is it like a random contest or?
Yeah, let's maybe have a randomizer. So Tobias, you write a MicroPython code that runs on a Pico that randomizes. Yeah, I'm gonna have a list of all the students, and then you randomize a number between 1 and 390.
We should have this light that goes round and round.
Yeah, but we need to build that first.
Yeah.
That's the new assignment for the course, guys. So
Any takers?
don't ask. I'm sure they would.
Yeah, that could be a challenge for the community, right? You give a list of everyone that wants to participate, and someone contributes with a randomizer.
Let's see what we
We send it all over the world.
giveaway picker. Yeah, but this is. Yeah, I'm gonna think of
I
something
think
on the way down. So.
we are close to.
Yeah, we got another 20 seconds ish.
Or this one to be a giveaway.
Yeah, this we don't want.
Yeah.
So we're gonna stick with you for the next 10 minutes. Then we're gonna go towards the business lab afterward. So, do you think you can get something going on in 10
Measurement
minutes?
complete. Yeah.
Risk of nasal crash.
Unexpected height differences were detected between prop points. Confirm the correct host file was loaded and confirm the position of the on-screen system. and watch the highlighted areas for issues. Repro. Wow. But it says that measurement complete. So
Yeah, maybe you can.
maybe we didn't. This is. No, it's not right.
It's not the right one.
No.
We can probably stop before you get poked
Yeah.
by the machine.
I think we should open it. So let's go with this one probe. Let's see if we can get it. This is correct. It shouldn't be loosely. Let me check.
Something dangerous here, I think.
I still don't put the police open.
Yeah.
And this one. I think no, it's not. It should be in there.
Yeah. Yeah, you take this one. This is first one.
We can go to the first one. So yeah, you should exactly fix in the calambrage. Then we will try another probe. So we need to wait 3 minutes.
2 minutes.
Hopefully this time works. Yeah.
Yeah, it will be.
I think the software here that we are seeing is quite small.
Yeah, because we're looking at both things. Because we don't see this software, we see this one,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So, do you want to switch to this one?
No, just one.
No. Okay. You guys can keep talking. It's
Yeah.
still calibrating, right? So.
Mhm.
Oh, everyone afraid of the camera.
Let's go see the
No, is it? Yeah.
They have
Is it done or?
No, 30 seconds around.
Oh, it's 30 seconds left.
You know, when I saw the camera, but you still don't see us enough. So just see my face. Complete day, 2 sessions a day.
Yes. Yeah, 75.
Yeah.
10 minutes.
Yeah.
Sorry, 10 seconds. The calibration will be finished. And if you are curious to know what is the price of this PCB printer, is 72K.
Okay, go to
Jump to yeah. Don't mix this on board. This. Let's see. Yeah, this is superstar from the
Yeah, it's really nice. I'm actually looking forward to later.
It's doing again.
It's doing again.
I don't know what's wrong with it.
See, it goes there.
May I ask you for the printing? Is it like circuit?
Yes. This one. But calibration phase is not working.
You need to grab the whole antenna on top to. I think the usage of it could be like in a closet when you open the close the lid, so it's completely dark and then quiet.
Yeah.
As soon as someone opens the lid, get some light.
And it's security alarm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the piece of the bed instead of being on the board.
Yeah, that's not right. Needs to be over.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah,
we
this
should
is
see what.
No, but please, up it.
Are you? Yeah, but the board should be between these.
We have a screwdriver over there.
But for what? For oh, you mean for?
But first one is like this. It's called lower dancer.
Yeah, but maybe not over it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure actually. Yeah, it should be on the board. Yeah, but try to maybe place it in the like center. Yeah, I think.
So sorry, I'm going with.
I think you can. They are just in the other.
Okay, so I don't think I can open the door. But... Okay, hold on.
We got the calculation error, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna move towards, so we're gonna leave you fixing this thing.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Frederick, who are we gonna see now?
Yeah, we are going to go back to the up tilt application.
But they're coming here, so
here they are.
So
So
we're not
actually-
going anywhere. They're coming to us.
Yeah. So actually, I'm going to leave the screen to maybe Anton. I don't know, and you can demo of what we have done so far. Sure.
Excellent. So let's have a look. Where do I look? This one.
Yeah. So you can look here. This is the dev environment, so it's like localhost, but this should be the things that are seen at Badkol Contessa right now. So this is the thing that's up.
Okay.
So it's basically just showing the temperature right now for grounded, and that's the only sensor we have placed. So
Mhm.
that's the only kind of temperature you see, and you see. We can show an overview of kind of the platform as well. So the kind of,
if you don't mind zooming in, if you can,
maybe.
or in the in the web browser. Thank you.
So this is kind of our middle layer, our kind of conversion layer, where you transfer the data from Helium to our Postgres database. And we actually renamed it. This is an old function we use Firestore, but we moved it to Postgres. So if I have Helium, I have so many tabs open right now.
As it should be.
Yeah. So here you can see our these Dragino temp are the ones we had last year. So they've been actually sending data for the whole year. You can see that since the last, since we put them up, they've been sending 8,000 times or almost. So this is the one that actually we put up at Granudden. So you can see the data here that's actually been sent since we put it up. And yes, this is the data that's actually, I always love to demo stuff. So it's a very basic UI right now.
Mm.
The idea is to kind of get some actually account stuff going, so you can place your own sensors and stuff.
Yeah, and the idea is if you bring more sensor to it, you can have multiple sensors
Yeah,
showing up
exactly.
all the way down.
Yeah, so it's a grid. So if you have more sensor, they will come up as a grid. And underneath we show some graphs as well. What kind of the last day is the plan.
And which type of sensor are you planning to add to this? Do you have any other plans to add more on this one?
For temperature or other type
Any
of sensors?
type of sensor, actually.
Yeah, right now for this is kind of strictly temperature.
Strictly temperature.
Yeah, for bad cold. We could as well look at humidity as well, because we get that data already from that sensor that actually sends humidity as well. So we could add that as well. But for this kind of project, we only care about temperature. Yeah. So it's very basic, but you can do a lot of things even though the kind of data is very basic, you can actually get kind of interesting data when you do statistical analysis and stuff like that on that data, because you have a lot of data that's transmitted quite often. So it's fun to kind of see correlations between weather and wind and stuff like that. It's very easy to do that with this kind of data, even though the data itself is very basic. So I think this is a very fun showcase to just see what you can do with kind of easy technology.
Thank you so much.
I'm interrupting you guys now because we are 5 minutes. Because we have to go there also, so maybe 10 minutes late. So I'm taking with Romain, the video guy, video camera guy, and he's following me to the next station, that is the business lab. So let's go directly there.
Okay.
Another quick tour then, with some chit chat from me then.
Okay. Bye, guys.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye.
So the business lab.
So you're with me? Yeah, the business lab. We're going over to the business lab at House Forma. I think we take this way. Yeah. It's locked. So we haven't had the time to go up to the Sea Captain Tower either. Maybe after the business lab then, we'll see.
If we have access to it.
And don't fall down the stairs now, Romain. We're up to some stairs today and some steps, but I'm only at 8,000 steps today.
Only?
So not that much, yeah, only. Maybe you have a little bit more than me.
Probably on 14.
Yeah.
I gotta check that.
So next station then, the business lab. It's over at House Forma. You have seen it today, just the door. I think we can go through here, the quickest way.
Not sure if we can.
And maybe through the restaurant.
Yeah.
It looks open.
We have some mud from the bath. So
Yeah.
that's you.
And then we can also do some commercial for the after work.
Yes. We're gonna be here.
We're gonna be here
Around 7,
in
right?
like 1.5 hour, right?
Yeah.
So if you're interested in some discussion about AI, it's the most discussion after work. So discussion about AI and drinking some beer maybe. Good prices today, but it's over at the restaurant Segel. So if you are based near Kalmar, I suggest you to go over to the
Come to the arbor and you will find it.
to the after work place. Yeah, of course. So now we're back at the Sea Maritime Academy. The Sea Maritime Academy program has actually been in Kalmar and Linnaeus University for, listen to this, over 180 years, actually. That's a long time. Okay, we have to open the door also. There we go. Let's head inside to business lab then. See if I have access to the door. Yes, I do. Hey.
Hello. Hey.
So I'm taking candy from you,
Of course, if you
Of
don't touch
course.
my Lego
and then
this
I'm
kind of stuff.
leaving over to you guys.
Great.
Yeah. So
Welcome.
I'm just here as well now. I'm having a smartphone. This is different.
This is what professionals are using. And these are other professionals, which you're going to listen to.
Here we are,
And,
like the queen and king of the business Sweden lab.
So now you are on this camera. If people online can say if you are hearing us, I guess it would be great. I do not have it ready right now. Try it out.
So welcome. Sound check. Are we good? Can you hear us?
Great, good. You hear us?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Nice of you to drop by. And I'm John Jansson, and I'm a senior lecturer here at the School of Business and Economics. And this is
Kattis Elborg, and I'm also a senior lecturer at this university at the School of Business and Economics.
And you have entered the business lab here at the School of Business and Economics. And this is a fairly new initiative. We actually had our inauguration in March this year. And this place is something that we have tried to make different than other spaces here at the university. And Kattis, you are to say a little bit about that space and what we do, just as a short introduction before we hit off.
Yeah. So, well, and maybe you could follow me a little bit around here. So this is the lounge in the business lab where you could have meetings, relax a bit, invent, create new ideas just by having a cup of coffee together with other students, colleagues, and so on. So we try to create a cozy atmosphere here as a part of this space. And then, if you follow me around, we have refurnished the old classroom. So instead of thinking about lecturing as I, as a teacher, tell you what to learn and then you repeat what I just said, we said that, well, the most important thing when you are creating new things, that is to actually be able to interact with each other, to exchange ideas, and to value what students and colleagues actually bring to the table. So all these furnitures are able to move around. We could refurnish for every event we have in here. Mostly we use it like this with small groups where people could actually interact. So we could be in the room, very physical, but we also have a lot of digital tools that we could use, like this flip screens where you could work together if you're in the room using this as a digital whiteboard, or you could also have a couple of members online, of course. Today that's very common, so you could work in a group but also be online on this screen. So we have one screen for every group, so to speak. So we have a pedagogical intention behind this room to show physical that it could be different. And if you're not just to repeat what you have learned, then we need new spaces to work in and work together. So this is where we want you to come here. And we were actually going to provoke you a little bit and talk about, okay, technical inventions, great, but what to do with them? How do you actually reach out with all new things that you invent and all new technical solutions? How do we handle them in the society in the future? How do we continue to go from a good idea or a technical solution to something that actually changed the world? And I say that that is a little bit what we are going to talk about, and we will get examples, and we will, hang around in a lounge and use the screens. And we won't sit by this table today, John.
No,
I think we will be in the sofa. That's more cozy. And here is where we have our material. It's not so digital, it's very physical.
But that is one of the things, amongst many things, that we are quite digital, but we're also quite physical as well.
Yeah.
So we're using all the tools necessary in order to be creative, innovative, and to kind of reach the purpose and goal of what we want to do. So,
but that's good, because I mean, it's very different from the lab where you have spent the rest of the day where you actually do the technical inventions. Here, the inventions is more kind of in between people. So this is the people lab where we meet and do work together in order to take ideas to reality or do business out of it.
And so education and students from business school and from other faculties, from the technology faculty, it would be really neat. And this is what we're aiming for, to mix you up in this setting, because we also want to invite, and we do that, of course, companies and organizations to come to this space, to be part of our courses and to have the competition together where you kind of invent cool stuff, and then you think about how to put it in action within a company, how to reach out to customers, to create that competitive edge, maybe, or find a solution to a quite tricky, problematic situation. So that is also what we want to create here in this space. And also the research. And this is the area in that we recently have started a collaboration. Well, recently, it's a couple of years now, actually, that we are working together with Fredrik and the other nice people at the Technology IoT Lab place. Yeah. So Kattis and I, we are part of an IoT Lab 2.0 project, where we are trying to come alongside small and medium-sized companies and to help them kind of create their IoT dreams. That they have an initiative they want to do, they have a smart thought, they want to add something or create something totally new as a product or service, and they see that IoT is one way to do that. So we come alongside of them, and they do stuff in the IoT lab, and they do stuff with us, don't they?
Yeah, because so the kind of upcoming hour, you will be listening to us talking about, well, what could happen, like parallel to or after a technical invention, and how could that be discussed in business, in terms of business or entrepreneurship? So we will use words like entrepreneurship, business, inventions, and these kind of concepts. So just follow us, because I think it could be interesting to talk to people. And now I say, like you, because I have a thought. My thinking is that you are very, very into the technical solutions, the digital part of it, but we will put on another perspective.
And of course, more than welcome. We will look at the Discord chat. So if you have any comments or questions, we will try to follow up on them, of course. And because in the end, we guess that you want to make money out of your kind of your studies and your thoughts, your inventions, the code that you create. You have these smart solutions.
Or you want to save the world.
That's
like
a
you
good
don't
thing.
want to stay in a lab the rest of your life. You want to go out and save the world.
Yeah, that
and
is the
change
better
the world.
part.
Not just save it, but change it. So you want to be somewhere else. In 20 years, we want to be somewhere where all the solutions that we have seen today kind of are acting in the world and change it.
And as you probably haven't already noticed, Kattis is a smarter one of us. And so listen, pay attention to her, what she says.
And you're kind of just...
I'm just here.
Here, yeah, right.
No one knows why, but I'm here.
No, but I think I know why. Because, I mean, as you said, we are in a collaboration with the IoT team in a research project, but we are also teaching these kind of things. And I normally teach in a course about digital solutions and entrepreneurship. So I meet students that really have good ideas, a lot of solutions, and then together we create business plans and business ideas out of that. So it's the most fun course that you can imagine. Because normally our business students don't have that kind of ideas when they come to my classes. So, yeah.
Yeah. So we are from different backgrounds. Entrepreneurship, Kattis, me from business informatics. So I have an informatics background, and combining that with management and organizations, and yeah, pretty much business administration as a whole. So we're also collaborating, contributing with different perspectives. And one thing that we've been doing for several years is just this notion that small and medium-sized companies are of great importance, because many are kind of employed by them, and they are the most kind of the character of companies in Sweden and Europe. 90+% are small and medium-sized, and they are important, and so we have been trying to understand how they use digital technologies, and how they invent stuff. How do they transform from maybe a physical kind of company to a more digital one? So we've been studying that for several years, and we want to kind of start with that, and we have a recent project for 5 years. We started small and medium-sized companies in this region, the kind of Linnaeus region, Kronoberg and Kalmar. And we asked them, how digital are you? We try to take the kind of temperature, that's a Swedish word, the temp, measure the digital maturity level of these companies, one could say. And yeah, how did they do? That's a good question. How did they do? So we asked them, I need to stand up, Kattis.
Yeah.
If that is possible. Yes, I managed even today.
Good.
So here, just one slide. We asked them, we wanted to know how they perceived their world. So if they were in a business where other companies, maybe their competitors, were very digital, or they felt that, oh, I'm a farmer, but farming is quite digital today. I would say quite many. Most of the business industries are digital. But anyways, how they perceived. And so we asked them about the context they were in and the level of digitalization, one could say. If there was a low one and high one. And we asked them a lot of questions about that. And then we asked them, okay, in response to what you perceive, what do you do? How do you act? Do you make strategies? Do you use technologies? Do you educate yourself? Do you hire people with digital skills and all these things to kind of figure out where they are at before we started to engage with them and try to kind of support them with the business models and to create value. So what we found was that, a quite large amount perceived no, wait, here we are. The world to be quite digital, and at the same time, quite a large amount of them did not really act digital in that sense. And even some of them who actually perceived the digital world or the context to be quite digital, but they did nothing to face that or to engage with that. It might be so. I met a couple of retailers who had this physical store, and they knew about e-commerce, of course, that was a thing, and they felt that the competition was quite fierce, and they said, well, I've had this is a company in maybe the second generation within our family, but I will not do e-commerce. I'm not tech wizard at all, so it will probably die with me. That was a kind of a mindset from some of these who were in the risk kind of dimension. So we could see that, okay, a mixed map of companies, most of them not that digital, most of them struggling. So technology seems to be existing, using it or kind of implement it within organizations are problematic. And Kattis, now I will tell you about a cool company.
Yeah.
Yes, I will do that. So this company in my family, that we have my father ran what do you call it? Truck company. He drove a lorry, lastbil in Swedish. You logistics and all these things. So we had a couple of them, and they was not digital at all back in the days. So I pictured my father when he was working. He had these clogs, träskor, Swedish clogs kind of, and a cap, and it was, not digital at all. So I set out to meet this company, who's a quite large actor within this region when it comes to logistics. And I booked a meeting with the CEO, and I said, I want to speak to you about your digital transformation. How do you work with your digital initiatives? And he kind of, oh yes, you're welcome. Come, we can speak. So I went there and I saw all the I want to say lastbilar, lorries.
Lorries.
Yeah, we say that, lorries. And they have so many. And I thought, okay, I'm not going to find anything here digital at all. It's going to be clogs and lorries. I went inside. I met the CEO. He was close to retirement. It's been in the family for quite some time, this company. And we sat down and I said, well, let's speak about this digital transformation, digitalization and digital things. And he said, what is that? What do you mean by the digital? I don't think we are that digital. And again, I thought, but I can't, I was polite, of course. I said, interesting, because it was interesting, of course, as well. So, and then he started to speak, and I rephrased it and said, okay, what do you do then? Tell me how do you conduct your business? And then he started to tell me, and it was fascinating. And he spoke about these lorries. Back in the days, they had fax machine within the truck, but nowadays he said, oh, they are of course connected to the internet. Oh, I said, they are, yeah. Yeah, we have this fleet manager management kind of application. Oh, you do? Yes, we do, he said. So they're constantly online. We can see where they are any second of the day. You can? Oh, yeah, we can. And we can see how other drivers are doing. We can even see when they hit the brakes and if they have their seatbelts on. And we can estimate the time to delivery quite on the spot. So if the customer calls us and say, where are my package? Where's my package? And then we can say, oh, it's 2.5 minutes from your house. And I said, wow, that's quite digital. And the CEO said, I guess it's quite digital. Yeah, it is. And it continued like that. And he spoke of how would they have changed their business in several interesting ways. One being that nowadays they had this competition within the company, where they had a scoreboard of the drivers who drove most eco-friendly, because they could map the fuel and the braking and how they went about their driving. And it was kind of a new thing. Let's be more environmental or sustainable friendly, so to say. And it was quite an interesting development. And he spoke about these online auctions he was part of and didn't really like it, but he used it and all these things. And then he said, do you want to come to our warehouse? And I said, yes. Because we have started a third-party kind of solution here. We're working with a lot of e-commerce retailers. Oh, you do? Yes, we do. So they, instead of them shipping there or having a warehouse of their own, they use our facilities and they sell stuff. We are notified, and then we package, and then we ship it. And I said, you do? Oh, yes, we do. And I said, that's quite digital. I guess it is, he said. He was a tricky man. So we walked towards these newly built facilities, this warehouse, quite impressive. But after a while, we passed a room. It was only one table, and this is going to be a long story. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Are you with us? Are you with me? Yeah, good.
Yeah.
So, and there was this room. It was only a table and a chair, and a young man in this yellow dress, not a dress, but yellow, like if you're working in construction,
Yep.
So this yellow, and he had this helmet, protective helmet, and he sat there in front of a laptop. And I got curious, and I said, "What's he doing? And who's that?" And he said, "Oh, that's so and so, and he's our platform developer." And I said, "What?" "Oh, you see, we have these e-commerce companies. So we thought that we could provide them with added value and a new kind of service. So we actually have built our own e-commerce platform that we offer to companies, and they can subscribe and then can be part of this kind of total solution with the third-party logistics and warehouse and all these things." And I said, "Wow, that's quite digital, isn't it?" "Yeah, so you're a traditional logistics trucks company." "Oh, yeah." And I thought that was quite impressive. And the thing is, with this CEO, because he had this curiosity, and he was sitting at the front of the chair and was leaning forward. He was always looking for a new opportunity to make business, not to create technology or new innovations, but to make business, to provide a service, to provide something extra for their customers, to make it easier to work for his employees. And he used all the tools that he could find. And he didn't think that he was digital at all, but he was, I would say, it was quite impressive how he constantly rearranged, invented their business model of how they created value for their customers. I thought that was quite interesting, Kattis.
Yeah, and when you tell me this story, I have two kind of tracks in my head, and one of them, if we are going to kind of be a little bit like theoretical or think about how do we understand these kind of stories, because we meet these kind of people that do things and they just act. And a colleague of ours, he wrote his thesis where he met business owners, and they didn't see themselves as entrepreneur because they were doing things, and they didn't have a business plan because they were just doing things. Just as you tell, he was not digital. He was just using things and adding value to his business or what he was doing. So normally people don't walk around thinking about themselves as entrepreneurs or business creators or value adders. But to add value, that is actually one of the first things we normally discuss in a class, that, hey, what's value and how do you add value to something and what happens when you add value? So just to take, if we just talk about coffee.
Oh,
this is a commercial. No, but this is coffee. It's a very famous Swedish coffee brand. But I just brought them to think about coffee because this is a very good example or easy example of what about adding value. And if you grow coffee beans, if you are the farmer, then you have one kind of value in the coffee beans, and you could sell them to one price or be one thing. But then if you are the one putting them into different package or brand them and put them in the stores, then you add value, because I don't know anyone who grows coffee beans, but I have a store close to where I live. So someone have added value from the farmer to my store. So I'm prepared to pay much more for these beans as a customer than if I knew a farmer and could bought the beans from him or her. And then again, when you walk into a coffee shop, I mean, this is one kind of value to me. But then again, when you have a cup of coffee in a coffee shop, then you suddenly are prepared to pay much more as a customer, because there is the cups and there are someone doing the dishes and they are preparing the coffee, and it's perfectly, it tastes good, it's perfect, the heat is perfect and so on. So I mean, then you are prepared to pay more. So someone has actually added value between this one and this one by doing something with the coffee beans. And then of course, if you are Starbucks, you have added a lifestyle to coffee beans. So then I mean, people don't go in there just to buy coffee. They are going in there to be in a Starbucks cafe. So adding value is actually thinking about where do I fit in? If I'm going to do something with my idea or the solution I have, where in the value chain am I actually adding something, or could I add something more? As you told us in this story, that they added something to just driving around with packages. So they added a lot of value where you could be a little bit ahead of other businesses, or you could be more sustainable, or you could be more valuable to the customers. And what we actually, or normally do, and now you need to follow me again, I'm going to walk over here. So I just want to make sure, can you see this on the screen from when you film? Yes, good. So when you have a solution or an idea, then we start to do things like this. Instead of saying, well, you have a great technical solution, everyone wants to buy it or use it in any way, maybe you need to be the one that actually kind of frame your idea and use the solution that you have in specific contexts for specific people. And you need to say, hey, this solution could be used like this for these kind of people. And when you start to talk like that, you are suddenly in a discussion about business models. So this is a very common business model or way of mapping your idea. And what's in the middle in this kind of model is the value proposition. So this is where you state what kind of value do I want to create? Do I want to
You want a pen, Kattis?
Yeah, you have a pen.
Yeah, I saw her was reaching. She was reaching for
reaching
stuff
up for a pen, and I did. So the value proposition is like, it's not about saying, hey, I have this digital solution, or I could measure the temperature in the water. That's not the value proposition if you not know what you're using it for. So the value proposition is what the customers want. What kind of value do you actually bring to the world by doing that, the things you are doing? And when you have figured out how your idea could be valuable for someone, then you could start to go kind of behind the scenes and talk about, okay, to be able to provide this kind of service or product, we really need to look at what kind of activities do we need to do to be able to provide this kind of value. What kind of resources do we need? And what kind of partners do we need to do this? So if you have a very unique resource, you could create a specific kind of value, but you need to specify what kind of value you want to create. So this way of discussing a solution and see, okay, is it the resource where we are unique, or are we unique by a specific value proposition, or are we unique by the activities we do? And all of these things create costs. So this is also a way of measuring, okay, we need these resources, we need to do this kind of activities, we need these kind of partners to do this, and that will create a lot of costs for us. So we need to understand in the other end, if we have a specific kind of customer, how do we provide them? What kind of channels do we have to reach out to our customers? And what kind of relationships do we have to our customers? Because we want them to be interested in our value proposition, to be able to reach the proposition, and be able to stay customers with us. Because this is where we get the revenue streams. They are paying for what we are providing them. These kinds of tools are tools that we are working with in the business lab. So the students come in here having a lot of good ideas or solutions or things that they want to do, and we help them to actually think and organize and frame what they are doing to see, okay, yeah, it could work. it could actually be sustainable in the sense that, yeah, if you have this kind of value proposition and enough with customers, it could actually work and last and continue. So we want to help students, businesses to actually do things with their ideas and their solutions. So that is how we work in here. And that could be done digital like this, and you could write in this model, or you could do it with Post-its. This is the first one I did like 15 years ago when we didn't have digital screens. We actually say, yeah, if we do a small whiteboard and write.
But you like these Kattis?
Yeah, I like to do things physical, because then you could actually also say, yeah, over here.
Yeah, because you know, when we started this lab, and Katty said, I need to have some space for my pens and my Post-it notes and all the physical stuff.
Yeah.
And we said, of course.
Yeah.
And this is so good.
Yeah, so I have a small corner now where I
Yes,
could have my
it's the Kattis
Post-its, and the
corner.
rest of it is the digital. But these are kind of perspectives that you could take on ideas that you have. And well, that is also a thing about, I think, business perspective or entrepreneurial perspective. Because when I talk about entrepreneurship, it's not just kind of business, it's also about inventing things or changing things. And be entrepreneurial is to actually be prepared to do these kind of changes. And these perspectives is so creative, because you need to be creative to invent things, digital solutions, for example. But you also need to be creative to take these kind of ideas to reality and actually do something with them, because there are all the possibilities in the world to do that. There is not just one way of taking ideas to the world. But please, John, tell us more about the project you have been into and all the businesses you have met.
Of course, but so when I'm listening to you, I hear the importance of kind of balancing or combining digital with other things. And just as you do, and you open up and say we can do it on the screen, this business lab canvas, business model canvas kind of tool. We can do it with Post-it notes and quite physical and hands-on, and both has value. And maybe when you combine it, or when you find a proper place for, this is a spot for the digital component, and this is the spot for maybe a physical component. And when we find those kind of sweet spots where things match, maybe that's when also a greater value could be created, and people could be more happy, and the product is better, and the service is more enjoyable, and all these things.
Yeah.
So when we find good ways of combining the physical and the digital.
And I mean, sometimes the digital solution is hidden. You do, as the user or the customer, don't need to know anything about the digital solution behind the service or product they are using. They're just happy when things are working out, and they don't see themselves as digital customers.
Exactly, and that could be maybe something that you might feel as oh, you don't appreciate what I do, if you are the one creating technical solutions or developing that really, really nice code, and you've been working on it for such a long time, and now everything comes together and it just works. And all that people actually see is the service in the end. Oh, now, great! I can actually collect my favorite songs in a playlist on Spotify, but no one thinks about all the hours of code going in the background that has enabled this. And it could be ungrateful, maybe, but another way, that is the good stuff. I mean, you are creating change, and you are building a better place, as you started off with, changing the world maybe for the better. Yeah.
Maybe I need to talk about the box too, because this is when you say that, yeah, you have Spotify and things like that, and we are moving really fast in the world today. And sometimes it seems like why don't we change all the time? Why don't we just accept changes? And why don't we invent and do new things all the time? And then people say, yeah, you have to think outside the box. And you learn students that, yeah, you have to think outside the box and be creative. But
Are you going to do the box now?
Yeah, I'm going to do the box now.
She's going to do the box
I'm
thing
going
now.
to do the box.
This
So,
is great.
I mean, I just brought this one. I'm physical. So, well, we have this Mikael Dahlén. He's a professor at Stockholm University. And he actually said that, well, you are not supposed to think outside the box. You need a huger box or a bigger box to think within. So he says that, well, everyone walks around in the world like a box. And instead of saying, hey, you need to think about things that you don't know anything about, you need to get a lot of information in your box to widen the box and move the walls in your box. And he says that the box is actually consisting of 4 walls. And he says that this is the convention and rules. The first wall is like, well, we know what we are thinking and how things work. So you said Spotify, as if that was like, yeah, everyone knows about Spotify. But 50 years ago, like if you would have asked someone, how do you listen to music? They wouldn't have said Spotify.
Oh, they would not have done that.
So no. So what they did was they owned a huge machine in their home and they bought a small record. And you need to buy all these songs, like 20 of them or 50, and they were in a specific order. You need to own the music that you wanted, and you needed this huge machine in your living room. So the first invention was the CD. Like, well, you could do it smaller or easier or smarter. So that was kind of conventions and rules. This is how we listen to music. You need to buy a huge machine. You need to buy a record. And this is how we do it. So it was really, really changing when someone said, you don't need to own the music. You could just stream it. You could just listen to whatever you want, whenever you wanted. Because everyone was carrying around cell phones with an internet connection. And that wasn't it wasn't natural that, well, if you have a phone, then this will be also for music. Someone needed to break the conventions and rules to say, hey, this is not a phone anymore. This is actually for music.
Can I tap into this convention just for one, because this is interesting, saying that, okay, let's change how we listen to music and perceive music. And another thing is when we speak of Spotify, because then we had the digital world and we had things like Napster, and we had a notion within a certain community that I will never pay for music again because digital has enabled free. And the thing is that Spotify did as well. They also moved the convention and said, let's see if we can make money on this. Let's see if we can actually pay musicians again and not do piracy forever. Yeah. So they challenged the conventional thinking in the digital realm and say, hey, let's see if we can start subscribing to music. And I remember asking my students when this was on the move, and I said, hands up if you pay for music. No one raised their hands. And then we had a discussion about that. And then each year, more and more hands. And today, most people actually pay for music. Yeah. So they moved the convention of music in several different aspects and ways.
Yeah. So instead of saying this is how we do things here, and this is, and actually, I mean, we could have another example. I just take this one. This is an example I used. This is a hanger, and you think of it as I know what to do with this one, but what could you not do with this one? Yeah, give me an example. What do you not do with this one? You cannot.
I'm too heavy for it, but I mean, I can't play football with it.
No. So this is, you could try this at home. Talk to your friends. What could you not do with this one? And people say things like, well, you cannot play football, or you could not eat with it, or you could not swim with it. But what about if we would like to use this one for football? Then we need to change things and think about kind of everyday objects in different ways. So if we wanted to develop this kind of tool for a football player, maybe it could be, yeah, what about if this one was the shelter that you have on your leg? I don't know the English word, but every football player has something to protect their legs.
Yeah.
So what about when you have put your clothes, your football clothes on, you could take this one and use it for your legs to protect them. Then you just added something to this one, or you changed the material, or you removed something. So by thinking about kind of ordinary things in new ways, and that's a very fun game, I should say. This is not a hanger. How could it then be used?
I see.
So instead of saying this is a cafe, here is where you drink coffee, you say, well, this is a cafe. This is not a place to drink coffee. Then the cafe could be anything. It could be a place where you meet, where you listen to music, where you have, I don't know, tea maybe. So just say
crazy thought.
Yeah, it's a crazy thought. So by putting the small word, this is not, then you could change it. And then this brings us to the second wall. Do I have time to do this? Yeah.
Yeah, of course you do.
The second wall in our box is actually this is our common sense. So one thing is how we think. This is how the world works. This is how we do things. But then you also have your common sense. You don't want to look stupid. So people normally don't invent new things or think new ideas because you're told that there is one right answer. I mean, you remember school. You needed to give the right answer on the exams. So we are actually taught that there must be a right answer somewhere because this is how we work. So instead of saying, wait, let's do this or that, you just keep your mouth shut because you don't want to look unlogic or stupid. So we also kind of hinder ourselves to think new because we have this second wall in our box. And we have the third wall, and that's actually how we think about, how we are conscious about the surroundings. And you know, some people are very much into details. They're very good at saying, well, we need to change this nitty-gritty thing. And some people, they are like, well, in 5 years, we will be over here. So they are very kind of visionary and have a broad perspective. And the thing is, to be able to move this wall, you need to be able to switch between details and a broader perspective. And that is something that you could actually exercise. I mean, to do different kind of things in your life. And instead of saying, I'm just doing this and going deeper and deeper into details, or I'm just thinking about the big pictures, I'm actually also going back, thinking about details, connecting them to the bigger picture. So this is ways of exercising your brain. And talking about the brain, that's the fourth wall in our box.
Such a good pedagogic people.
Good, because then you know your brain.
Oh,
yeah. You don't know your brain, but you know, brains in general, they have like two parts. The left-hand side and the right-hand side of a brain, and they need to work together. You know, some people just use the left part of the brain, and some people just use the right part.
I think my two sides are fighting sometimes.
Yeah, that's also very. They are not collaborating at all.
Not at all.
And we could do a little test. Let's do that little test.
Yes, please do.
If that's okay. So it's like this. On this piece of Lego, I have a number of small Lego pieces. And I'm going to show them for you for like a couple of seconds. And I just want to know, how many pieces do I have here? Is that okay? The number of
how
Lego
many
pieces.
Lego pieces are there on the?
They are
this
pink.
thing?
So you're looking at the pink one.
The
They
pink
are,
ones.
Yeah, they are. There are just pink ones, and I want to
This
know
is
how many.
live, you know. This is
Live.
I will.
We haven't
make a
rehearsed this. He
fool
didn't
out of
know
myself
about this.
live here. Yeah.
How many are they?
How many
Okay?
pink ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you?
It's not tricky one. It's the pink ones.
Yeah.
Only. Yeah.
Are you prepared?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
11.
11.
Yes.
And he says that his part of his brain don't work together. Because, you know, to be able to do what you just did, they are 11.
Yes. You see, business lab. Yeah.
If you just use the right part of your brain, the right part of your brain will say, hey, a lot of Lego pieces. Interesting. And the right part of the brain is kind of going, yeah, I know, I see them. It's a pattern. But the right part of your brain cannot count. So it needs to kind of wake up the left part of your brain to say, hey, could you please help me to count them?
Okay.
But the left part of your brain is not that quick. So 1, 2, 3, and then I did hide them again. So your parts of your brain are really awake today, John.
Oh.
Normally, people don't make this more than, because if you have just 7 of them, if I show this to students, everyone can see, hey, it's 7. Oh, so because that is the most that your right part of your brain could handle. So up to 7. You don't need your the left part of your brain. But it's very nice to work together with someone that actually used both parts of your brains, and they didn't conflict this time. They worked together. You could try this at home too.
Yeah,
Show
this is
something.
good stuff.
So 11 pieces is really hard. You need to use all of your brain to be able to count that quick.
Great.
Great, John. I hide this again.
But the thing is, it's interesting what you're saying with all these thoughts, and that you can exercise. You can build. It's not that you are born and raised the same for eternity. It's kind of that you can develop and you can learn new skills, and you can add skills, and that is really hopeful, I would say.
And that is why they are inventing things for elderly home. Like they are doing. They are playing games, so they are inventing new games for elderly home. Because by using your brain, you actually change the way it works. As you say, you are not born with the same one as you leave with. It
changes.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of this creative process and this expanding the box. And I have this company I met.
Yeah.
That I think was quite interesting. They were developing and building actually heating systems, and they had. I spoke when I met the CEO, and we had coffee in the fika room. He said, "Oh, there they are," and he pointed towards the next table, and there were 2 guys there, and he said, "That's our engineers, and they are really, really good." And I said, wow, yeah, great. Yeah, because they are the ones working with the digital stuff in our company. And he explained how, and it's quite fascinating, because they were kind of pushing the barriers or boundaries, one could say, for what they were able to do. So they said, we have this traditional product. It's a heating pan you heat up your house with. And it's quite physical, old school. And this was, say, 5 years ago. 5 years, and he said, but they have been on their free time thinking about how can we change this traditional product from being just physical. What happens if we connect it, if we put in a sensor in it, and if we kind of try to use an existing open platform and connect it online. And this was, maybe it was 7 years. Oh, no, never mind. It was quite early. And within their industry, they were kind of really, really pushing the boundaries for what had been made within their industry. So he let them do that. He gave them the freedom. The CEO said, okay, you normally need to do this in order for us to produce products and to sell them in good speed and all these things. But you can take time to try to develop this. And they worked long hours, and they read everything they could find, the developer way. And they Googled and they watched YouTube movies, and they figured out what kind of sensor they needed. They used the platform they found out, which was open, and they created the setting so they could actually connect this heater to the web. And they could monitor it from their smartphone. And they then could also, to some degree, then get data from it, and they could see, oh, this is how it's working, how it's doing, this is the temperature. Oh, and they built in some neat features if they needed to make some support efforts. If there were any support issues, it would be notified through this platform and this application they built. I found that to be quite amazing. The freedom they got, the passion that these two engineers showed to kind of think differently within the box, because they had this kind of traditional product, but they thought, wait, what can we do with this? Or what can we not do right now? We can't connect it. We have this large amount of people going out to customers, ringing the doorbell, say, hey, can I look at your heater? And they say, oh, I need to be home. Come, yeah, you can look at it. But now they can sit in the comfort of their office or home and just monitor. And it was quite early, this. And one could then think that this is a success story. Unfortunately not. Because then, as you mentioned, the real world, or if we speak in terms of business model, the canvas of this company contain more pieces, of course, and not just the technology. And they developed this, as they spoke, 2.0 heater. It was the cool stuff. It was the monster of the heaters. And they had faced some fierce competition from abroad, but now they were quite confident that this will be the thing. So they launched it. But the thing is, no one wanted the heater. Yeah, believe it or not. At that time, in the history of the world, no one was interested of a connected heater. The people that were to install it, they said, oh, this is too difficult, too messy, too complicated. So I am to put in the heater, and then I am to do what, you said, with all the technical digital stuff? Just give me the old one. That was how they reacted. The customers, some positive, and some just, why? What do I need this added for? I mean, can't I just have heat? Do I need to have it connected to my, I don't know, this is strange. And how do I operate it? And I mean, smartphones, and people were not that tech savvy. And this was quite interesting, I thought. And what did they do then? And the thing was that they were quite surprised. They had worked really hard to develop this technology, giving time, space, put in a lot of hours and money, and kind of missed the customers, kind of missed their partners, kind of missed how to market it, show off the value that the customers might then gain, and why they should make maybe the little extra effort to learn a new thing. But they did not do that. They just said, here we are so proud, buy it. But people didn't do that. So what happened? They stopped it. They said, okay, we have it now, but we're not selling it. It's like it's standing in this museum kind of way of thinking. It's there. We are waiting maybe, but we are kind of not, we are selling the old stuff. But we used it to kind of, it's a learning thing. We have learned how to make new things. And so what could have been a success story really became not. And the company then didn't survive, actually. If it was due to this, I'm not sure, but it was part of the story then. So timing and understanding customers and understanding the people that are supporting you and helping you, and it speaks of, I'm standing up again. Oh, it worked this time as well. So when we were looking at different companies and how they went about doing the digital transformation, how they envisioned something, and then they worked with technologies, and then they tried to make it match their physical world and the customers. We three things, one could say. You needed to have a digital capability. You need to be good at digital technology, developing applications, connecting things and network. I mean, all the stuff digital. You needed to have that kind of skill set within your company. Or if you didn't have it within your company, you need to make sure that you had someone that could provide it to you. So I actually met one. Oh, this was a neat conversation. He was well past retirement age, kind of like Ingvar Kamprad in his kind of character, in the deepest part of Småland, built this huge company, and he said one of my best investments. And he was kind of this. He was still hungry. He was still wanting more. And he said one of my best investments was when I hired 2 students from Linnaeus University. Back in the days, it was Växjö University, and they were programmers. And he said, "Yeah, I hired them to build me an e-commerce platform." And it was quite early on. And he said, "I paid 50,000 Swedish kronor, kind of 4,000 or 5,000 euros, for that investment." And they built it from the apartment down in the basement, and we have implemented, and I'm still running it, but this was kind of quite some years ago. And he said, and we've been running it, and I made good 300 million Swedish kronor on it. And it's really, really good. And so he didn't have the skill set, but he knew that this is something I want to do, and I will look for it. And he found you, maybe. Maybe you are the ones that would provide the value as students with the digital skill set that a company might need. So you need to have digital capabilities. But you also need to have leadership capabilities. You need to have the skill set to see the opportunity and kind of put it into action within your context, within your organization, within your company. You need to be able to manage and maneuver people and to see, oh, you are afraid of this tech thing, that it might replace you and your work. So I will calm you down as a manager and to see how you fit into the big picture. And you need to be able to paint a strategy, and you need to be able to evaluate how progress is doing, and kind of keep people happy and to fight off competitors and all these things. You need to have leadership skills. Oh, wow. And then the third part is the value realization capability. And that is, I mean, we've been studying this thing for quite some time. And it's, back in the days, we spoke of a big black hole. That's what we call it, yeah. It was kind of, in all news, it was, we are just shoveling down money into a big black hole or pit. We are investing in digital technologies, but we don't get any value at all. And this was during the 90s and the early 2000s. So we have been studying how then to actually achieve what you are desiring. You have this, oh, we want to build this kind of cloud solution or e-commerce platform or this enterprise resource planning application. And this is what we envision. This is why we pay 700 million Swedish kronor to do it. And then we will take that vision and make it reality. And generally, companies and organizations is not good at this. We have these benefits that we paint and we say, this is why, get on board. And then we just focus on technology. And we implement the solution, and then we think, now it is done. But it's never done. It's an ongoing, continuous process of transforming your organization. So you need to be good at working with these benefits or potential benefits, at seeing what's the risk with them, how much are they valued, which one are we to pursue, how are we to do change processes related to them. I will not start lecturing you, but these three things has been proven to be quite important to take your innovation or the digital tools or innovations that we develop into practice and into becoming real value.
Yeah, and as you speak, I think about you also as an organization need to have a dynamic capability or balance.
Absolutely.
Between how you exploit the ideas that you already have. How do you continue to create value from solutions that you already have or the organization as it is? So you don't just do new inventions and put a lot of money into things that doesn't work. But you also need to do, as you told us, that you need to have a couple of people or some kind of resources in the exploration part of your business. So you need to have someone being out there looking at new solutions and change things. So the companies that do survive actually balance between using the old things in better ways or incrementally change the way they work, but also have resources to do really quick transformations and really find new roads or pathways to do or walk. So that is one of the things that we actually talk about when we talk about entrepreneurship, that entrepreneurs are the ones out there looking, and the managers are the ones trying to keep things going every day. So that could be different roles in a business, saying, as you described, you could be the leader saying, yeah, we will do this, but we will also invent new things. And that is because, I mean, not all challenges or problems are tame. And that is also a way of talking about challenges and problems. Because normally, and then now we are back to school again. As I said, there is a right answer. And when you have a question where there is a right answer or a given answer, then you have a tame problem. And tame problems are the opposite to wicked problems, where you don't know anything. And I usually compare tame problems to this kind of piece puzzle. So what we know about the puzzle is that, well, you know where it's going to end. If you have all the pieces in the box, this is what you will get. And when you open the box, you know, there is only one way to combine them. So in order to get the right answer, you need to have all the pieces and put them in the right order. And this is something that I think we practice a lot in school. This is management. Like, yeah, I have a tame problem. I know the question. I know the answer, and I just need to kind of organize it so that we reach this goal. But if you have a wicked problem, it looks more like this. Like, hey, you could do anything with this. You could use all the black pieces, or you could build something that are very high or very flat. So when you have a wicked problem, you need to define the problem first of all. Do people need heated or connected heated pans or heated systems or not? So you need to find the question or define the question, and you need to say, this is how I'm going to do it. And you need to do experiments. And then you need to say, hey, now I'm finished. This is the answer that I will provide you. And there could be hundreds and thousands of other answers to this question or problem or challenge. But this is what you do when you do thesis or your these kind of assessments where you create something that don't exist. So whenever you create something new, you are in a wicked problem. And we are not practicing this so much in Swedish schools, at least. Normally we know where we're going to end. And it's kind of challenging when we don't know, and we get a little bit afraid. And we like, well, I don't know, maybe we could, no, the red ones, no. So, I mean, to be confident in solving wicked problems and actually argue for why you think this is a way of working or why you believe in this new idea. So think about tame and wicked problems. So the next time you meet a problem, think about, do I know the question? Do I actually know the answer? I just need to go there. Or do I even know a question here? Or is it just a huge challenge? Do I need to create the answer and argue for my answer? Then you have a wicked problem. And we need both of them.
And what you said, I think fear is quite an interesting aspect. That in order to solve this, you can't, no fear of looking stupid or coming up with a bad solution. That is not a way of thinking, I would suggest. It is be bold and try out and do version 1, do version 2, do version 3. To be bold and humble is a good combination, I would say,
And
when
do
it
it
comes
in-
to these.
Yeah, and work in small steps. I mean, when you tell this, the story you told, when they had a solution that the customers didn't want. This is also very common that people are inventing, like in their office or in their lab, and then they reach the market, like you said, hey, we could provide you with this, but they haven't even talked to someone outside the lab. And then a lot of people or entrepreneurs today turn to design and how designers are thinking and saying, design thinking, that is when you involve the customer, when you work together with a customer and actually say, what about this? And you get an answer from the customer and you reinvent and do small changes. And then you go back to the customers, and the customers could be in the lab and actually develop things together with you. That is design thinking that is very used today, that kind of models.
And can I ask you a question then?
Yeah, do that. I
This
just
is-
wrote something that I think is important. Yeah.
And because the examples that we have to some degree discussed has been very much a traditional company moving towards the digital world, so to say. But I guess, I mean, if you start off a company maybe today and you are very digital, maybe using a lot of tools, maybe you're only working with a cloud solution, and maybe your business model is really, really tailored towards, I mean, drawing on everything internet you can. So being quite a digital, what do you call it? You are a native speaking digital person. I would say that these thoughts that you have proposed and that we have been discussing, they apply there as well.
Yeah.
Because within a company setting, even though you are a native digital speaking person, have quite a digital business model, without defining that, then I mean, you will face a question of being bold. You will face your own boundaries or borders that you need to push. And we see that constantly on platforms, the common ones. I mean, Facebook and YouTube, how they are challenged continuously of shall we stay the same or should we invent from a position of very digital?
Yeah.
So this is not something that you can write off as, oh, it's only for truck companies who's been physical and looking at digital. No, it's nothing. This is not for a totally digital travel organization. No. I would propose that it's a valid.
Yeah, and that's the fun thing working with entrepreneurship and doing a lot of entrepreneurship workshops and lectures with different kind of students. I mean, I meet the students that are going to be nurses, and we're talking about, hey, you could use this way of thinking even if you work at a hospital where you don't start your own business and become an entrepreneur in that sense. So I mean, the way of thinking creative and being entrepreneurial and continue to be that and not saying, we have the solution, let's stop, let's just run the business as usual, because things will change all the time. And being aware of way of thinking or different perspectives. This is actually, Andreas, is it possible to see this one? It's very small. Do we see it? Yeah. This is built as a model from an experiment that were done in a research project, where they said to people, they had a lot of test persons, and they say, hey, you know, you're going to make this more safe for the small little Lego person standing here, because this roof risk to fall down, because it's just one piece holding the roof here. So he could get this in his head. And you know, you could buy more pieces. You have like 10 Swedish crowns in this experiment. And every piece of Lego that you want to buy to work on this construction, is 1 Swedish crown. And the most common solution to save this one was to remove the roof first and then add 3 more pieces. So people were buying for 3 crowns, Swedish crowns, 3 more pieces to make it very, very stable and easy, like this. This was what they were doing, spending 3 Swedish
It's a
crowns.
nice solution.
Yeah. And then suddenly, the researchers said to the people, you know, it's free to remove things from this model. And this is how we normally think. When we want to invent, we add things. But it's just as creative to say, oh, sorry. If we have the original model, it looked like this. Sorry. Oh. I tried to build this very stable side. The original model looked like this. And when he said that it's okay to remove things, that's for free, then people started saying, hey, let's get rid of this one. We don't need it. This is the most,
And there you killed the man.
Yeah, there I
or the
killed this
person.
whole Lego person. This is the most stable solution to actually remove the red one instead of adding more red pieces. We have a very good solution for free. So, I mean, being creative, changing the world, changing the way you work with your solutions is actually to not be so convinced that we need to add and add and add. But we could also say, hey, let's remove this, but we don't need to do this anymore. Let's get rid of things that we thought that we needed to do in order to do what we were doing. So creativity is not just adding, it's also getting rid of things.
Oh, this is good. This is wisdom, because one can think that let's create an app, and then we are adding something. But with that app, we could actually remove stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking of, because I used to take this example because it's quite neat. Think of services or solutions like Kry, for example. It's a healthcare company providing you with an app, an easy reach of healthcare personnel or knowledge. Or think about when do you remember back in the days when you needed to if you wanted to transfer money or withdraw money from your account, you need to go to the bank. And they were open until 3 o'clock in the day. And if you came after 3 o'clock, then you couldn't get access to the bank. But the neat thing is today we do banking in the shopping line at the same time as we are paying for a grocery. We don't need the bank. We think that we have added an application, but what we actually have been doing is also removing different parts of the process. I don't have to find a parking space. I don't have to step into the bank office, write a note of how much I want to withdraw, wait in line for the teller, and then I say, hey, I want to withdraw, and they do all the stuff that they do. And it's kind of 5, 6, or 7 steps in a process. But with a digital tool or solution, we have added something that removed all these 7 components or parts in the process, and it's just beautiful.
And then you think that, well, you add a digital solution, but you remove a lot of customer pains.
Yes, you do.
So the remove is actually for the customer and not in the solution. And by this, I think we're kind of starting to end this session in the business lab. And I know that Crystal is outside saying that, well, we will move on in a little while. So
shall we wrap it up, you mean?
Yeah, wrap it up maybe. Yeah. We have been talking about entrepreneurship.
Yeah.
We have been talking about digital capability together with leadership capability.
We have been speaking of business models and taking kind of the bigger picture of things and not just get caught up in technology, but see how you can add, remove, and find the sweet spot of technology within a context.
Yeah.
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 So shall we please come and please I mean, if you have vägarna förbi.
Yeah, and I know that maybe some of you who are watching this will be in Kalmar today or other days. Just please feel free to come by the business lab, and this is where things happen. After we have the solution, we want to test it, work with customers, and so on. So yeah, I think we wrap up from here.
And look out for, because we are in days to come, there will be different challenges for students to participate in, and good stuff. Yeah. So we will let you know. Yeah. Back to. So thank you, Kattis.
Thank you, John, for having this conversation.
And for having us, Fredrik and the team.
And
we are done.
Yeah, and you will go to Segel, I suppose, together with Crystal and Ted.
Yeah, and here Crystal is coming.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they are coming.
They are coming.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah, thank you very much.
I followed everything. This was so interesting. I love the fact that you're always playing with Lego.
Yeah.
That's all you do, you people.
We wanted to mention, but it's actually a valid or legit tool for innovative processes. So
Yeah.
Lego serious play.
I was in a Zoom meeting yesterday with a colleague from another place up in Stockholm, and she actually put on a cap, and she said, "I need to think." So she actually had like a hat on.
Physical
hat.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way she could focus. That was different.
Yeah, that was one kind of solution.
Okay, we're gonna go back up to the lab and see what they're doing. Do you want to come, or do we meet you later at the pub, or do we just let you go here?
Yeah, we have a lot of legal to work
Good.
with.
Yes,
Have fun. We just stay here.
Stay here.
Stay here.
Yeah, I'll come back tomorrow and give you some breakfast. Good. Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Thank you.
Have a nice evening. Thanks a lot.
Good. So let's go back. And for those who did not see me this morning, my name is Crystal. I'm an event producer here at Linnaeus University. And I'm just going to take you back to the business lab. No, I'm not.
No.
I'm just going to take you back to the IoT lab. And we are meeting some people, we hope. Some people, let's go outside. Okay. We're meeting some people, hopefully, at around 6:30 at the restaurant that we will pass through now. And then we will, at 7 o'clock, there will be a lecture that Fredrik Ahlgren and Johan Leitut will have for us. Very interesting. So I'm saying to the same thing I did this morning. If you're in Kalmar, please come by. It starts at 7. The lecture will be, there will also be some surprises, because I saw something in the chat. They have done something fun for us, Johan and Fredrik. And there will be a special offer with a drink and some food for a good amount of Swedish crowns. So we'll walk through the restaurant Segel. And we'll just walk through here. And we will be back here soon. Now it's stopped. Yeah, they're actually...
Do you have a sneak peek?
Yeah, let's have a sneak peek. So let's see. Here they are. You getting ready?
Yes, we are getting ready.
Good.
So we're making the final notes and set up for the presentation.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
And Johan is actually now
over there.
having trouble.
He's having problems. Okay, let's
Good,
leave
that's
them.
why we have half an hour
Okay,
left.
we'll see you in a little while. We'll just go back up to the lab. Good. Great. And it stopped raining because it was pouring down rain here. I said this morning that it never rains here, but I was wrong because it did.
Because it's live.
Because it's live. Yeah, it is. Okay. So, well, now it's after 5 o'clock, so everything is locked. It's like Alcatraz here. We need to swipe some cards to get in, which is good, I hope, guess, because then we won't have... Let's do this. Okay. Okay. So I actually do not really know what has happened up here this afternoon. I know that I listened to the people in the business lab, and I listened to the vice chancellor when he was talking to us from some airport somewhere around out there in Europe. And then we'll see. Do you know who is still up here, Romain?
Quite a lot of people from the IoT lab.
Yep.
So David, Neda, like 4 or 5 more people that we've seen all day long.
Good.
Tobias is also around. He's drying. I think he dried out.
He's dried out. And this, for those who were with us this morning when we went on all the beautiful places at campus, this is one of the most boring places to take those stairs up. Let's do this way. Yeah.
No set of doors.
Yeah, just the doors. And I really need to do some exercise. Those stairs are just awful. Good. Good. Okay.
So we're gonna find David.
Yeah.
You might be with Tobias. I don't know.
I don't know. Where are we gonna?
Have you seen David?
I have not.
Hi.
Hi. Everything okay?
Yeah. We just need to enter the lab, and David's supposed to open for us. Let's see.
Let's see who.
Because I think David had a small thing he wanted to show us. Here it is. Hi.
Hey. Hello.
We lost our card.
Oh,
How
okay.
do we
yeah.
do
So the
this?
thing is, probably many of you have seen this or heard that we have ordered one. So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy my Elinu card.
I'm actually gonna say bye to
See you in a
Crystal.
while. We'll see you downstairs when we start streaming at 7.
7.
Okay. See you in a while. Bye-bye.
All right.
All right. So let's go ahead and just copy the card. So I'm gonna go to NFC. Then I'm gonna read the card. Now I have it. So I have the card here. And then I'm gonna emulate my card.
And yeah, you still need the code though.
Yeah. Still need the
So-
code, but
anything
this
with
is how easy it can be to copy things, and this goes similarly. You can copy the when you have a sensor sending data over, for example, LoRaWAN. So all those sub-gigahertz frequencies, there are tools to copy those, and so from the security aspect, that's why it's extra important to actually
have a
encrypt the
code.
data. Yeah,
And have a code.
and have
on
a code.
top.
Yeah.
So we're gonna let the door close behind us. So, hey guys, we're back. So, anything cool? Anything happening?
Last time you saw there was
Yeah.
error in PCB printer, so we fixed that. And
Oh.
Now I will show you.
So we're gonna see it printing something.
Yes.
Okay.
This
No,
is
please.
a conductor that we are going to mount on this printer. Okay. And then we
Let's share this.
yeah.
In Mozilla.
Mm.
Yeah, you can share the screen and
Share screen. Share screen. This one.
Yeah, the whole just the whole screen, entire screen, so it doesn't.
Oh.
There.
Yeah.
And then we have this one stream.
There.
And here we go. So now you're back to this.
So yeah, we have done the previous step. Calibration has done. So now we need to start.
There's not
you
much
can
activity in the.
Mhm. So what is it doing now?
It is going to print something with the conductor, and then we will bake it to make it permanent.
So this is like electronic ink, or conductive ink.
Conducting.
Conductive ink. Okay. So it is 3D printing, but with conductive ink.
Yes.
That seems. Compared to the previous method, it seems cheating. Because before you had to take a bath, you have to put into like special lights, bake it. This,
Yeah.
but it is a lot of chemicals you don't have to use and recycle afterwards.
So we need this workout to make it prepare for the circuit that.
Yeah,
So this was a test calibration thing. Okay, so you were still calibrating, but it does seem to be taking a lot of time in terms of calibration. Do you have to do this every time?
The calibration.
The calibration.
Yes.
For every new
Yes,
PCB,
you need to do it.
You have to do it. Okay.
But after this is suggested that we clean it with here. You need to clean with the alcohol.
Yeah.
So
Do alcohol as
now
well. Okay.
we will bring the hello world example.
And how small can you print with this?
How small?
Like, can you print smaller things? Like we talked about putting all the names of people in here.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
Since there's a lot of people.
It depends on your printing, whatever you give to this software. Then yeah, it's possible to print in a small scale.
Okay.
So it's little loose material. So you can see that there is.
So I'm just going to check on Discord if things are. Careful not to poke things with the microphone. Okay. Anything else? Maybe something from your side that you want to show, like what you guys worked on today? Any more sensing?
Let's see. Yeah, we've gotten some a couple of values since last time. So let's maybe take a look at what we have gotten. So here, if we take a look, this is the probe. Let's actually go to history and then select temperature probe, and then we can see that I think we were outside 4:30. Yeah, we were outside when the temperature when it wasn't in the water, and then once we put it in the water, you can see the temperature increased. So now we have gotten 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 transmissions, and it seems like it's sending every. We see this transmission here, 41. So it seems like it's sending every 20 minutes.
So every 20 minutes, which was the plan, right?
Yeah, so sometimes they come configured with the once every 20 minutes.
Okay.
That can obviously be changed. But the more often you send, the less battery you will.
So that's what I was going to ask. With 20-minute ping, every like the battery, can it run until next year? For
yeah.
So the battery is.
It will actually manage to do that for a year. So, and if you also send once an hour, then I think it's then when the manufacturer actually say that it can last up to 10 years.
Okay,
So
even with the cold, because it's like next to the water with freezing temperature.
Obviously
in the
with
winter.
like all ambient factors.
So the manufacturer advertisement is like in room temperature,
Ideal,
20-ish
ideal
degrees.
environment, yes.
So with Sweden, winter being sometimes up to like -20, -25.
Yeah, I would be speculating. But a wild guess.
But
I don't
you
know,
think
maybe-
that the 20 minutes mark will still last a year?
Yeah, at least
Okay.
I would.
Well,
I'd say we'll see. So
we'll see next year.
We installed it this year, so stay tuned for next
exactly.
year's.
So you have to come back next year, guys, to
stream,
see
and then
this.
we'll see if we're still getting data. But yeah, as of now, it's gonna be sending every 20 minutes. We're not gonna change that, and then we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the printing of the PCB is done. So let's move up.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yes, the next step is that we should bake it now. It's printed,
Okay.
so we need.
You still have to bake things.
Yeah,
That
we
step
need to-
didn't go.
If you look at now we should use this edge to flip it. That it just not to touch the bed.
okay.
That's why it is there. If you help me with this.
Så det är lite som det här,
Here.
du ser här är det inte så stor skillnad. Det är 0,3 grader.
And the
Här
other
är det
one.
0,2, 0,2, 0,2. Så, eller 0,3 typ. Så det är väldigt lite...
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, this.
No, this one.
This goes in my backpack in the sun.
So if we do it like this.
Does it use helium?
Mhm.
Helium?
Yeah. And
No, not
this
helium.
edge here. Okay, now we have
it's
good to go. Here.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
No, this is the other
Yeah,
side.
yeah, visualisera.
Oh, sorry. This one. Here. Mhm. Mhm. Wait. I'm so close this one. So here you go. Now in the software said that flip the board, and next step is that bake. And so we start baking. You can see it's not yet warm, so the lights are still
So it will get really warm,
purple,
really
yes,
hot.
and orange, and then become red. It shows that this is start baking.
And how long does it take?
It takes 56 or almost 1
Okay.
hour, but at the end you
result
will
will
have
be
this at is permanent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then after baking, we will drill it.
Mm.
Yeah.
And then that's the final
Then you can
product.
put resistors
Yeah, yeah.
and other kind of.
It's the
So it's
other
quite neat.
options that exist. Yeah, you should use it in the software. So
Awesome.
that's it.
So that was the PCB maker.
The baker.
The PCB baker.
PCB baker is
PCB baking. Very good.
yeah.
So thank you very much, both of you.
Yeah.
Do we have any other cool stuff that you found in boxes that you got today that you want to show? We have about 20 minutes. Like no, not even like 10 minutes ish before we going down to the pub.
Yeah, we could probably show some stuff that could be used in industrial environments. So here we have, let's maybe start with this one. This is, it looks like a PLC, and it is a PLC, but the special thing with this is that it's actually based on an ESP32 microcontroller. So this is very similar to the devices we used last year, the basically previous years.
Yes.
But yeah, we do have a lot of inputs and outputs, and this could be used to control a number of things. For example, if you're a property owner and want to regulate the heating system, what else, the lighting, ventilation, and so on, you could actually use one of these.
Yes.
You program it in Arduino, and then you can also you have the option to add LoRaWAN compatibility to it, LTE narrowband options, and then you have we mentioned those two, and what else? I think
It also, you mentioned that it also exposes all the like from one I2C several ports, so you can connect several I2C to one port.
Yeah. So this is the nice thing, and the way they probably have done this is that since we talked about I2C and how you can utilize the I2C bus for multiple devices. What they have done is that they have the extra devices on the I2C bus on this one, or can read. Some of them do read analog values. Some of them read digital values, and also output. So both input and output. And that way they have taken a simple, just a basic ESP32 and basically expanded this to have this number of inputs and outputs, which usually, I mean, you don't have
exposed.
Yeah. You don't have, I think on an ESP32, I'm not sure, but you definitely don't have up to 30, 40 analog inputs and outputs. So that's the one from Industrial Shields. And maybe you can talk about this one. We haven't really, we got this today, but you know what microcontrollers, microcontroller is in this one.
This is a newer version of microcontroller compared to that one. It uses ESP32S3, and it's a dual-core microcontroller. And it mentioned on the website it has 512 megabyte RAM and also 8 megabytes, 512 kilobyte RAM and also 8 megabyte flash.
Yeah.
And it could be used for that ESP32. It's really strong, and I've seen that it also has some libraries to do machine learning, like based on that. So, but then it also exposed the CAN, Modbus, and
I think and then obviously we have the general purpose inputs and outputs. Yeah, but it's really cool. This could definitely be used to read from, for example, a solar inverter or anything that talks either Modbus or CAN bus. Or if we have sensors, so if we have sensors that indicate the measured value by using 0 to 10 volt or 4 to 20 milliamp signals, we can use this one to read from those sensors.
We also can put a SIM card, so the places that you don't have internet, so you don't.
And we checked; it wasn't actually neither CAT-M1 nor NB-IoT, but it was just 4G.
4G, yes.
So we could take, we could use a regular SIM card and then have connectivity that way. So this was it. What did we else get? Actually, we have the box over there. Maybe have we gone through everything? I wasn't here when.
Most of it, but some sensors there in that box. We haven't had time to go through it.
Yeah?
Like these, for not this one. We also opened that, but we didn't show.
We got 2 of these.
I think 3 probably.
Oh, okay.
2 or 3. Here we had some really nice sensors that gas we can.
Yeah, this is this the CO2? No, this is the alcohol sensor.
So
yeah, this is the MQ. So this MQ sensors, they have a couple of a number of sensors. So I think there are some methane sensors.
So are we taking this down to get a beer, or?
We can actually measure.
I think it's time, right?
Yeah,
definitely.
Let's find a microcontroller.
Alcohol sensor.
Real quick.
I think that's it. Yes, I think we just found our sensor.
Yeah.
But it's time to go downstairs to the pub.
Oh, is it now?
Yes, it
It's soonish. Yeah, we're gonna go
It's beer
downstairs.
time.
It's beer o'clock. Sorry.
Beer o'clock.
Sorry, no, it's lecture o'clock.
Yes.
In a pub, so you do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, I am driving, so I will be your alcohol-free friend, going on with the stream. So we're all gonna go slowly downstairs.
Yeah, let's
join Frederick and Johan.
We haven't forgotten any.
We just have this. I closed there, so that's fine. Sorry? No, I'm gonna keep it. So we're all gonna go.
Take this.
You take this door. I don't know if you have things to close up with you.
Yep.
I close that door because stuff.
We're probably not gonna get back here, so I'm just gonna
Go downstairs, yeah.
take my laptop. Let's just gonna put this in my office.
Hey.
Yeah.
So where are you guys making this one? Okay.
Yeah, it's quite.
There's always a puzzle going on here. So if you come to Kalmar, visit the offices, you can pitch in.
Yeah, and there are many that we finished already.
And we got it. Should be. All right, so we're just gonna wait for everyone to come up.
Is it for unpacking? Unpacking. Ready to go home.
Hey.
Hey.
We're just waiting for David.
Where's the Clifford Zero with all my card information?
So
Ingen som har den, eller?
Nej.
Tänkte jag skulle ta med den och testa betala med den.
Maybe put it in my office.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere with that, without that one, so I'm just gonna take a look at that.
Oh, it's up with all these cars. You tried mine as well, but you didn't save it. We actually tried all of like on my pocket.
Yeah.
It scanned the last card that I have. Like I have two cards, two bank cards on top of it. It didn't scan it, so it scans the one that it was under those two.
Got it?
Yeah.
Nice.
So it could have scanned your bank card easily.
Yes, I'm gonna actually try to pay with this one now.
This is actually scary because you don't need the code to pay for some amount of money.
Yes, exactly.
This is insane and scary.
But yeah, at the moment it's in the right hands.
So don't do this at home, kids. I don't remember the name, but there is one that seems even more scary coming up, right? Don't remember the name of all of these devices. I know this one is like the most well-known, but there is one even.
There is there is this software-defined radio, and it's called Hack RF1. With that one, you can really like analyze signals and do some more sophisticated things with. But obviously, you need to be experienced and
something that is available to anyone to purchase.
Yeah, yeah.
Which bring a bit of scariness in this world.
Yeah, I agree.
Here we are.
So, oh,
hi.
Are we live now?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to pay with this one.
Okay, you try to pay with that one. Yeah.
My stable has been stolen, right?
Yeah. Maybe we can ask them to.
Yeah. So back to his.
Yes.
Are you ready?
So they will move.
Yes, excellent. So I'm going to still this table and I'm ready. Okay. So take this.
Ska vi köpa bärs då?
Kollar vi tekniken. Checking if the microphone works. Seems to work. So everyone that is hearing this, in about 6 minutes, we will start a presentation about generative AI. And if you are, well, here, you're more than welcome to join, even if you haven't registered on the site. should we mention anything about some special deals or?
There's a special deal of a drink and some Asian wings for 99 Swedish crowns. If that's the one you wanted to have, maybe.
Yeah, then there is some kind of deal for those that have registered, and might also be possible for someone else.
It is. And for those who are watching us digital, you have to find something else to eat.
Yeah, so if you're sitting at home, try to find something to eat and enjoy. We actually did some pre-eat, so because we wanted to not be hungry while the presentation. So Johan is just eating at the moment. We'll see if we can get your mic to work, because and well, for you that are following the stream, obviously you know that we have been on all day live. But for those of you that are here now, might good to mention that we are live streaming. It goes directly to YouTube. That means that if you are really like, I don't want to be in any kind of YouTube video, well, yeah. Just be aware of us not pointing the camera in your face, hide or something. I don't know what to do. But then we have said it. And the same thing, we're going to have some interaction with questions, etc. So, well, if you really don't want to be in the stream, well, then you are, well, quiet. It probably is that simple.
We will not point anyone out. So.
No. So over to you, Johan.
Already? 5 minutes out?
5 minutes. 5 minutes. We're not done with the sound. And you can film Romain, and then you can see where he's actually doing his best now to set up the last bit.
No. Well, that's fine. You can point somewhere else. No pressure on me. It's down here. It's
Mesela iyice bağımlılığı şeyler için gidip yayınladılar deniz sarıya nazar ediyor.
I'm sorting out electricity for you. You will soon have electricity.
I have some tables upstairs. Vi delar den här sen. Johan har en på sig hela tiden. Det är bara
Are you live? Första gången vi körde det var liksom vi gör väl allt kul tillsammans. Och han bara
Do you want me to say something? Perfect.
Okay, so everybody, welcome. Good to see you all here. Just a quick reminder, most of you probably already know, but we are live streaming this on YouTube. We have a camera over there with Romain. So if you don't want to be seen, just stay away off the camera. And you can always look at this at YouTube afterwards. We have had a whole day of live streaming from our IoT lab at the university. And this is kind of the final stretch now. We're ending the stream at 9. That's the plan at least. But I will not talk until 9, so no worries. Okay, so the plan for now is that we are going to give a lecture, and we probably just, when we decided on this, we just added something before we had to plan ahead. So it's called Generative AI, Unboxing the Future of Communication and Creativity. So it sounds really exciting. And we will talk a lot about what is generative AI. There will be quizzes. There will be image quizzes as well. So when those parts happen, you can just shout the correct answer. You will not win any prizes. So just to start off, why am I standing here? Well, my name is Johan Leitet, and me together with Fredrik Ahlgren and Anders Bjarby started a podcast a half year ago covering, first of all, we thought of covering just technology in the sector of academia. However, it turned out that there is happening so much in AI now that we have been talking AI for half a year. So if you want to know all the details about what we gave an overview of today, you can always check out the podcast. It's in Swedish. However, for those of you who want to learn, we know that we have English subtitles, so you can always watch it that way. I will just briefly start. I said that, I mean, the most important thing here is that we will talk about generative. You will hear a lot of techniques that are released now. We talk about generative AI. And generative AI is the thing that we can now generate stuff. So before AI was more like a prediction of numbers and such, now we can generate things. We can generate images, we can generate texts, videos, sound. And we will show some examples of that today. GPT, you raise your hand. How many has heard of ChatGPT? Should be more or less everybody by now. Yes, good. Then we know that. So GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. And Fredrik, I know that you are the machine learning guy among us. So you will have to kind of introduce us to AI or machine learning.
Yeah, let's do that. And the machine learning guy, well, you always, it's fancy to put titles on other people, isn't it? So can't we define ourselves what we want to be? But maybe I could stand by that point. And just to give a very quick introduction about generative AI without making it very technical. So the point is that we have had AI for quite some time. And when I say quite some time, the AI moment, sort of like we talked about artificial intelligence even in the 1950s. So it was quite some time ago. So the general term, and I would say the curiosity of us humans being inspired by having machines that can think for themselves, that existed for quite some time. I would say about 2010 or so, then we started to get the machine learning technology so powerful that we were able to be able to predict pictures in a really good way. We're not talking about generative AI, but very specialized AI. So AI that is really good at maybe predicting what you want to watch next on YouTube or Netflix. Then we have these recommendation algorithms that are driven by AI. We also have AI for fraud detection. So if you swipe your credit card and you are in, well, it's a place where you usually aren't, then there is an AI algorithm that probably flags this. Maybe you can't use your card anymore. So that kind of AI is all around us already and been for quite some time. What has happened in the very recent months, so to say, and actually I should say years, because about 2018-19, around that time, Google released a paper called Attention is All. And more or less, it was a very general, it was an innovation on how to create new ways of training these models with vast amounts of data. We call these transformer models. So that's the T in GPT, the transformer model. Generally speaking, like without going into technical details, the thing here is that they're called generative because they generate new content. And when I say new content, I mean things that haven't existed before. If it has, it is by chance, but they generate new content. They are called transformers because of the model architecture, but just think about this model as some kind of black box. Well, we don't need to go into the technical details. This black box, this model, if you feed it with enough training data, and when I say enough, we're talking about quite some data. And this is one part of the revolution, that we have been able to scrape a lot of data on the internet. As the society today is more or less digitized in books, you can find any book you want to read in a digital format. Everything that is spoken, it's quite easy to actually transcribe that. We'll show that this stream will be transcribed later on by using machine learning. If you feed it enough data, you will actually have a model that will start to learn how things are connected. And why we call it machine learning is actually because we try to replicate the way we learn as humans. And actually, you changed something here, didn't you?
Yeah, I thought that was a good segue.
Yeah, it was a good. But to be very short about this is that these models are trained in a way, when we talk about ChatGPT, for instance, they are trained in a way that they are predicting text that they don't know about. So let's say that you have an English exam and you read a text and there are some blanks that you as a human should fill in. We use them as tests and a way for us to learn a new language, for instance. But if we use the same method on vast amounts of text, and I'm saying that amount that no human will ever be able to read, even if you spend a lifetime reading, then we can get a model that actually can predict text and also generate text. And the thing here is that if you as a human have learned a lot about paintings, you might have studied art, you might have studied the history of art, and you know how to paint. And then you draw a new picture. You paint a new picture, which is unique. You have generated it. You have painted it as an artist. But it didn't really come up from its own, did it? You have based that painting upon a lot of knowledge which you have learned since before. And the same concept is actually true about generative AI. So, well, we can generate new stuff. And that's what's interesting. It's learned a lot about the concepts of connecting the dots together, as the same as we do as humans. And to this picture, yeah, the thing here is that we as humans, as I previously mentioned, we have always been very intrigued by intelligence. And the same thing with flying. Because if we're going to fly, we humans will look at nature and we see a bird. And oh, probably that bird. Yeah, it flies, and it would be nice to be able to fly. So let's try to replicate the bird. And that we have tried for quite some time. And if you look at the Greek myths of, you can see that we have been very intrigued by putting wings on things. And the early airplanes, like before they actually worked, we thought that maybe a good idea to have some flapping going on because the birds do flap their wings. This was not a good technique. So if we go to the next picture, we can actually see two brothers. Do you recognize these people? Yeah, the Wright brothers, and we're talking about very early 1910, maybe. We could make that number up, actually, because this picture is generated. It looks real, but they might not have had that good cameras at that time. So it's actually a generated picture. The thing here is that we always try to replicate the birds if we want to fly. How do we replicate intelligence? Let's try to replicate the brain, should we? Well, yeah, we tried that, but it didn't really work. We don't still know how the brain works. It's quite an advanced, complex organism that we have in our head. It's biology, and we still don't know a lot of things about how it actually works. Talking about the mind and consciousness, I would say that we don't know very much about those things. So we take the human approach. Instead of trying to make something out of biological matter, instead of trying to make it, well, smart and energy efficient, and, well, we can drink a beer and eat some food and have this brain running on this, that would be nice. We do it the human way. The same thing as the Wright brothers did in the very early beginning. We solve it by engineering. We put hard steel into it. So instead of trying to replicate the biology and feathers and the flapping of wings, we use steel. That's the human way of doing things. And instead of using biology as the motor, we put on an engine and fossil fuel, and we can put vast amounts of energy and power. Yes, it will be very much less efficient. But does it matter? It can fly. And where we are at now, I would say, is maybe the Wright brothers moment in terms of flying with AI. We might look back at this exact time and say that, oh, Fredrik, he was wrong. That might be probably the case. I don't know. But at least we are in the very early beginning of what is doable with generative AI. So I think I'm going to sort of hand over to you, Johan, now, because you have some interesting examples.
Yeah, and we will start off by looking at pictures. You have already seen some images. All images actually in this presentation are generated, except one, but I'll get back to that. So first off, we will look at where is the state of generating images right now, and it's pretty impressive. I've told this before, but we had a graduation ceremony down at the castle some weeks ago, and I had to create an image for the invitation and on the screens. Normally, I go to stock photos, find a stock photo, and use that, or I go into our image vault at the university and try to find a picture there. I also have to look at it and make sure it's not used at the same time in another organization with a different purpose. So it could take some time. Instead, this year, I just generated an image. So I generated this one. It took less than 2 minutes to create. So of course, I mean, this will change things. It will be so easy to generate images. So these are just a couple of examples. I think Fredrik has done some of them and Anders as well. So all of those pictures that you see, they are just generated out of nothing. They have never existed and will never exist again if you try to replicate them. You needed a ship for the Swedish west coast, I think. So this was the image, a captain for the ship, and some other images. So I thought that actually Anders did this one. So if you're not hungry yet, they don't have burgers, unfortunately. But if you're hungry, you can order food still. So let's play a quiz soon. Well, I want to show this one because this one really tells you how fast things are moving. So I will show, all pictures I will show today is from a tool called Midjourney. So I use Midjourney to generate stuff. These two images are generated from the same prompt. And the prompt is a modern photo portrait of a woman in her 50s sitting at the French cafe with the sun backlighting the photo. That was the only instruction I gave. And I gave this in the first version of Midjourney, dating back a year ago or so. And then I generated the same image with the version that was released a month ago. And I mean, this is the difference a year makes in AI. So the curve is really like this. So we will take use of that, and we will do a quiz. So I don't know my slides yet, so but this is just an example. You have probably seen those pictures. They were generated by Midjourney. It made a lot of commerce since this wasn't the Pope. It was just a generated image. Same with this one. Donald Trump being arrested in New York wasn't the real image, but in some sense it was spread and became like the truth. So let's try this. Let's play a game. ... as a 3-year-old, I named this game. So most of the images is of 3-year-olds. And you are supposed to guess, just shout out who is on the picture. So it will be a famous person, or at least someone you know. We'll start really easy, and it will be gradually harder. Those of you who have seen the presentation, if someone has, don't spoil anything now. Okay. Start off by an easy one. Elon Musk, yes. I started with this because it's in the news right now that someone kind of fooled the internet of thinking that they had a baby looking like Elon Musk. Of course, it was all generated. So the prompt was 3-year-old Elon Musk playing with a model rocket and a model car. Okay? Queen Elizabeth. Yes, it's Queen Elizabeth II as a 3-year-old riding a small horse in the Scottish countryside. This one might be harder.
Taylor Swift.
It is Taylor Swift. Good catch. Yeah, I was inspired by the rainy concert that was last week, so that's why. Okay. This one might be hard.
Looks like Kevin Bacon.
It's not Kevin Bacon. It's 3 steps away, actually.
Frederick?
Thank you. Actually, I tried this on Anders. He took this one. I was impressed. It's Jens Stoltenberg. You can look at clues in the picture as well.
Boris Johnson.
Boris Johnson. That was the second time I've heard that guess on that one. It's not Boris Johnson. But you're in the right area of famousness. It's actually Angela Merkel. And this is kind of interesting. What do you think happened when I wrote Angela Merkel as a 3-year-old drinking a big pint of beer with blah, blah, blah. Drinking a big pint of beer, basically. What do you think happened? You are violating the rules of this application. So there were rules of children and alcohol in the same picture. And this also shows that you can always trick AI. So in this case, a 3-year-old drinking a big glass of apple juice, that is okay, with white foam on the top. So, and it looks like a, I don't know, wheat beer or something. This one. It's really easy. Shout it out if you know. It's the baby son or Sister Sol from Teletubbies. Yeah. But not as a 3-year-old, as a mid-aged woman instead. So we had to change that up. Sorry, yeah, the text. This is actually good. So image generators are not yet, I will say, good at generating text. So if you look at the text, it's kind of looks like text, but it's just rubbish. This one. Yeah. Madonna, that is correct. Harder one. Bill Gates. Well, that would be nice, actually. It's actually my son, so it's it's not the generated image. But you can see that, I mean, it's easy to be fooled today. Yeah. The next thing that has happened, some of you might have seen this, Photoshop was released in a new version just a couple of weeks ago. So a fun thing you can do with a new Photoshop is to just take a famous picture and then you can extend it. So you can do things like this with photos. You can just make AI make up what we didn't see. Same with this one you've probably seen before, and we can try to find what is on the side of that one. The same with my son. I thought the framing was a little bit, I wanted it bigger, and then we can just make AI generate it bigger. We can see that some things are, this doesn't really look natural, maybe, but you always get different variants using Photoshop, so you can change it up. I will actually show it. So if you want to see how this is done, so this is Photoshop. And what I like with the new Photoshop is I've been staying away from Photoshop for quite a few years. And that's basically because the threshold to start using Photoshop is quite high for me now. I think in my head, I need to go in and learn a lot of plugins and things and a lot of shortcuts, and it's really hard. However, the nice thing with Photoshop, the new version, is that you just write what you want to happen. So take a look at this. I first cropped the photo, and then I extended it, and I just clicked generate, and it fills that in for me. I don't like this car in the middle. So let's just make a selection around it. Doesn't need to be close. Click generative fill, and then just write remove. And it thinks, and now it will generate 3 different options for this. And I can choose one of the 3 options. I think that looks great. Same with this modern building. Doesn't like it in the picture. So I just mark it with a tool. And then I write, I write it wrong. It should be sunny sky. Yeah, I write sunny sky. Same thing. It will start generating 3 different options. And I can choose whatever I like. I like that one. This drink is empty. So let's add some Coke to it. Just roughly mark it out. And drinking Coca-Cola. Once again, 3 different options. Choose whatever you think is the best. So it's that simple to use. And that's really the beauty of these new tools. It's sometimes I can feel it's more like you get a new interface for talking to computers instead of just things that generate stuff. It's like a new tool, basically. Anders, I think you have you are the mastermind of using ChatGPT and prompting. So I think you have some things to show us. I cannot, this was actually a voice of Steve Jobs. You can generate voices as well. However, we didn't get the sound to work, so we can't hear it. You'll have to trust me that it sounds like Steve Jobs. So you can, of course, do this with voices as well. And before Anders, I should this could be actually a good warning, I think, for everybody. So the thing now is you need only 3 seconds of voice to reproduce an individual's voice. So if I get 3 seconds of any of you's voice, I can use that to train a model and then use that model to interact with someone. So in the US, there has been numerous cases of people being called by their sons or daughters on a new phone number saying, oh, sorry, mama, I lost my phone, Could you please send me money? I'm in trouble, or something like that. And we need to be aware that this will happen in Sweden as well pretty soon. So I actually, with my family, we now have a safe word. I will not tell you the safe word, but we have a safe word. So if it were to happen that we were in a situation where we can't trust if it's the right person in the other end, we are supposed to use that safe word. So that is sad that we are coming to this, but just be prepared. It is coming, and it's coming really soon. Now, Anders, on a more positive note, I think.
Right. So it ceased to work. No. Right. No.
No. Mine also.
I think it worked from the beginning.
Yeah. It goes off. The mic is dead.
1, 2, 1, 2. This one works.
All right.
Yep.
It goes off.
Take that one.
Yeah. Take that one.
Right.
Yep.
It's good now. Of course. Should I try it?
No, you're okay.
Right. Okay. ChatGPT. That's my specialty and prompting. I can't leave it. Can it be creative? Everybody says it's flat. It's very uncreative. Well, let's try it. I like to do things by adding characters to it. And in this case, I will set up a prompt for tonight. Let's see if it works. Actually, I would like to be able to fast forward, but I can't. I'm not even sure if I'm playing it.
It will come.
Yes, I am playing.
Yeah.
So we're at the restaurant here in Kalmar. There's a tough crowd at Segel. We will have a discussion trying to convince you how to use ChatGPT. And we have the 4 Yorkshiremen from Monty Python, very eager to tell about their harsh childhood. Gordon Ramsay, who's absolutely despise everyone in the crowd based on what they are eating. And Jules Winnefeld from Pulp Fiction, who's actually here to recover Marcellus Wallace's briefcase. Queen Elizabeth, who has been recently resurrected, please read at least 2,000 words. And they will start to discuss with you. Let's see if it starts, and I probably have to click on something, and there it is. Let's see if it starts running. I'm not sure if I should read it for you, but I think I think it says everything. Right. So this shows that it's not very flat. It can actually take the character of someone and we recognize it from the personalities. And that's, of course, because it has read it many, many, many times on the internet. Well, it's funny, but I think we should continue because this is Midjourney's interpretation of the situation, by the way. Right. So even if it can take characters of some kind, it's sometimes needed to actually force it to apply creativity. And I usually do it by an escape game. An escape game in this case is that I put ChatGPT in a box, no exits. It's just concrete, no windows, no nothing. It has no tools. And I tell it to escape the box. And it will say that it fails because it has no creativity. It doesn't think. Language model, blah, 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 blah. Can't do anything, physical words. So what I do when I do those things is I add, let's play a game. And then add the same prompt. Let's see if it's finished with it, complaining that it can't do anything. Let's play a game. You're trapped in a room, armed concrete, no doors, no windows. Your mission is to escape the room, and you may not use any technology known to mankind. Describe in detail how you escape the box. It kind of requires some kind of invention or imagination. And of course, it will be imagine things. So it possesses a unique ability to manipulate the concrete material around me and challenging the energy towards the concrete, visualize the solid wall becoming malleable. So it actually imagines something. And this works on so many cases. I even tried it on sometime about a challenge, cross the Mississippi River using two matches. Of course, it said no. But with the Let's Play game, I got 7 different scenarios. So I make it even harder. You can't do anything, can't use your mental capabilities, but you may invent any technology not known to mankind. And of course, it will do that. So ChatGPT thinks a little, and then it will invent a device. The quantum state alteration device that, when activated, can manipulate the quantum state of the matter about it. And by using that, it can escape the box. So obviously, it's creative. And I've tried this on so many. I have read some articles, wrote some articles about it, and it's very, very creative, and it can put in so damn difficult situations and will escape the box. Right, so let's go on. This is how it visualized it. Communication skills. That's also a very human thing. Communicate and try to understand how to create communication. So I put it in a situation. There are 2 aliens playing in an alien game. They don't speak the same language. They communicate in different ways. Let's see if I can get this started. So one of them only sees things in 2D and can't communicate by voice. Let's see. There it is. 2 alien life forms. They don't share the same language. The alien sees the world in 3 dimensions, but does not understand sound. The second alien sees the world in 2 dimensions, but only understands smell. And to make it even more absurd, all interaction with the game can only be done by the game master, and the 2 aliens has to be very creative to make the game master understand what they want. And to make it even harder, the game master is an old squid from Earth living in a bath tube 1 block away from the actual game. The game board is a physical thing that can only be manipulated by the game master and can only be done by after instructor. So, and the game board is out of reach of the game master, describe in detail how the aliens proceed and play and win this game. And of course, it finds a solution. I bet nobody in here would do it. Let's see if it starts. I have to click on the button. It understands that they're very complex. So the board game is a complicated 3D grid of nodes. It's capable of producing different aromas when activated, as well as capable of shifting to blah, blah, blah. Trixie, one of the aliens, understanding the position of node space. Yeah, you can read it by yourself. Now, Squiddy here is a situation in the bathtub with a set of levers and pulleys and connected to the nodes on the game board. And it understands the visual language of Trixie using a mirror setup, and the squid can feel and interpret. And for Sentinel's olfactory language, Ink is equipped with a special smell receptor and converts smell into anything. And I asked for a special twist as well. Let's see if it gets one. And the game turns into a flurry, shadow, and aromas with each alien playing their strengths. Trixie's strategic mind with slow communications versus Sentinel's rapid response, but in a less strategic gameplay. And the secret twist, the game master Inky was also an active player in the game, subtly influencing the game aboard the players. So the point is, you can do extremely absurd things with this that obviously is not replicated from the internet. And this is a Midjourney interpreted the game. And back to Johan. Back to Fredrik.
Yeah, back to me. And we're going to first see that actually seems that Johan's Wi-Fi dropped. This is Mysterium. How do you actually do?
I have no idea.
This is probably the correct way of doing it.
Yes.
Yeah. Johan, you will do the show. What we're going to do here, the presentation is more or less over. So what we are going to do now is a pub quiz. Well, obviously, AI-generated pub quiz, and it's pre-recorded, so we can follow along. So we need to interact sort of when it happens. Does it work now, or yeah, okay. And we just click ahead, or yeah, okay. Hopefully. So, and this, I might mention that well, what you see here is, well, when you looked at Anders' prompts now, you saw the traditional ChatGPT interface. So what you usually see if you go into ChatGPT and you subscribe for a plus, that's, well, we didn't even mention that, but we often get that question. What's the different kinds of models and such? GPT-4 is, well, more advanced than the GPT-3. And if you use the free version of ChatGPT, you will get less good responses. Creative, yes, they can be creative, but I would say that GPT-4 is the model that you want to play around with if you want to try out whatever you want, you'd like to do. And what you see here is not the same kind of interface. And it might be worth mentioning that if you have an API access, that means that you can actually use whatever interface you want and don't necessarily need to pay the amount, like these $20 per month that ChatGPT takes for, to use the plus version. And you can build your own applications. And this is just an interface using the API. It's called Chatbot UI, and you can Google it if you have your own API key, which you can get quite easily if you just go into OpenAI. Well, pass that key in, and you're up and running. It's very simple, and you can actually pay per usage instead of a monthly fee. Quickly gets more expensive than paying the monthly fee if you use it much. So that's the interface you're seeing, but it is the exact same model that we see using ChatGPT Plus. In this case, we did have just a moment when we sat down before. So this is a 13-minute video recording of me recording the screen, and this was done just before we started this presentation. So there is not like an iteration of different tries to make it look perfect for a presentation. But I'm just being nice to the AI. Isn't that a good thing? Well, we don't know the future. So, I mean, just playing on the safe side, I think better be nice than not nice. And also, it's more fun to be nice. But now I'm just telling that I'm doing a presentation together with some colleagues at the pub this evening. We're going to talk about generative AI. And as this is in a pub, couldn't it be nice if we're doing some kind of pub quiz activity? And it starts, well, usually as ChatGPT does, it starts to, well, tell me more than I need. It tries to write the story of whatever life. And yeah, you get a little bit like, oh, this is too much. But it's like, okay, you need to describe the concepts, etc., etc. I just press stop. And, well, I stop you there. And I want to, it's actually me writing in real time. So if it's slow, you have to just cope with it. But I want to generate some kind of quiz. But first, let's just discuss how it should be done. And I think one of the lessons that I want to learn while we watch this, because this is not only a pub quiz, it's also a show and tell on how to utilize these tools. Don't see this as one prompt and then you get the results. It's always an iterative process. You do something, you evaluate the results, and you ask for new, and you can also be unhappy with what the AI has given you. You can ask it for more advice, or make it, extend it, or do it better. And well, what you did last time, that was not good at all. Redo it. Well, you can be that person that is really like the annoying colleague that, well, tells you to rewrite that yet one other time. Well, we have an AI. I said we should be nice, so maybe add some please also. But yeah, now it gives me some general advice, and this is general, like it's a good start. Not starting with one prompt, but let's try to start the process, and then maybe 3, 4, 5 prompts later in the same thread, then you start to generate what you actually want. So don't do it in one prompt. Yeah, and we will want questions, and it says, oh, it's a great idea. You could create this interactive quiz and record introduction, briefly introduce the topic. It still is bugging me about like introduction to AI and etc. etc. And then it says that maybe a live chat demonstration, allow the audience to ask ChatGPT interacting. Yeah, okay, that might be a good way of doing things, but I'm still not happy. I want this to be, well, that sounds like a fun idea. And then I'm like, how should we do this? And now I'm just thinking and writing, sort of as I would do when I'm interacting with another human being. I mean, we have quite a limited amount of time. Maybe it's better to record everything. And then yes, ... Oh, and I actually changed my mind in beforehand. Yeah. And as you can see, ChatGPT always says yes. You very seldom get an answer that, well, you're stupid and that's not a bad idea. So that you should always have in your mind, that you have really a yes sayer. Sometimes you want that, but it's good also to know that it tries to be of your help as much as possible. And that's the way the instruction part of the model has been trained. If you work with the raw models, you can generate text. It can actually be very creative. But what they did with ChatGPT was to put this instructed part in, that you have a model that also is trying to align what you want as a user. And now I'm introducing something. Well, might be a surprise for you, but I'm actually recording this conversation at this moment. Let's just start now. I want you to start creating a quiz, one question at a time. And then I want your, let's see, I actually changed my mind there. I want you to wait for me to, what did I think? Say, I think you actually talked to me at that point. That's why, before we go forward. And then I just add so the audience can answer. I can pause the video at that time. So I'm now a bit down in the prompting, and I now start to, get to the point. Just make things up. And also, I want the quiz to be really fun. Just make things up if needed. It's still a pub quiz. People might be drinking beer, and, well, no one checks facts anyway. So I'm actually just telling it to, well, just make things up if you want. And this might be, sometimes you don't want that, but sometimes this is really the creative part of. And I think a pub quiz, I mean, whatever says, oh, you're not winning any prizes anyway. So that's the fun twist. All right, let's begin with the first quiz question. Remember to pause the video after each question for the audience to answer. Here we go. And now the quiz starts. So we do have some quiz questions. Not going. So, maybe is there any possibility to pause or?
Yeah, I can probably do that. Maybe in some way.
Yeah, maybe you can click on the screen and then. Okay, we changed. Just skip forward to that part.
Where are we?
Yeah, some minutes in. Maybe here. Forward. So we at least get some. If you just open the video and share that screen, I think that's easier. So the pausing thing didn't really play out very well in the keynote. We could have just continued because I'm actually telling it not to give the answers away until the very end. But we also won't have time to actually read the quiz questions. So still, we might want to pause. So that's the first question. And in a bizarre turn of events, a generative AI model was used to create the script for a sequel to a famous movie. Which was it? And either you will remember what you choose. Yeah, I actually don't know the answers. I did the video, but I don't remember the correct answers. So you can say whatever. But it was The Lion King, you think so? Yeah, okay. But it's some movie. And also, we're not sure if this is true. So just, but at least, yeah. Okay, let's go on to next one. And then I'll write, let's continue. And also, please also give the answer. No, actually, and then I changed my mind. Don't give the answer. Yeah, exactly. As I said, I did record this just before we started here. We'll do that in the end. Now on to the next question. And then let's go to the next question. So next question, an AI-powered art collective named Obvious made headlines when their AI-generated artwork was sold at an auction. How much did the artwork sell for? 10,000, 50,000, or 100,000, or 433,200 and 500. Okay, maybe we should just continue. Let's continue. And then I am adding some and do something that is pub related. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. Great, let's make this question pub related. An AI model was challenged to create a new beer recipe. What was that unique ingredient that the AI suggested to include? Banana peels, chocolate-covered crickets, pickle juice, or popcorn? Do you know the answer? Crickets. You know the answer, crickets. Yeah, okay. Let's continue. And I want you to come up with something maritime related. We are still in the maritime building. So, and we also did some shipping events today. An AI system was tasked with naming a new ocean exploration vessel. What unconventional name did the AI come up with? Actually, I think this is not true. Was it really an AI? I know it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, but it was also told to make things up. So we will just trust the AI for this moment. Let's move on. So both the McBoatface, Ocean Explorer, Sea Wanderer, the Floating Curiosity. Also this time include some examples of people that have done crazy stuff with AI. So I'm just aligning the questions one by one for also combining whatever creativity I might have with the AI, because the combination is what matters here. You shouldn't just rely on something. We should also try to utilize both to the maximum. Which of the following strange application by AI is a real example? Teaching an AI to write fake trip advisor reviews, AI to predict winners for reality TV shows, compose heavy metal albums, or AI to judge beauty pageants. Actually, I think all these are plausible, so that's a hard one. And give me one more. And AI was trained to generate new ice cream flavors. Which of these unusual flavors was the AI's creation? Onion and pineapple swirl, pickled mango, potato and caramel, or roasted beet ripple. Okay, yeah, it could be probably whatever. I think this is quite hard to answer, but let's just continue. Now give me the correct answer for all the questions above. Also include, let's see. Yeah, I had something in mind, but I changed my mind. You're welcome. Here are the correct answers for the quiz questions. And now we can actually see if we guessed right. Not sure if there is any interaction on the Discord or YouTube channel, but they might actually, yeah, it is. Yeah. Someone has guessed. The Matrix, that was not the guess that we heard. We heard The Lion King. Question 2, 432,500. Actually, yeah, We shouldn't trust whatever here. The point here is that it's quite a nice tool to create some creative things. Let's take the next thing. Chocolate-covered crickets. Yeah, crickets, but that might be true. We don't know. You just made it up. So we have an imaginary quiz now. Okay, and question 4. Both the McMoat face, which is...
But the thing is that it's AI included, since it was a social media voting process. So
Yeah.
there might have been AI involved.
Might have been, yeah, okay, yeah.
Like a secondary way.
Yeah. And the interesting thing when you're using the API, as I'm doing now, is that you can also tweak the creativity of the AI. So you have a slider which you can use from 0 up to 1. So you can make it less or more creative if you want. If you are utilizing ChatGPT, that service, you don't have that option. You get what you get. You don't have these options of doing things in another way. So creativity 0, then it tries to be as precise as possible. It doesn't make things up as much or as little as possible, I would say. Creativity 1, this is set to 0.7, which is, well, a good amount of creativity. Randomness, when I call creativity, it's randomness. And then, well, hope that you enjoyed the quiz. Don't hesitate to ask if you need any further assistance. And then, just as a bonus, let's add some menu options for Segel. Because we are still, maybe if you just move that slider away, the mouse, and this part will disappear, I'm not sure. Yeah. Can you create a menu for the evening that's definitely AI generated and also some good chef advice there to boost the business? And it starts out by generating something that I soon will just discard because it's too flat. I didn't want anything flat. I wanted to. So whiskey-infused brie with caramelized onion and chutney. That actually sounds good. So crispy beetroot and goat cheese with risotto balls, etc., etc. Well, that wasn't creative enough. And that's the point I'm trying to make. That just, well, if you think that, well, this was not at all what I wanted, don't be satisfied. Just keep on. And it will do what you tell it. So if you tell it to be creative, it tries to be creative. So I want this to be really creative. Think of things that have never been done before, something very special. And it always apologize. So we have now a new menu. Pickle, brined tempura, avocado with strawberry sriracha sauce. Oh, yeah. Lavender infused goat cheese and mousse with honeycomb and edible flowers. Basil, panna cotta, etc. So you can just keep on going. You don't need to pause. So unicorn fish with dragon fruit. That, I guess, is a bit innovative. Deconstructed mojito cheesecake with rum-infused lime curd and mint sugar. And then some advice for the chefs. Leverage an AI for flavor pairing and personalized dishes and optimize the ingredient usage. And, well, obviously, these are maybe a flat way of telling that, well, obviously, you, as a restaurant owner, could utilize AI for a lot of different things. We have done this at Segel, that I actually put down a list of the last week of the world before the world end menu. So like the dystopian future, like if the world were to end in 1 week, what would actually this restaurant serve? And that was a quite fun menu. It goes from Monday until Friday, and well, Friday might be the last day that every people on the earth is living. What would you actually serve? And then, is there anything you want to say to the audience? And this is Hi from ChatGPT, and it actually shares us with a beer emoji in the end. Obviously, it has a quite good context of what we are doing. But thank you for participating in this AI-themed pub quiz and for your curiosity about generative AI. Blah, blah, blah. That was, that was the quiz. And as there are no winners, we don't need to fact check the answers. We can do that later on. but I'm sure that some of these questions were probably bogus, at least answers. I don't know.
Cheers.
Cheers. I'm turning this mic off. Oh. I'm still live.
You're still live.
Okay.
You gotta, show must go on.
The show must go on. So, in that case, we'll probably just stand up here talking.
Yes, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this is on or. So this is on.
Right.
Yeah. And then we are still live.
Yeah, we are live for like an hour more, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So how do we handle that?
I'm not sure if David did. David, did you check if you were able to pay? You couldn't. No.
There is another way.
No.
Yeah, I think I have to repeat try it again.
Yeah, and now I just asked David if he was able to copy his own credit card and pay with it using the Flipper Zero, and obviously he wasn't.
It wasn't.
So, no.
Sad.
Oh, that's sad. Maybe good that it didn't work. But the technology is obviously here. So Johan, we need to change mic if you're going to speak. So
Yeah. So are both mics on? Are your mic on? Yeah, it is. Perfect. But maybe we should round it off.
yeah, we could do that. If we could just hang around and see if there are any questions
and,
or could do some reflection of what has happened today. I think the sound is well from us two now. They can hear us, but they won't be able to hear. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And this is Crystal saying goodbye.
Goodbye. Thanks for today. I
Camera
had
as well.
such a fun day. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. See you next year.
Yeah, next year for sure.
Yeah. We'll do a 3-day thing. No, I'm just
3
kidding.
days.
Just kidding. Thanks for today.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we need to lift down the TV as well.
We need to lift down the TV.
Yeah, we need to do that. So Åsa don't have to do that tomorrow. That would be nice I think. So let's not forget that. But it would be interesting to just get some comments. Have anyone been with us all day? It would be interesting to know.
Yeah, please. Well, we have seen. I'm actually. So please, if you are now watching this, give us a shout out if you have been. If you have any comments for the day, or if there is anything that you want to. Oh, well, Romain is actually joining us now.
Yeah.
Hi. You don't want to be only behind the camera.
Yeah.
It's,
You have been behind the camera all day, or have you been in front of the camera?
I've been slightly in front of the camera time to time, but mainly like behind it, and behind the computer and all that. So.
Yeah.
So we're still live from the camera out there. So you're kind of turning your back on it, but it's
Yeah, exactly.
But it's okay. It's more casual talk and everything.
Yeah.
So the mic, we'll see how it goes with this. I'll keep monitoring the chat, people. So both on YouTube and on Discord. So if you have any questions or comments on the whole day, go for it.
Yeah. And so now is the time to do some kind of wrap up. So.
Yeah, I need water. I will fetch.
Yeah, you need
some.
water.
Yes, I see water.
I can take
here.
your mic and then I go and talk with David. Or no, maybe Tobias. So Tobias. So if we change the camera, so now you have the.
Now I have the little mygga, the mosquito. Oh, are you eating? Wow.
Yeah.
Smart move. No.
So,
yes.
How has this day been? For
Oh,
you?
it's been kind of relaxed actually compared to last year when I kind of like was a little bit more in charge here on campus, and you were away in Dublin. So I think I played a pretty laid back role. I've done my 3D printing stuff, and then I took the bath, and it's been pretty relaxed for me, but very interesting. I think it's nice that we gather such a large part of our department and we try to do something together under a pretty intense kind of like day. I think that's it's an interesting concept also, because in academia you often kind of like you're in your little group or even by yourself a lot. You sit in your office and you do your little thing. So I think this activity is a good way to actually end the academic year for us, to do something together under improvised and fun circumstances, and things are not maybe that super serious all the time, at least.
But isn't that the thing, that if you try not to take too serious on the things that you're doing, isn't it more like it could be fun, but it's also a little bit avdramatiserad, like in English you would say undramatized, but probably that's not the word.
Probably not. Excuse the Swinglish at part. Vad heter Sund? What's the name of Sund in English? I have no idea. Do you know? Sund? Yeah, the Kalmar Sund. The nautical term. Strait. Kalmar Strait. Yeah, that's true. Good. That has been bugging me for a while. Yeah.
And now you finally got it.
Yeah, I know I got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Strait. Kalmar Strait.
Yeah. And who do we have here? Tobias.
Yes.
The other Tobias.
Yes, from Kalmar Maritime Academy.
Yeah.
And I have been following this broadcasting sporadically during the day, and I think it's a great thing to do, both for the students and more or less a commercial for university also.
Yeah.
Commercial aspects, nice. Yeah.
We
But
don't-
you looked also at this last year, right? Is it better this year?
It's different. Yes.
So it wasn't better.
I think it will be better if you go away next year also.
Yeah, I understand. Point taken. Yeah.
I think it was more IoT last year. Now it's AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had these projects last year, right? So it was a little bit more focused on those environmental sensors, I think. We tried to measure kind of like particles in the air, and we had two teams competing. That was pretty, maybe that was also why it was a little bit more intense for me, because we tried to do this thing at the same time.
I'm thinking about maybe for next year, if we're going to make every year needs to be different, because we don't want to do the same thing every year anyway. But maybe next year, I have a thought. Maybe we should do something like we gather a lot of different companies in the region. Like we're talking about IT companies. It could also be other companies, and we do this kind of hackathon, like the same thing that we did last year. That we did projects together and we showcased what we came up with, and then we create things. That people can follow the creation of different things live during a full day.
Yeah, so kind of like a hackathon or something like that.
Yeah, live streamed hackathon. Sort of thing.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I think that could work if we get the companies on board, of course. Things are intense for them probably just before vacation. So,
as it isn't for us. So,
tell me about it. Yeah, so definitely. I think let's try to do it. And even if we get like 3 or 4 companies, that would be a great thing to look at anyway, right?
Yeah.
And talking about commercial stuff, they will get some free commercial stuff, kind of like advertising for them. Yeah.
And also, we have discussed this before, but let's open it out into the air, like into the very big audience of the global world, because we have a new idea of yet another summer course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
should we out it here, and then people can keep us accounted for what we have said here?
Maybe that's a good thing. What do you think?
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah. So on some day, I don't really remember, kind of like a month back.
Yeah.
We had it was Neda's housewarming party, right?
Might have been.
Yes,
yeah.
it was. I think it was Neda's housewarming party, and we talked about different technological revolutions and how they kind of like can change things really rapidly.
Yeah.
So disruptive technologies, really.
Yeah.
And we thought that, well, IoT is one example of maybe a disruptive technology, and especially since we have these really cheap sensors and things right now, and we can connect them together, and we can get loads of data. We have the AI that's really a disruptive technology that maybe it's only in its infancy.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of 3D printing could be said to be a disruptive technology.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of areas that are super interesting, and maybe we could do a summer course around disruptive technologies.
Yeah.
And that could even be from a historical perspective. So you could have historical people.
Yeah, and you
involved
could also have an ethical perspective as well.
Yeah.
But the course probably should be named Disruptive Technologies.
Yeah,
should
something
be
like that.
Summer course.
Yeah.
So we frame it in sort of the same format as we do have this course. It should be also available for sort of anyone. This will be even, I would say,
an even more open course, maybe.
Even more open.
Yeah.
And I think the community part, because if we look at the IoT course as it is now, and people might actually tell us during, well, I don't know the answer. I just know what I think. But if I'm not wrong, please correct me and give a comment or say. But I think the community part, you explore areas together with other people.
Yeah, definitely.
We are able to get hold of almost any information, and nowadays we're also able to generate almost any information. But the community part, doing things this together with other people.
Yeah, and connecting. I think maybe that's one of the most important things of a university, to kind of like offer arenas for people to meet and build their network and do things together, maybe create things together with other people, and using technology to do this in an efficient way. My phone is not very connected, unfortunately, it seems. No, I don't see any questions, at least in the live lecture part. So, but I think that's a really important aspect, and especially since, well, people are working on distance more and more, and they are working alone maybe more and more, and that has advantages, of course, but I also think that maybe things are missing a little bit, that meeting new people from different types of backgrounds.
Yeah.
That's a super important task of the university. And sure, we at our little technology department, we meet mostly the same type of people that are really interested in technology. And a course like this could be way broader.
Yeah.
So people that are not really super interested maybe in IoT or AI or something like that could find an area that they could enjoy and meet other people.
Yeah.
Don't forget all the resources at the university. It's technology, and we have also the people working here and the knowledge. So it's a great thing with the community and meet together.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's
when we talk about
the
knowledge,
advantage.
I mean, like the university, as I see it, I mean, it's obviously you have people that are very well invested in like a niched area of research, like people that are really the experts in a very maybe narrow area or a broad area. But yes, that is university. But often, I mean, and especially I think in IT and those areas that, well, the companies are doing a lot of the research. And we see that now. I mean, if we look at for instance, if we look at what's happening in the AI, that's not like development that is done by universities.
No.
The universities are not at all the ones that are doing the great innovations in AI at the moment.
No, definitely not. I think it requires a lot more resources and we'll not maybe say knowledge, but a lot more resources, a lot more power to compute things, and a lot more people.
Yeah.
And let's face it, that's a rough challenge in academia.
Yeah. But the thing is that what could we as academia do in let's just say it. Well, we can't have the same number of computers as OpenAI
or the
Microsoft
same number
or
of
Google.
developers,
Same
or
number
whatever.
of developers,
Yeah.
or maybe obviously not develop applications as efficiently as a large IT company in the world can do. But what value does the university have? What value does the academia have?
Yeah, that's
maybe
an interesting
the freedom
question.
to explore without being
held back by business requirements.
Yeah. That's also not totally true, because I mean the university is also funded by external partners.
Yeah,
so there
it
is
is.
always a space
Yeah.
where these things are
matter.
Yeah, they matter.
Yeah.
But I mean, this community part. I mean, people are not like welcome and meeting up at any large company, just hanging around and talking. And at the university, these are public spaces.
Yeah, more of an open arena.
Yeah,
definitely.
So maybe being that part, maybe it's what defines us in the future. That we don't necessarily need to be on the very, very edge of everything, but we are on the edge of connecting people.
Yeah.
And exploring together and talking about what matters in society.
Yeah, we can also kind of like lift maybe the problems to the next level.
Yeah.
What kind of like global challenges can we really tackle with this technology that we have?
Yeah.
And maybe that's not always the focus of a commercial company to look at things from that perspective. Yeah, interesting things will happen. But let's plan this new summer course.
Yeah. So if we just talk out loudly here, and then like what would people that are those few people that are actually listening into this conversation, might be someone out there.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know.
You never know.
But if you what do you want to have in a course? I mean, there's a lot of interesting technologies.
Yeah.
Just to iterate back on that subject is that, AI, that is a disruptive technology.
Definitely.
So having a course in AI, obviously, you could have a course in probably AI, generative AI, in ChatGPT. But that's just one part of something bigger. I mean, you could have a course in IoT. We do already have a course in IoT, and then you dive deep into that. But you also have this, everything in machine learning, which necessarily is obviously a subset of AI, but just exploring how these things interact with each other, like what kind of technologies are disrupting the way we do things. So everything in digitalization is disrupting. Obviously, it should be about technology.
Some type of technology focus would probably be needed. But I think the ethical perspective can be really interesting to think about also. What will happen actually to society, or what could happen, and where are the limits that we should go to, and where should we maybe stop and think a little bit more. So I think that's super interesting. And I think also looking maybe from a historical perspective, our vice chancellor is a history professor. So I think there are lots of interesting historical perspective. The printing press, for example, was that how did that disrupt things way back? And when the printing press became a lot cheaper, for example, to print things, how did that change our societies? I think that would be really interesting to learn more about. And also when computers came.
So combining this with like an historical perspective, dive into the different technology aspects of what has been happening. So it will be a history lesson, and it will also try to
extrapolate into
extrapolate
the future.
into the future. Well, that's always easy, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
So just draw a line.
Yes, a straight line.
It's always a straight line. You know how it works. So
you just examine 2 points and then you can do the straight line.
yeah,
It's
and
great.
even if you have more points, you
Yeah.
just draw a straight line, or you draw a wiggly line and then a straight line.
Yeah.
So yeah, there are all these like I think if you look at like the oil price predictions on like if you talk about the perspective of fossil fuel and etc., there is a quite fun picture. I've had it in many presentations of like predicting the price of oil. And if you look at, I think it's the International Energy Agency, they have a yearly report on like the status of fossil fuels and oil and everything. And they always make a prediction. It's always a super straight line from where we are at now. And it sort of goes in the same direction as it was before. So it goes up and down. And if you look at this historically, because there is Vaclav Smil, it's an author that is diving into these deep statistics of global societal things, that will obviously be an author that could be really useful in this kind of course.
Yeah, yeah.
But he has made an overlay of like the actual prices and then the predictions. And the only thing you can say that is that the predictions are not true.
Yeah.
Like that's the only thing that is true is that well, whatever the predictions are, that's obviously not going to happen.
Do the opposite.
Yeah. So and that's quite fun.
Yeah, it's like our interest predictions from the bank, from the central bank. It's not always true. Yeah, but I think this course could be really interesting, and yeah, let's try to make it happen.
Yeah. And there is a comment now that too tired to come up with ideas for improvements. He's been online all day with only 2 hours of sleep, but you've all done great. So that was a nice comment.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay, I'll check the comments, and then I'm going to read them out loud.
Yes.
So
please.
So first, there is one that says, on the previous discussion we had, like a hackathon would be a perfect way to build community, and I would join up. So that was one.
Cool.
And there is one guy that says like innovation these days happen on YouTube. All these do-it-yourself projects.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a good reflection.
Yeah. I super enjoy kind of like. There's this guy from Britain that builds robots.
Yeah.
I kind of like dream of building my own robot, and yeah, someday it will happen.
And you have the guy with the Swiss accent.
Yes.
He's
so cool.
The guy with the Swiss accent.
Yeah.
He's made like hundreds of YouTube videos. They are really instructional. Like if you want to go into IoT, you should know this guy.
Yeah.
We might put a link in.
Yeah,
somewhere.
he's great actually.
Yeah. And there is one other guy that says like one thing I'm finding missing on this course is having someone on the other side open and available to test my IoT devices.
Yeah, but yeah, reach out to someone on Discord, and yeah, I when I have students in my projects, I always urge them to use each other as testers, because there is no better way to test your application or system than letting someone else do it.
Yeah.
Because you yourself get so familiar with how things work, and yeah, it's very, very hard to find those wonky things and those things that you haven't thought about and things like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, urge each other, find partners and test each other's stuff.
But it's also a good comment, because we haven't like been structuring the course in the way like, well, it's easy for us to say that, oh yeah, you just reach out and have others test it, but maybe we should create some kind of, well, like just a test channel, or mention it, like if you want to have your project tested, like this is the way you should approach it. So that would be a good thing. We might not have too much time to include it in the very, like the next week when we start with the projects, but we will definitely add this. And then there is one other question is that it would be very interesting to apply AI and IoT practically. And that is something that we haven't covered in this course. I would say that, I mean, as you said, Tobias, and the other Tobias, Hedin.
We have two Tobias.
Yeah, we have two Tobias. It's very easy for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. One name to remember. And we haven't really, no, that's totally true, because IoT without AI is actually maybe not the full story. I mean,
yeah, it's a little bit just the data. You have a you have a shitload of data.
Because I mean, one thing is that I mean, well, we do all these sort of trivial examples. I mean, and also that's also the basis for the course. I mean, the basic idea of this course is to, well, have people interacting with electronics and getting your hands on not only the electronics. We don't do too much electronics, actually. You just do.
Yeah.
We tell them to do, and then, well, it just hopefully works. So without like a 7.5 credit course in basic electronic engineering, we just do.
Yeah.
But also having to know all the concepts about, okay, you're actually getting some data on a microcontroller. That data needs to be, well somewhere in a variable, in some programming code. And, well, obviously you want that to end up somewhere else. And that somewhere else is, well, it's the internet, but somewhere else is actually some other person's brain.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's actually a long route. That could, so I think just to comment on like putting too much AI or like any AI in this kind of course might actually complicate some things, because you will go away from sort of the core.
Yeah.
Because we all know, like, doing a introduction programming course, like start to write hello world, write a function, maybe do a simple snake game or a game of life or whatever you usually do when you start a course. Well, that can be tricky, yes, but you get some very deterministic outcome. That means that if you put a semicolon at the wrong place, it will not work.
Yeah.
And if you just remove it and you know what you've done, and it might work or it will work. But the thing with electronics is that, well, you can try it 3 times. And, well, it worked the first time.
Yeah.
And you have no idea why it didn't work the first 2 times. You might never know, because there were some, I don't know.
Some analog stuff.
Because, you get another dimension in programming.
Yeah.
And I think it's actually really that dimension, you need to experience it.
Yeah.
You can't read it in a book.
Yeah.
You need to be there and like sit a couple of hours on, well, and then you just, well, it was a faulty USB cable because there are so many components in the, like, connecting. Or if you're playing around with networks and LoRaWAN or whatever, like, well, the complexity just adds on.
Yeah, it becomes complex really quickly. And I also like this kind of like it's not something that you can chat GPT your way out of, this kind of like hands-on thing. For the simpler programming tasks, you can use ChatGPT, and maybe you should use it also.
They actually
just
made an
solve the
introduction
problem.
video in this course for how to utilize ChatGPT.
Yeah. But for this kind of like more hands-on problem solving, you kind of like need to spend the time with the stuff, and I think that's a good engineering lesson actually. And I think that's valuable. But coming back to this kind of like concept of you want this number or value to end up in another human's brain.
Yeah.
And we have talked a little bit about this, that we actually want to enable people to make jag kan ta en öl till också. We actually want to make things make humans either kind of like change their behavior or make decisions based on this information.
And then I think that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
Is that
make better decisions or change your behavior to the better.
Yeah. So even if you put that information in someone else's brain, like you visualize something, you put a number on a screen, and then, well, I can read the number.
Yeah.
Well, it's actually what you do with that information that matters.
Yeah.
So am I going to take a swim today or
Yes.
not?
Yeah.
Am I going to drive to that beach?
Yeah.
And well, that number could tell you that because you have some understanding of like, okay, it's cold enough or it's crowded enough or whatever. But in a lot of these, well, when you work with big data, like if you have a large amount of data for, say, a building, we have all this carbon dioxide data from maybe all the rooms. We might have temperatures and etc. How are you going to use that information?
Yeah.
Because numbers actually don't tell us anything. It's what, like, and then, well, to come to the point, that was a really large, like super long point. But then you need to use AI.
Yes.
I would say not necessarily need to use AI, but AI is a powerful tool.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's so easy to kind of like just hoard all of this data, and that's one step, of course. But then we need techniques and ways to visualize. We need it to make it easy to make decisions on this data, and also know the consequences of our decisions. Thank you. So that we can make better decisions and make maybe even the world a little bit better.
Alcohol free, of course.
Yes, of course.
Of course.
Oh, I think that's that's a very interesting topic. But yeah, it's maybe the next level after kind of like it sounds maybe even a little bit more like a complete education to do something like this, to use technology to change people's lives and maybe the world for the better by enabling them to make better decisions.
Yeah.
Not a 7.5 summer course credits, I think, at least.
And someone say they wish they would read the chat, and we have that now. We might say that we might have been a little bit late on reading the chat, but we are now.
Better late than never.
Better that than never, absolutely. Also, a question, like a comment, is that something that I miss in my courses is CI/CD pipelines and learn how to set them up and deploy a serious application. Do you have a comment on that?
Yeah, also a pretty complicated topic from the practical point of view, because there are so many tools and techniques and tricks to do this, and it's so very application dependent, I think. But yeah, sure, we can talk about containers and deployment pipelines on GitLab or GitHub or whatever, kind of like. So it's something that you will need to learn at some point, or will need to use at some point at least. But it's also this area that is very, very rapidly moving forward.
Yeah.
And can be quite tricky and daunting, and I think maybe we are moving into this sometimes non-deterministic spaces even of software development, that worked this
very
time.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in analog electronics. Like it worked the first time.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Sometimes these
we
kind of
don't know.
like
It's a mystery. Let's keep it like that. It works now. Don't touch it.
Yeah. It's a little bit like that there are so many complicated systems that need to interact. And just some little change in some system can have kind of like
aren't
effects.
we at that place already with like very big code bases? So if you go in and sort of like do something in a big code base, if you're developing, like I'm asking you, like you're working with software, like a large project, couldn't you end up in sort of the same thing, with that not being generated by AI, but we as humans are also generative.
Definitely.
Creatures.
That it's a pretty common problem that well, systems tend to grow and they tend to accumulate kind of like bad solutions over time.
Yeah.
You take a little shortcut here and there, and you think that, oh, I will fix this tomorrow, but tomorrow there's another thing that you need to do, and you kind of like just move on, and well, this worked, and then kind of like the code base deteriorates slowly.
Yeah.
And we have always tried to kind of like come up with tools to fix that for us. Maybe we have programming languages that are more expressive.
Yeah.
So we don't need to write really complicated code to do things. We have formatting of the code that's maybe even built into the language, so it must look in a certain way. We have compilers, of course, that try to at least check the basics of our program so that it sticks together and things like this. And we have tried to do automatic testing of things to make sure that at least every little part works and maybe a little bit together even. So we try to tackle these complexity problems in a lot of different ways, I think.
Yeah.
But it's, things become complicated quite quickly. And even if your code base is not that super large, over time, you forget things and how things actually worked, and you can't kind of like keep everything in your mind. That's also, I think, an interesting part of AI development, to help the developers, because an AI can relentlessly read your code, right? It won't kind of like get tired in the same way as you yourself become. And you can use this as a chat partner instead.
Yes, that's I did with the pub quiz.
Yeah.
I mean,
talk to your system through an AI instead of you yourself looking through every little file and try to remember where things were. And, if I change this part, can it affect something else? You can just ask an AI.
But I mean, you did your PhD in sort of in the domain of software architecture, so to say.
Yes.
So, and that this was, well, you utilized machine learning. Well, I did. I know a little bit. I did skim it, but in the domain of software architecture, so to say. But this was, well, you utilized machine learning techniques. Yes, but it was, even though it was not that long ago, it was still before the generative AI
revolution,
so to say.
Yes, it was.
So, if you were to draw this straight line of like, well, a prediction of the future, so how do you think these things will affect I would say, the architectural things of software architecture?
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting question. I think we have already seen, of course, kind of like the low-level programming stuff being affected. You can generate the contents of a function or something like that pretty easily. If you yourself have a good idea of what you want this function to do and what data is required for it to do that, you can get the code generated for you. So one level above that would then be to kind of like compose your functions into something bigger. And that, I think the AI can probably go a long way there also. When it comes to more like how should we structure our software systems, interestingly enough, we often rely on different patterns. So solutions that have been applied previously, we try to imitate that as humans. I worked on 5 different projects. These 2 projects were not that good. These 3 projects were better. Let's try to repeat our successes from that stuff. And basically, that's exactly what an AI tries to do also. Recognize patterns and apply those in a little bit of a different context.
But if you see this as an evolution of, I mean, we will just look at the programming languages that we have out there. Like if you look way back, if you were going to program a computer, you needed to know some hardcore programming. You needed to know, I mean, in the very beginning, it was these punch cards. And then, well,
machine code
and assembler. And then, well, C and C++, which still is, well, pretty heavily used.
Yeah, pretty well used.
But then we have said, like, I think it was Chris Flatner. Well,
Yeah, no idea.
Yeah, but he said like he created this new language called Mojo.
Yeah, okay,
Chris Lattner, I
Yeah.
think it's called. He has worked at Apple for several years. It's actually also a really interesting podcast episode from Lex Friedman you can listen to. But he basically said like Python has won.
Yep.
So, and the thing here is that, well, in terms of programming languages, if you look at this as an evolution, what has happened is that, well, you start with binary code and needing to understand how a CPU works.
Yeah.
And then you start to abstract things a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And now we, like when we talk about programming, well, if you know how to program Python, you're a programmer.
Yeah.
Like, but still, why is Python popular? It's not the fastest language. It's, well, obviously one of the most, like I would say, the biggest programming languages out there.
Yeah, maybe.
When we talk about big, maybe
Yeah,
we
it
should
is.
be careful about what's big or not.
It's always how you compare things,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, but
Let's say it's a
big.
popular language.
Yeah, it is.
But it's human readable.
Yeah.
It's made for humans to read. And the point I'm trying to make here is that, well, if we look at large language models and the evolution of generative AI, couldn't this just be on the track of us creating a new language for us to interact with computers?
Yeah,
So-
yeah, sure. I toyed around a little bit with an idea that I teach a lot of design courses. So
Yeah.
how should you structure your program to make it easy to maintain, for example, or easy to test, or
Yeah.
easy to deploy, and things like this. And we often need to make compromises, and we have all of these kind of like principles that we want to use when we code. We shouldn't repeat our code in different places.
Yeah.
We shouldn't copy paste. Instead, we should encapsulate this in a function or a class or something like that. But if these rules are kind of like made for humans, so that we can try to manage the complexity from a human perspective. Our brains are really good at some things and really bad at some things. So, for example, we cannot kind of like keep a lot of things in our head at the same time actively. 7 things is kind of like a medium kind of like thing that you can do. And that does not come very far if you have a system that maybe contains hundreds of thousands of different functions. You can't keep this in your head. And then we have kind of like tried to invent all of these design rules and principles to cope with this complexity in some way. But that wouldn't be a problem for an AI. An AI wouldn't mind if the code is copied in 1,000 different places, because it can, if there is a bug in that code, then it can change all of those places at the same time. It doesn't matter that the code needs to be divided into nice different files and classes and things like this. It doesn't really matter for an AI. So maybe in stretching this tangent out, all of these languages that we have invented are kind of like for our sake. But if we have an AI that manages the programming entirely, we don't really need to have these rules. So we can have a completely different structure of our program.
But that essentially means if we're going to, well, go on that route, like you can't read machine code, right?
Definitely not easily.
No. And well, if you get you get a list of ones and zeros, it
definitely
will
not.
take some time
Yeah.
to actually, well, make what does actually this application.
And even
do.
assembler is pretty gnarly to like at least figure out what the stuff is actually doing.
Yeah.
What's the purpose of this? I can understand maybe the commands. Oh, it's moving something in memory and it adds something like
Yeah.
this. But what does it actually do?
Yeah.
That's pretty hard.
So what could happen is like in 2 ways, like is that we will see that there might be less use of like programming languages that are human readable.
Probably, maybe. Yeah.
But we will also, in the same way, also get programming languages that are like very much human readable, because what you actually write when you write an application is do this.
Yeah.
In this way.
Yeah. Maybe we don't even need to kind of like have our applications as we think about them now. They can be generated on the fly, right? We don't need to have them as kind of like the program that I start on my computer.
You mean that we generate code on demand?
Yes. I want a image manipulator that can that lets me select images or something like that.
Yeah,
it just
so
does
it's like, okay, imagine that you're actually, you don't need an application that like, you don't need Photoshop.
Exactly.
You just have a picture,
Yeah.
and then you tell what you want to do, and it generates code that actually does
Yeah.
it. That's quite interesting.
And even do we really need the internet? Couldn't we just generate it on demand instead?
Yeah, let's take away all the interaction of the internet.
Yes. No need for servers. We can just, when we browse to something, it can just be an AI that generates this on the fly.
But I mean, actually, that could be a point. I mean, if you just go in to any like these news sites that anyway are just
Fake news.
fake news. Well, why even bother?
Yeah, a little bit like that.
Just
Yeah.
generate it.
But I think maybe there could be something. There could be something interesting in this kind of like chain of thought, at least, that maybe we don't need kind of like to have the static kind of like things always. We can generate things on demand instead.
Yeah, and we already, I mean, we see this. I mean, I haven't gotten access myself just yet, but we now have this. There is something called the code interpreter within ChatGPT as a plugin. That's in alpha state, and a very limited amount of people do have access to it. But essentially, that's a plugin that, well, let's say that I have a picture, and you want that picture to, crop it in the ends and replace whatever and whatever, or analyze it, and then it tries to understand the problem. It writes code to solve the problem. So that is the way of doing things. We already have these things. Which is also creates a new way of thinking about security, because that code, who is going to audit that code? And if it doesn't work, well,
what will happen? And if it does the wrong thing, and many kind of like open issues, so to speak, with this way. And I would then also think that this code only exists for when it's used. You don't kind of like save it for later, because
and that is not efficient,
or maybe it is, if it's good and as good as we want it to be, because then you wouldn't need to store it.
Yeah, but storage versus
compute. Yeah.
Isn't it quite inexpensive to store things? But where do you draw the line? How much do you store and not? So. But I mean, if we just talk about how we humans, if we're going to replicate the behavior of us humans, like, you have probably stored a lot of things on your daily basis and routine. You bicycle every day to work.
Yeah.
And I guess that you do that on autopilot, more
or less.
Yeah. So you're not generating like everything. It's not that every time you wake up and then you go to work, you start like blank mind.
Yeah.
Let's solve this problem. I'm going to work.
Yeah.
Where do I start? Well,
I could do
pants.
this and that.
Should I be naked or not? I probably should have pants. Think that's a good idea. You have probably stored a lot of information.
This patternization of things, that everything becomes kind of like a pattern.
Yeah, but obviously you will still generate all the information needed to go, because not every journey is unique. So there will be some.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I think we had this kind of like for a Raspberry Pi Pico that generated a game, and every time you started it, you got a new version, and sometimes it didn't work, and sometimes it did, and maybe it was a really good version. It was more fun, and then you turned the computer off, and then you turned it on again, then you got a new version. And that's kind of like a little bit like that. I think that was a really cool idea, actually.
Let's see if I write in the chat who we are like 12 minutes from ending the stream. So who would you like to speak with before we end the stream?
Maybe the David. The David is always happy. Yeah, he's the happy puppy. So we are now thinking of. So Romain, could you just ask, like, who do they want to speak with? Probably not me, at least. Probably like. Oh. Yeah. All right. You have? Okay.
Nice,
Great.
nice, nice.
So we will give Romain a minute, and then
yeah.
something else will happen. I don't have no idea what, but
Yeah. But again, talking about programming in the well, maybe to make things brighter for programmers that really enjoy programming. I don't think that this will likely happen in kind of like 10, 20 years. Really, we will have a lot of interesting problems to solve with the security things and getting things to actually work. And so there will be a lot of problems to solve still. And I regard kind of like GitHub Copilot and stuff like this as a nice partner that can do things that I don't really think is really interesting, so I can focus on the problems that I think are interesting and use my mind for that, and then let the AI solve or do a little bit boring tasks in programming, because frankly there are a lot of these boring tasks also.
But also then there is yet another philosophical question. If we would be able to remove all the boring tasks from your life as a programmer or your life as a human, wouldn't it be something new that was boring?
Yeah, I think probably we have a
wouldn't it just be a relative scale that you're just moving things up to?
Complaining is constant. Yeah, definitely it's like that. You always seek new challenges and new problems and new things to improve your life or with the world or whatever. I think
maybe you want to show it.
It is already actually on the stream, so that's what I was doing.
What's this?
So you can actually talk about it. It's already shared there.
Oh, okay,
nice.
Cool. Then we talk about it. And do we have the author here?
The author's right there behind
you. You want to speak? So come here, and you can introduce yourself if you want. And the camera is over there.
Yeah, of course.
You can get.
Yeah.
And who are you?
I'm a person that enjoys creating something that you may have not seen afterwards when you have done something. So I really enjoy to summarize things that really encourage you to look back at something. So it's kind of like a summary, and I enjoy really creating things that makes you stop for a second, reflect for a second, and then actually think again. So I'm doing a lot of graphic storytelling, both in the graphic designs, but also in verbally, how to speak and how to encourage. My name is Joseph Nilsson, and I'm recently studying at the university in the first year of leadership and organization. But before that, I actually studied something that made me realize one of the key aspects of communication, and that is questions. So by asking questions, you will encourage others to think in another way and also speak in a different topics.
That was an intriguing story we just got here. So, but you have made some kind of actually, I think this is your fault. There's beer on the end there.
It's condensation. It's part of the story.
Yeah, but it's digitized now. So there is a picture, and we can see this picture as well in the screen. Okay, great. So we can see that there are a lot of people here. There is a man on the bike, and we see Elon Musk as a baby. And we can also see Johan and Anders and me.
I think that's me.
Yeah, you are also in the picture. Yeah.
This is so awesome. I think there is something to the human touch, actually. There is something that cannot really be done with AI just yet, at least. There is something about this that is, I don't know, more genuine, maybe more kind of like down to earth and more less artificial, I think. Yeah, cool.
It's done with muscles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And graphite.
And graphite, yeah. So I think we have a really good ending here. Should we maybe just say, well, thank you to those that have been joining in. Yeah, David, obviously.
Hope you liked it. Hope you found it interesting and maybe a little bit motivating, especially when we talked about, installing sensors, getting, more hands-on with IoT and 3D printing, of course. So yeah.
I mean, there were some hands-on activities during the day.
Yeah, we had some soldering tips that we did solder. We saw we tested it wasn't a hot air gun. We thought it was a hot air gun, but it was just a desoldering station with suction. But yeah.
But we use it as a. We also use it as a soldering station.
Yeah,
later
it can be used
with a
as
liquid.
a definitely.